All right. Let's see. Refresh. See if anybody's there. No, well, only one watching. Okay. One person watching. It's 4th of July weekend. It may not be worth it, but may not be worth it if people are probably out, which is a good thing. I can do other stuff. Nobody in the chat. Got two watching. All right. I have no idea what I want to talk about. Anyway, well, we don't want dead air. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna talk about? Uh oh, just might as well read it into the record while I'm here. Let me go into my Evernote real quick since I'm here. And we got dead air. Let's talk about where is it? Where is it? Okay, I could talk about the SNAP program, but I'm not going to do it here. I'm not going to do it here. Da, 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 da. The nature of a Virgo female. Um, most Virgos. I mean, you have talkative Virgos, which I've met, but most Virgos are like most Virgos are easygoing. They're quiet. Most of them. Now I have two, like my grandson and my partner, one of my uh, circle mates. They're talkative, but Virgos are like many, or they're Earth. They're basically earthbound. Earth means that they're fixed. They're habit, they're habit forming. So Virgos are a light version of Taurus. They're habit forming. They like comfort. They like routine. Um, Capricorns, Virgos, and Tauruses, once they get their mind set on doing something, um, they pretty much like to follow it all the way through. Uh, Virgos, I would say, of all the three Earth signs, are a little bit more flighty. Virgos are basically the feminine side of Mercury. Okay, um, Gemini's are the masculine side of Mercury. So Virgo's always which is the virgin or the female. The twins are the masculine side of um, of Mercury, where Virgo is the female side. So you have a feminine side. Okay, so um, female Virgos are going to be a little more demure. They're going to be a little shyer. They're going to be a little quieter. They're habit forming. Actually, for the most from what I've seen, Virgo women actually make pretty good wives. Scorpio women, if you can check their emotions, make good wives, and Virgo women make good wives. Because um, all the Scorpio women that I know actually are really family oriented. All the ones that I know are really family oriented. They'd be a little freakier in the bed, but Virgos are a little bit more set. They like like a partner of mine, and a couple that I know. One's a Taurus and one's a Virgo, right? And they like to do basically the same things, but the Taurus kind of gets on the Virgo's nerves because the Virgo is like uh, a Virgo is, I mean, a Taurus is like a Virgo on steroids. In other words, like a Taurus can eat the same thing for breakfast like 90 days in a row. Virgo can't quite do that. Hey, folks, what's going on? How many ladies are in the room? I know Char Willie. You want to jump on and speak, Char? Or you cool? because this is a space for all the women to ask questions. 'Cause I know I probably pissed a few women off this week. What are you doing at work? Where are you? Mill said, "Where are you? What are you doing at work, man? This is 4th of July weekend." Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't really have a lot to talk about unless you guys. Yeah, that's my son's birthday, September 14th. Uh, yeah, Virgos are laid back, man. I haven't seen too many hyper Virgos. Y'all kind of laid back. The thing is getting like my brother's a Virgo, uh my niece is a Virgo, my son is a Virgo. Trying to prod you guys to get into action is the hardest thing. Yeah, but where you at? Either you working on 4th of July weekend, man. Who works on 4th of July weekend? I know bills don't stop. Yeah, your bills don't stop, but the body does. The thing is not to make the bills. Um, I'll allow a free for all, but if there's a lot of women that I want to allow open up the line for women first. Oh, triple. Oh, well, hey, if you get in triple time, God bless you. Okay, everybody has their price. I'd be in there too. Uh, now the thing is this. Well, a little bit. You know, it's kind of like you're looking at um because you read about civilization decay. Because I'm a big person on civilization. Um, if you read William Durant's Story of Civilization. Like you read like I read about 3 or 4 of his books, about 2 or 3 of his books on Story of Civilization. All right, and you notice there's a cycle, and then you read Quigley's book and a few other books. And it's like, okay, there's a cycle that each society of civilization goes through, and then there's once it reaches this golden age where people get comfortable and they're well fed. One night you start to see the decay where people get lazy and their morals start to loosen up, which is something we predicted. You know, we predicted a long time. We said as soon as gay marriage comes in, man, basically Katie barred the door. Yeah, all the morals are going to go in the toilet, and basically you're seeing it happen for the whole weekend. Okay, good grief. All right. All right. Well, I don't blame you. Triple time, I'd be there too. I can't blame you. Well, yeah, I'm answering. Well, the Mill said Rose. She texted something, but I am answering you. But I was talking about Amber Rose. You were asking me about it, and I was talking about how civilizations decline, and you're seeing that in slow motion. Like I said, when we saw when we talked about gay marriage, Jesus, back in 2003. Me and my partner were talking about that 14, 15 years ago. If they let it through, how it's gonna cause the society to start to morals to really start to loosen up. And you're seeing it, man. You're seeing it with LGBTQ bathrooms and shit like that, slut walks. Um, Women want to be protected, but the thing is, why after 200,000 years of human existence, women know to cover their bodies. There's a reason women cover their bodies. Okay, there's a reason for it, and now you're going to say there is no reason for it. It doesn't make sense. Um, it's just, how can I say it? It's the stupidity of human beings. Okay, like all of a sudden this time is different. It's like the banking crisis we're in. Okay, they put the Glass-Steagall Act in for a reason because human beings can't be trusted with money. So they take it off. They say, well, okay, this time is different. We can control ourselves. 10 years, less than 10 years later, we're in a ditch again. Human beings are stupid. They're stupid. And the reason I don't like, I was down about Amber Rose is that Black women have been basically the moral center of the United States for a very long time, for the most part. And what happens when the moral center of the society goes awry, where black women best start following anything willy nilly? The white women are going to follow them because believe it or not, white women follow black women. Okay, believe it or not, white women follow black women. Black women are chasing Becky with the good hair and the blonde hair and the blue eyes. And white women have been following you for years. You know, the straightening comb was invented by black women. White women didn't press their hair. Okay, black women invented that shit. You know what? Basically, the banking system in the United States, it was wrong. Yeah, um, if you read Caesar and Christ, Will Durant, basically, you can pick it up and read it, and basically, you can understand the United States. If you read it, you can understand the United States as it is because it's a republic. They formed it as a republic. So anytime they built this country on Roman principles, Roman law, Roman law, basically Greek. Rome was built on Roman law and Greek medicine, and the Middle Eastern, the Babylonian banking system in the United States is built on just that. So it is. So all the foibles and stuff that you see, it always is. Any civilization as complex is a Jenga blocks, and if you remove the wrong one, it will collapse because they're if you leave the if they're in other words, they said society civilizations are very they're hard to get going, but they're like the juggernaut. Once you get them going, civilizations are very hard to defeat. Do you guys okay? You guys want me to drop the link so you can talk about it? Who's who's able to talk? Because if you guys aren't able to talk, there's no sense in dropping the link. Remove from the foundation, not the top. Oh, okay. I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, that's what the founding principles of whatever civilization was founded upon. Once those get rotted out or gone, a civilization will start to decline. But before it collapses, it gets taken over by another growing civilization, um, which is what Quigley was afraid of. I can't really play it, but there's a segment when in one of my in one of my earlier videos, my tragedy and hope videos, where he's quoted as saying, um, he said the reason he named the book Tragedy and Hope. He said it was he said that it was a tragedy that Western civilization was going to go down the tubes, and he hoped that his book and the warning could turn it around. And he said, we should basically, he didn't say it, he didn't name what the reason he thought it was going to go down tubes. He said we're just about finished, and that was 40 years ago, 1975, 76. In other words, the introduction of China just basically put the United States on the clock. well, Rashid, Beth, I think you're a guy, Rashid. So this is a woman's forum, and this is for they will this is let's see, when I do a video, I'm teaching for the most part. When with this forum is for them to ask me questions directly. So in other words, it's supposed to be a dialogue. I hope not to have too many people that argue back and forth. I know uh, Jacqueline. Uh, I don't know what it is. There's certain women that how certain women want to test themselves against me. In other words, they want to knock me off whatever perch that they think I'm on. So Jacqueline's one, pure butterfly spirit is the other. Okay, they're not trying to make counter arguments or have a discussion. Or what they want to do is prove me wrong. No, I don't have a current topic. I'm just answering questions off the board. If you guys are fine with that, but if there's something specific that's deep, I think like Candace, you want to ask specific questions, and that's kind of hard to answer when you're in a text. It's easier to answer in a discussion. Okay, okay. The lady said they want the ladies to come on and ask. So I am going to. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Well, you know how it is. You know how it is. You know what? Early on, I had the same problem with my men's channel. We had people coming on that they were doing it. After a while, they just faded away. You know, they just faded away. I haven't. I'm trying to be a little bit. It's early on in the process. I'm trying to be lenient, so I haven't put. Normally, what I would do is put them in a chair. In other words, okay, put you in a chair. You give me your logic, and we'll have everybody test your logic. And most people don't like that. You know, most people don't like it. Most people that don't know what they're talking about don't like it. So I know there's been a few guys that I've put in the chair, and it's painful to hear me going back and forth with them for a couple of hours. The only thing I don't like about women is women start yelling and screaming and talking over you instead of answering the questions. We're not going back and forth and discussing with guys try not to be that kind of emotional in public because they will get called, for the lack of a better term, a bitch for doing it. Where women is accepted to yell and scream. But where's my link? I'm gonna post my link, and I mean, see the ladies, hear the ladies speak and ask me a question. I know, especially I said, man, I'm tired. I don't want to do this, but I said, I know I put a lot out there that the ladies disagree with. So I said, no, well, you know what? It's not them getting their feelings hurt. I don't think women mind getting their feelings, because women get their feelings hurt all the time. They get their feelings hurt all the time. It's not that they don't want to get their feelings hurt. Women do not like their illusions shattered. Okay, they have women build. It's because me and my sister talk about it all the time. Okay, women build a narrative, and women build a story or a storyline or a narrative even when they're not talking to you, which is I noticed that from dating, and my sister has confirmed it. And I have some lesbian friends that also confirm the same thing. She said, if you don't, have you ever walked into a conversation with a woman, and it's like if she starts talking to you, or she wants to talk to you with something, it's like you walked in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for 2 hours. Okay, she's been building a script in her head, with she's gonna say to you. Remember Issa Rae, if she was in the mirror when she had to go home, and she was doing her part, and she was doing the guy's part, and she was uh, asking a question and answering herself. Women do that all the time. They build a narrative, and then it's funny when they have to actually do it live. And then say for the first 5 or 10 minutes, it's going along fine, it's going according to script, and you say something that's not going according to script, all of a sudden, poof, it kind of blows up, and she gets emotional. Like, wait a minute, look right here. This is what you're supposed to say. You weren't supposed to say that. It's hilarious. But anyway, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna stop rambling. But anytime you blow up women's, I'm not saying all, like most women's, uh, uh, you know, illusion about themselves. When women stop, when you get a woman that's enlightened or getting close to being enlightened, and she drops the illusion about herself, you notice the difference. I mean, you really notice the difference, because all of a sudden she grows like tenfold, because because what she believes is based on reality, and not something that she made up in her head. In other words, if she's, say if you get a woman that's fat and all of a sudden she drops her illusion, she's got two choices. I accept myself as, I look in the mirror and I accept that myself as I am, or I do something about it. Okay, which most guys, and they look at themselves in the mirror, they got, most guys will automatically do that. I accept myself being fat, or I'm going to do something about it. And there is no in between. With women, there's that in between. You know. All right, all right, Mike. You know this is a female hangout now. Okay, so you can listen.
I do have a question though that's related to
Okay,
relationships, or should I
okay.
wait until tomorrow? I have no
Oh
problem
no,
waiting.
no. Real quick.
So I'm looking at what's happened in social media lately with Jay-Z supposedly or totally admitting on Twitter that he cheated on his wife,
Okay.
and the 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 narrative that I posed was he's a man of power and power and money and so on and so forth, and he's a human being. So if he changed the narrative or redefined what his relationship was to his wife, that's not, as observed by other relationships, that's not uncommon. I just wanted to see what ladies' takes are on that, and
He's,
yours.
well, mine is he's selling tickets. Okay, there's a narrative he's building to sell tickets because she came out with Becky with the good hair first, right? You got to remember it's entertainment. So you got to say, what is the entertainment value? What's the value of him doing it? If it's heartfelt, he would have done it well before he actually put a song out.
Right, and I feel the same way too.
Hmm.
I mean, it came around the time that I think his album's like 444 or something like that, 444.
Hmm.
So it got dropped at I guess at a very opportune time. So I'm just
Hmm.
looking at it, but I do understand, and I even talked to Wilsonian about it, and he's like, play devil's advocate. He did give his word by exchanging vows, but you do see where even in marriages and even relationships, you see things like threesomes, going outside of your marriage because you and your spouse talked about it, so on and so forth. So in this man's
You,
head, he redefined his marriage and
you
said,
got
went
you
outside.
know you know in the entertainment business how they get down.
Right. And that's kind of, that was semi my private premise. It was kind of like, this is not this is not say new, or I'm not surprised, put it like that. And of course, women jump in anytime. Like I want to hear what you say on this too, because my other friend, she was just like, Michael, are you serious? And I was like, yeah, I am. Like, it's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise that he would do it, or what, or that he would cheat.
Both. I mean, it's just not a surprise. Like,
Man,
you're a
you know
man with
anything about
resources,
Jay-Z sold dope. Okay,
right?
he sold dope and then he rapped. Okay, you know how many women they go through?
Right.
Is okay. You
So,
can't. It's like you can't make a hoe into a housewife. You can't make a dog into a husband. He's gonna
which
continue to do what he does.
which you see quite often, where you have that narrative is, whether it's at the low end of the spectrum as far as money, power, influence, to all the way to the top, Warren Buffett, who or anybody of that status. That's common. So I don't.
Yeah. The
It's
only
just kind of one of those, like, it's just not surprising, but I just wanted to see your take on it.
what the thing is, will will he will he follow it through? And plus, he's what, in his mid 40s now.
Right.
Yeah, he's almost 50 years old. He's
Right.
done.
Right.
Or at least, so so he's burned through like 4 or 5 thousand women. So
Jesus.
oh,
That shit should
dude,
fall off by now.
you would think,
Right.
in his line of work, man. You know, basically, if he's selling dope on the street, at the age of 13, he probably reached his first couple hundred women before he reached 21.
Right.
If he's in a rap game, you know, all the groupies and stuff.
Right.
And we ain't talking about what she did.
Right. Well, yeah, and that's another thing. Like I listened to another YouTuber, I forget his, Mr. Research, and Mr. Research was like, he's a man of, or he's talking about men of power and the position that they're in, and it's that women in that position would do the same thing too, whether that's confirmed or not. But I don't think anything's out of the realm of possibility.
Women are looking for different things.
Okay.
Women use their bodies for different reasons than men do. Men don't use their bodies to have sex. Okay. They use their power and influence to have sex. Women are looking or trading sex or their access to sex for a relationship, money, a lifestyle, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
If that was the case, Oprah would be sleeping with everybody.
Right.
So I'm not saying that there's women that don't. Like Beyonce didn't need to be Beyonce to sleep with 1,000 or 2,000 men. She don't need that.
Right.
So usually a woman with power and money, she's looking for the best guy that she can get, or the best 2 or 3 guys that she can get.
Right, but then what are your thoughts on a retort like, you can be Beyonce and niggas still ain't shit? Like, what are your thoughts on something like that?
What do you mean?
Just in general, like if I say that statement, like, what do you think about that? Because women will say stuff like that, or actually, I saw it on a.
Oh yeah, men are men.
Right.
Men are men. If Beyonce wanted a dedicated, down dude that was monogamous, they're out there. She could have found them. Russell Wilson's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what she wanted, that's not what she wanted.
Right.
Women know the guy that can pick.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the I didn't really get into it because I didn't want to have that type of like, I don't like to go that far on Facebook, especially because it's just way too many feelings on there to even have a conversation.
That's what she said. Beyonce married her son. No, Beyonce married her father.
Oh shit.
What's her father like?
He's a hustler, right?
He's a hustler. He's a womanizer. Is he not? Right. I haven't even talked about generational curses. In other words, and I'll get a slight echo, but it's okay.
I'm muted.
We having a discussion, so I'll live with it. There's a piece that I was going to do for my men's channel. I might put it on my women's channel. I haven't decided which one. Where Iyanla Vanzant, she shows you stuff. The thing is that people don't interpret what she's trying to show you. She can't come directly out and say it because it will piss off women. So she's trying to show it to you in a way that you'll get it without her actually coming out and like, I'll come out and say it because I don't have nothing to protect. Okay, I don't, for the most part, I don't. My message doesn't really cater to women because I am that father. Okay, my daughters know it. My grandson know. In fact, my grandson told me that that when I get old, and like I'm not old already, he wasn't going to take care of me because I make him do his homework and I make him, I'm strict on him. Okay, I am that father. That's my role in my family. Okay, with my grandsons, it was with my kids, with my siblings. I was that way. I had to be that way with my kids. I had to be that way, and I've always played that bad guy role. Okay, the party pooper. Okay, you have to do your homework, you have to do this, that, and the other, that kind of stuff.
The realist, if you
The
will.
realist, yeah. Well, you do the same thing with your nephew,
Yeah,
but
and on Facebook, which is why I'm like, yo, listen, I'm gonna have to go back to being an observer and just a liker, because
they don't want
I
to
know
know.
I'll go back and forth and be like, listen, come on, y'all delusional. Like, she didn't want that. She didn't know that he was doing that or that he was that dude. Like,
Yeah,
are
but
y'all serious?
what I want to say is that what women don't realize is that their imprint and them picking or the image of what they think their father is based on what their mother likes. Okay, and what their mother, the kind of man that their mother picked, is based on what their grandmother picked. So it's generational. You keep picking the same. You know, these groups of women keep picking the same dude until somebody decides to get disgusted, something happens, and they break that mold. Okay. Beyonce picked her father. Just like Whitney Houston, we thought Whitney Houston was this sophisticated, great chick, and Bobby Brown was this low down dude. We didn't know anything about Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston picked the dudes that were in her neighborhood, and Bobby Brown fit that.
Right. Yeah. And in fact, who got him? Who hooked on drugs?
Oh,
Was
Bobby!
it
Oh,
Bobby?
they were already. They were already both on it.
Both on it, right?
Oh, their stories about Bobby Brown, man. And crack houses and shit like that. Yeah.
Nice.
You know how them stories get around LA.
Right.
Yeah, they talk about Bobby Brown not showing up for concerts. He had to do a whole 90-day tour to make up the money to the promoters
Jesus.
because he was cracked out. But you know, that's that's ancient history.
Yeah, there was a video actually of him dancing, and he dropped his little bag, his
Oh yeah,
bag of coke or something like that. But
yeah.
I mean,
Hell of a dancer, hell of a performer. Just couldn't get himself straight.
but I just wanted to see your thought. I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, and then also I'll fall back
I
and listen to the women's thoughts on that as well.
okay. It's I think it's hype. Okay, how do you sell to women? Okay, women aren't going. Women, you know, women don't. Women, black women will buy the ain't shit dude or the low down dude or the dude that says he ain't shit quicker than they buy the black Superman.
Yeah, right, right.
With, uh,
Or they'll listen, or they'll get listens on YouTube, Vivo, or the Jay-Z Vivo channel, just so they
yeah,
can hear the part where he admits
you know,
that
I think black women have a trouble. I think black people, period, have a trouble basically controlling their dark side, and you can tell
right,
uh you could tell what a black woman wants by the guy she's with in the in the daytime, and you could tell her dark side by the guy she's with after midnight. Then
right.
you'd be shocked, say, oh, okay, why is this dude sneaking out of your house at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Right.
This dude. Okay.
Yeah, the one you just complained about to
Yes,
me
the
the
one you
other
just
day. It's just
complained
like
about.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had that. What's it called? I had that as a friend, like being in the friend zone with a woman myself, and it was kind of like after I divested from her and like got away from all that, I started to like look at a lot of stuff, and that was before. That was years ago, actually. Now, but that was like when I was in my mid-20s.
Yeah.
Um, and I started to really look at it and analyze it, and I was just like, this is kind of weird. Why this person did that, and then complained about it, and then the next week, you didn't hear from them for like a whole year,
Hmm.
and then they came back and talked about it. It was just kind of weird, and I started to look at it, and I was just like, you know, um, I don't know how to explain it. It's just one of those things where you just like, oh, okay.
Okay. The thing is, when I had friends like that, and they complain about the guy, and they really complain about the guy, I would reverse it. So what do you love about him?
Right, which I did that before.
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay. You
I
love
think
him. So
we had that
you love him.
conversation.
What? So why did? So what is what about him is it that you love? Because you don't hate him. So that but that cuts through all the bullshit, and they stop complaining about him, and they start working on whatever it is, whatever issue they have.
And I did that to a friend. She was in the same thing. She was in the same like loop. And then I asked her, and I was like, if he's so bad, why have you been talking about him the whole weekend? And then she got mad about it, kind of like the whole scenario playing out in your head and everything. And then somebody questioned it, and then it didn't go as scripted. And then she kind of lost her shit and got mad at me. And I was just like, just ask yourself, you haven't said anything good about the gentleman like this whole time. He did this, he did that. Sounds like you're better off without him.
I cut through all that. No, you love him.
Right.
Not why do you complain about it? You love him. So let's work on that.
Now, is that love or lust?
It's love. It's an imprint. They can't get rid of it. It's their. I haven't done it, but it's their animus. That ideal man is in their head that they can't do. Men have it too, but it's normally by sight. I see that woman, and she captured me. And so now, no matter what she does, I might not like what she does, but I can't get away from it.
Right.
And that could be an Instagram model that you send $200 a week to.
Or buy stuff off of her Amazon wish list.
Oh yeah, because women actually use that imprint. That's like a women model themselves after the Instagram model, right? Because there's a vast majority of men that
kind of fit
they like that imprint. So they model themselves so that the imprint will be so that that imprint will affect men, and it's easier to get to know them, easier to get things out of them, and all that stuff. So it's really deep. But you got speaker on and got ladies in. So if there's room in later, you can jump in later, or you can.
Yeah, no problem. No, I got to get back to work. I'm waiting for my business partner to finish installing his switch, but he's already done. Thank you very much. And I hope to hear from the ladies on that too.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, ladies. I don't know if that was instructive to you or not because it was male specific, but
well, as far as the whole Beyonce Jay-Z thing, I actually heard about it from you all talking about it, so I don't really know anything about that situation.
well, he admitted that he basically admitted he cheated on on Beyonce, which is like shock. Yeah, right? Come on now.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess that's news, but
not really. The fact that he admitted it on an album means okay, she accused him, and so now he's admitting it. So now they're gonna make more money on the tour.
People talk about cheating all the time on albums, but I guess it's because it's them. It matters, but whatever. I'm sorry. I guess as far as that part of it, I don't really know anything about it, so I can't give really any specifics on that. But the part that did catch my ear was when he spoke on, like, everybody kind of being shocked, like, they can't, like, the whole situation where I guess he said he saw it on Facebook or saw it in a meme, like, even Beyonce can get cheated on or whatever. That was funny to me because it's like it's been ingrained in my head because of my ex. He had a comment that he would make regularly throughout our relationship. It was, I'll show you a bad bitch, basically, and I bet you I can find a dude that hates that bitch. So it's like,
oh yeah, trust and believe. Like my fiance, okay, you look like Pam Grier, okay. And it took me a while to get over not disliking her. It is what it is. In fact, I had my baby's mother, okay, children's mother, okay. Beautiful chocolate. I mean, beautiful chocolate woman. Beautiful chocolate woman.
But
And
yeah, I
people
don't
wonder, well, okay, how come you can't be? How come you? Women will say, why? She's beautiful. How come? How could you leave her? I say, well, you live with her. You live with her. You try living with her. You know,
definitely.
it's odd, especially when they're young. Especially when my ex, she was young. I can't tell you the number of guys that want to. Yeah, she's got my child and all this stuff. I can't tell you the amount of men that wanted to fight me over her. They're like, dude, she's not going. She's not leaving with you. Okay. Even if you beat my ass, she's gonna be in the ambulance with me going to the hospital. Okay. What are you fighting me for? She's not yours.
That is ridiculous. Okay.
Yes. Well,
Well, thank
that's what I
you.
tell guys about having a woman that's the ratings men have for women, right? 1 through 10, right? So
Mhm.
basically, I said anything over an 8, man, is like having a high priced Mercedes in the projects and parked on the street.
I've heard you say that before.
It is a headache. It is a headache. It's a headache to have. Remember, I had a girlfriend that's in fact, I was looking at Nina Turner, right? and,
Mhm.
and Nina Turner reminded me of my girlfriend one of my girlfriends in high school. She had the face is like she's like one of those people that what do they call them? What we used to call them? Uh, used to be one of those things that we just call them excuse me's, okay, where you're walking behind her and she's the baddest thing walking, you turn around, oh, excuse me. Okay. I thought you were somebody else.
That is hilarious.
But I had what happened. But she was. They said, well, why did you go with
Oh,
her?
goodness.
If she wasn't. I had women tell me she's not that attractive. So you know how that is. In other words, she was. Her face was about a 4, I would say.
Aw,
But she was 5'8". She had a 24-inch waist, and she had 44 triple D's.
jeez.
So most men never saw anything above her neck.
It's a sad existence.
And
But
it's sad. And she was also. I've always had girlfriends that everybody else wanted to steal. Story of my life.
then you like that.
Huh?
I said, then you like that.
I think you know what? It's always had women where guys were, well, how did you get her?
Hmm.
To get well, how did you get her? So I said they picked me. What are you talking about? How did I get her? You ask her. If my ex, the same thing. She was the baddest thing walking around here. How'd you get her? So you have to ask her. It
Such
wasn't a
insults.
logical. Huh? Go ahead.
Such insults.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, they were too good for me. Yeah.
Well, what I wanted to say from last week, like, I had a little problem getting on the link, but I want to thank you for having a show for women. That was number one. It's your
Hmm.
time and energy, so I want to thank you for that. And also, as far as your time and energy, I was thinking that maybe at another time, maybe we can do it on blog talks or be shorter and less trolls. But that's
Um.
something to visit in the future if that's something you like to do. Just want to throw that out there.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Blog Talk is.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never tried it. How is Blog Talk actually operating it? Because I've never actually tried to do it. I know Blog Talk has
Yeah, that's something
issues.
to think about later.
Yeah,
It does.
it probably would be less
And number,
trolls, but
yeah. And what's the third thing? Oh, and then I wanted to speak on, let's see, I think you guys was talking about automation
hmm.
or something and customer service. And
Oh
I did
yeah,
want to speak as,
yeah. In fact,
okay. For customer service,
go ahead.
what were you
As
going
far
to
as
say?
no, I say customer service. Actually, customer service that the help desk actually for the most part until the AIs actually catch up to the point that is a human to human existence, because people don't like machines as far as that is
Yeah.
concerned. So there's probably going to be a more focus on customer service, but the other stuff, like checkout and stuff like that, that's the easiest thing to actually automate. You know, self-help, um, a self-checkout, or even like a digital angel. Okay, digital angel. The idea goes back to when we first saw digital in 1993. There's an actual commercial where a guy, you know, he actually goes through a whole a store, right? He's just picking up stuff, like he looks like he's stealing, right? He's picking up stuff and he's
Okay.
putting it in his pocket and stuff like that. He walks out and the security guard stops him, right? You think he's going to arrest the guy, and he says, "You forgot your receipt." That's digital
Oh,
angel. So
okay.
basically, all this stuff that you're seeing is basically old technology that they're actually releasing. You got to remember, societies worry about putting people out of work, and they have, going back to Julius Caesar, where technology is going to put people out of work. Julius Caesar saw technologies that could have reduced the amount of labor, right? He says, if I bring in this technology, what am I going to do with the peasants that need jobs? So it's an old idea. It's a very old thing where technology replaces human people or human labor.
Okay.
So it's an
And as
old
far as
idea.
for customer service,
Hmm.
I was going to mention that the women need to drop their attitudes because they will find themselves out of work if they had work for customer service, because a company is just not going to deal with that if you're going to, disrupt their business with your attitude with the customers, because they will complain.
Hmm.
And even for myself, when I go shopping and it's predominantly black store,
Hmm.
when I get ready to check out, I look for the men cashiers first. Scan the whole area. I kid you not. After I go through that and I can't find any, my next move would be to look for women without weave.
Okay.
And it's a shame I do that, or well, it is what it is, because I don't want to deal with the attitude. And because I shop with coupons and I just don't want to deal with it, because they'll scan the coupon and say it won't go through and hand it back to me. And that'd be the end of
Hmm.
that. I'm supposed to go home. But I'm like, no, what's wrong? Well, it say it don't work.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh, can you get someone else? And then they'll call someone after they look at it again for about a minute.
Hmm.
Nothing happens. It's not going to jump up and do anything itself. They'll call someone, and then when the person comes over,
Hmm.
instead of just asking for help, they'll go into,
Tell the story, huh?
I, right, I used this, I scanned this, and it didn't work, and I told her.
Hmm.
I'm looking like you didn't even have a conversation with me, but you're
Hmm.
gonna have a conversation with them.
Hmm.
So I, as a woman, don't want to deal with that. So I can just imagine other customers not wanting to deal with that. So the attitude needs to drop. If people don't know something, I think it's a good idea to ask and be teachable. But you don't find it a lot.
Oh, it's sad that I don't know. Maybe I'm off. I think some women just, there's a lot of women that really do not want to work. A lot of women really do want to stay home. They have been
Yeah.
trained to stay home. They need to be in their own house, taking care of their own children, and have their own domain, because they do not really interact with people very well. They need to be at home. Okay, they really do. They don't want to work. They don't want to work. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you're
can't tell
right.
you the 30 some odd, being in a position around women for 30 some odd years, I can't tell you the amount of women that says, I'm tired of work. I wish I could find a man to basically sweep me off my feet and say I can stay home.
Nothing wrong with fairy tales, but they don't work. But a lot of women, they do. They have now with the programs they've changed in Illinois, they have to do something, because even with the Section 8, they
Hmm.
have to
Oh yeah.
keep their lights and I think gas, and I don't know if they do water. It depends on what suburb they're in. They
Hmm.
have to keep that up, and if they don't, they'll lose their Section 8. So they
Hmm.
have to clock in some hours or screw with whatever they do, but they got to get some money. So a
Yeah.
lot of times they
Yeah.
have to
Yeah.
work part time. Hmm.
Yeah, and actually Donald Trump and Ben Carson are going to change that. There's actually a section 3 under HUD where you have to be. It's basically they're going to do the section 8 what Bill Clinton did to welfare in 1996. You're going to have to be if you're going to get your section 8, you're going to have a job, or you're going to have a job, be in a job training program, or you're going to have to be in school learning a trade or learning some kind of skill. Otherwise, you're going to lose your benefits. In other words, they're going to start transitioning people off of Section 8. But I would, if it were me and if it was me and say, oh, I was in Chicago, what I would like for to go on in Chicago, especially for women that are on Section 8 welfare, whatnot, right? That are in the inner city and is running the inner city, right? Is to take them and move them out of the urban area, out of the inner city, right?
Okay.
Give them a community and basically teach them to homeschool their kids, teach them to grow their own fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, but give them an area to do that, give them something to do, give the kids something to do. Where they let them keep their Section 8, let them keep a portion of their welfare, but train them to be in a village to do other things. Do something productive if you're going to be on it, instead of being there in this dismal area with this dismal lifestyle. Push them out, further out. And actually, okay, say we're going to teach you. You have to work at, say, the community garden or your community garden, and training how to grow fruits and vegetables and stuff like that for 2-3 hours a day or 4 hours a day. Same thing for your children. Okay, you're gonna have to homeschool your child for 4 hours a day instead of them going to whatnot, right? And basically, you're gonna have people come in and check up on you. So in other words, you can't work in the industry, you can't work in whatever, but so we're going to pay you to do this. Okay, train your child, improve your neighborhood, that kind of stuff. So in other words, do something productive for your community, so that you're not just cavorting with dudes. You're bored. Basically, a lot of chicks do sleep with dudes like that because they're bored. They do dope because they're bored. They drink because they're bored. They don't have nothing to do. You can't go 24/7, wake up every day, sit in the house and do nothing. Your mind's gonna be you're gonna find something to do. So if you can't find something that's elevating to do, you're gonna find what? The other end. And that's what you see. And when I tell guys about this kind of stuff, they said, "Oh yeah, we could do that." But we tell women, we can't do that." And even teachers, so how are you gonna get these women to do this? Is you send them to training, you teach them to do it, just like you would do anybody else. You teach them to do it. But
Okay.
but you have the do-gooders. Or so-called do-gooders, because you don't want, because you feel sorry for them. You don't want to hurt their feelings. Okay, they grew up bad and they've been on welfare all their lives, and what are you going to do with them? So you got to do something with them. You at least got to try.
This is true. This is true. At least you could try, and if it doesn't work, hey,
It doesn't
right,
work.
you
Yes,
did try.
you train them, you teach them, and you hold them responsible. Okay, you can't just hold them responsible and not teach them. You got to do both. You got to train them, you got to teach them, and then you got to hold them
Right.
responsible. And what you want is
Yeah.
responsible people. You spend more money trying to lock. In other words, the destruction that they do, you spend way more money doing that. Okay, you spend, I don't know what it is in California. It's up to like $60,000-$70,000 to send a man to prison. Okay, a year. So I don't know what it is in Illinois, but it's in Illinois. But I'm sure that it's being near an urban center like that. I'm sure it's at least $50,000 a year to send a man to prison in
Yeah,
Illinois.
probably.
So the thing is, the police hours you got to clock, the local destruction and all the other stuff that adds up, that's tearing the community apart. All the money you spend trying to keep a bad system floating, how come you can't spend that money teaching people to build their community instead of tear it down, instead of allowing them to tear it down? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me. Then if you teach her something, say you take a woman, you teach her something to grow vegetables or do something like that, where she can use her own imagination in an environment that's not so depressive. Maybe, just maybe, she'll feel better about herself. Maybe that may just maybe she will pick better guys. Maybe, just maybe, she won't do the dope, or at least if she does the dope, she'll grow it in her backyard. Okay.
Okay.
Which is another thing that I remember I had yeah, I had two friends that worked at that had medical marijuana cards, right? And they would go to the dispensary.
Uh-huh.
They spend like $600 a month at least buying dope. I said, okay, why don't you just grow it yourself?
Hmm.
Why don't you just grow it?
That's a good
It's a
idea.
weed. It's a weed. You said you can grow 6 plants. Why don't you just grow it yourself and save $600? It's $600. You can spend $600 growing it yourself and get better quality. And after that, you got plants. You probably never have to pay for it again. So why don't you just grow it yourself? Oh, I can't do that. I'm too busy. So, oh, good Lord.
Okay. See that
Most
happen,
guys don't grow
Mendoza.
because they don't want to get arrested for it. But women are like, okay. Oh, I said, oh, I forget it.
Yeah, it's an idea.
Forget it. Yeah, it's an idea. It's like that's why I said that's why I'm on YouTube, because it's not like
Mhm.
it's not like you don't have a gazillion ideas. This is trying to find the one idea that Black people will accept, men and women. So it's not just a woman problem. Men have different problems, and on my hangouts we talk about the problems that men have with trusting each other and working together, and being financially accountable to each other and that kind of stuff. Um, which Black people have a huge accountability problem. Huge accountability problem.
Mhm.
And
Oh
I get on
yeah.
Black guys about being
Definitely.
accountable all the time. All the time. They say, why don't you never get on men? I get on men all the time about being accountable.
Yeah.
Accountability is a big one.
Huh?
I said accountability is a big one. I was having a issue with my mom recently. And I realized that it's like accountability and being able to confront people, or black people, black women especially, about accountability. And my experiences tend to mostly deal with my mom and my sister.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the situation was, she does something for me regularly and
Mm-hmm.
just out of the blue decided that she didn't want to do it anymore. I was
Okay.
okay with her not wanting to do it. I just felt
Okay.
that I should have been notified about it
Yeah. Yeah.
prior.
Yeah.
And when I tried to address that concern, it turned into a situation where that couldn't be the issue that we were addressing. It had to turn into a fight. And it's crazy to me that I felt like if it's not talking about cotton candy and flowers, it has to. I don't know. It seems to always turn into a negative fight situation, and that's something that I've noticed regularly, and that kind of seems to be accountability, or for me, it reflects as accountability.
Hold on a second. Now, Jamie, this is, unless you have a really quick question, this is a female hangout. And the only time I allow you guys can listen, you guys can comment in the chat, but the only time I really allow men into the space is either the ladies ask for you, or it's to a point um, where there's a where women aren't there's not enough women that have extra time, but this is their time. So I don't want to I'm not trying to offend you, but I'm saying this is their channel, this is their time, this space is for them. So if you want to listen, fine. But I'm saying, as far as asking a question, unless it's a real quick question that you want to ask, this is their channel. This is their hangout. I'm dropping the link for them. So I'm asking guys to basically police themselves. So this is, like I said, this is not a unless you have something on the board that the ladies would like to discuss, and they want you on because they want to get something cleared up. But this is their channel. So I'm not, I'm just saying I saw you pop up, but the link is there for them. So unless you got a real burning question that kind of feeds into what we're talking about, Like Mike had a question, and we allowed that. The ladies allowed him to ask his question. But I'm saying is, I want to keep. It's hard enough. Okay, women, it's hard enough herding cats. Okay, and women is like herding cats sometimes. And when you put men in the mix, there tends to be like a fight. So I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. How can I say it? I'm not trying to be mean to you. What I'm saying is this is their space. So, but you guys can listen and comment, and if there's something on the board and they want you in, they will ask for you to come in. But I want to kind of keep it for right now until we kind of get a level of discourse where people can get along with each other. I would kind of like keep it separate. Anyway, finish what you're saying, Candace. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're fine. And so basically, kind of like what I'm wanting to get to is, seems like you deal with situations like that regularly, where people close to you may not, be as accountable as you may want them to be.
Hmm.
How do you deal with those situations? Because my way of ending the situation was, I ended it at basically literally telling her, we do better together when we pretend like things don't exist and situations don't occur. So from right now, I'll pretend, and I have been pretending since, and everything
Mm.
has been just fine in that
Uh-huh.
sense. But I'm like, how do you deal with people that you don't necessarily want to cut off? Because I'll cut people off, but it's like when I'm dealing with my mom or my sister, I may not agree with, their mindsets and things like that. But
Okay,
it's like,
the first thing you try not to do is put yourself in a position if there's something that they don't want to do and they don't want to verbalize it. Once you make it clear, they kind of make it clear that they don't want to do it. You try not to put themselves in the position where they have to do it, or at least limit the situations where they have to do something they don't want to do. What it is, they don't want to do it, and they don't want to feel like they're a bad guy, and they don't want to tell you directly. Okay, so that I'm gonna get mad at you and start a fight and blame something else on it when I could have just told you, look, okay, I've done this for this amount of time or this amount of years, and I'm getting kind of tired of it. It's kind of played out. So you know what I would like to do this less, or would like to stop it at all, altogether, which women do not like to do.
and see that I would have been, like I said, completely fine with. It was just
Yeah,
like an
they don't.
immediate, I don't want to do this anymore. And when I wanted to address how that was done, it was
Yeah.
just scapegoating, and I was just like, I don't even know how to deal. Like, yeah, so even if you do cut out the situation where you're not, dealing with it, I still want her to be accountable. I think that's kind of where I am, and I don't want to force accountability, but it's like, I guess, I don't know. I guess you're right. Just don't put yourself in situations where people have to be accountable. But like, other things are going to happen. They just will happen. It just is what it is. So I'm just curious on, like, I don't even know how to handle those conversations to where people don't escape, like, or attempt to scapegoat out of having conversations that should be had, especially if they're respectful.
It's okay. The thing is that you probably been listening to me, or you have a mindset that's a little what, the lack of a better term, your animus is probably a little bit more developed than theirs. Whether your logical mind is a little bit more developed than theirs. So the thing is, how do you you have to slowly train them into seeing things a different way, or basically communicating a different way. What Carolyn Mace said a long time ago, you have to invoke the adult. So if she's arguing about something, you tell her, you look. I said, that's not the issue, okay? And what you're doing right now is doing what a little girl would do or a child would do. And I said, and we're both adults. You can tell me straight up what you do and don't want. You don't need to go. We don't need to go through all this. And you have to bring the adult out. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they want to hold on to whatever their pattern is that they won't get out of it. But you have to bring the adult forth. And sometimes you let her cool off, you come back, and then you revisit the problem. Okay, look, okay, I noticed you got upset when this happened. Okay. But you ventured off into something else. So now that you've cooled down, now I want to come get with you, and I want to know what you really feel, not what you think, what you really feel about what happened.
Hmm.
And most times after they cool off, they actually give you the truth. And so and then you say, for the future, if you don't like something, if you do not like something,
Hmm.
tell me. It takes a while. Tell me when you don't like something before it gets to the point where you have to react and get upset. Because normally you've taken it. Normally women hold stuff, okay, because they don't want
Hmm.
to feel bad. So they rather uh, feel angst, start a fight, so they can blame. Uh, they can feel justified in what they're feeling because they're feeling guilty that they don't want to do something. So they'll start a fight. So they don't
Yeah.
have to feel, they don't have to feel bad for letting somebody down or basically being firm and holding of something they don't want. So they'll start a fight and deflect it to something else. So he said, for the future, if you don't like something, before it gets to the point where you're going to get angry at me or mad at me, tell me ahead of time. Look, okay, I'm doing this and I'm not feeling this right now because this, that, and the other, and I'll understand. So that way I don't get blindsided and you don't have to get mad at me and I don't have to cut you off or not talk to you because adults don't need to do that. We can talk to each other. But it takes time to actually train people to think that way or train people to do that. Well, my mother's 80 years old. She's just not getting it. And I've
Hmm.
been telling her for years. She'll play that game when she wants something. She'll complain and whine and talk about it. I used to tell her, look, if you need something, just say it. And it's either I'll say yes or I'll say no. But if you need something, I said that's a little girl's way of getting something out of daddy, okay? And you're not a little girl, you're my mother. So actually, if you need something and I have it, or I'll agree to give it to you, I'll do it. If I don't agree to it, it'll be no. Just like this is an adult, but you have to handle it like an adult. But
Yeah.
that's the process.
It's
Yeah.
dry
That's like
bagging.
that
Excuse
sounds
me.
like. Oh, sorry. I
Go
was
ahead.
no saying that that kind of sounds like that sounds very similar to how I feel like I have to speak to her on a regular basis because she does this thing every year. Well, she did do this thing every year where she would remind me of her birthday and remind me of Mother's Day and just continually do these things like leading up to the day. And I told her a couple of years back, I was like, if you ever, I was like, I've literally known you at the time. I think
Yeah.
I was like 27. I was like, I've known
Right.
you for 27 years. I know when these dates are. I was like, if you ever remind me again, that's the day that you don't get the gift. That's
Hmm.
the day that you
Yeah.
sign that you don't want the gift and you're not getting the gift.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, it's called a boundary, and women are lousy at boundaries. Okay, they really are. They're not really not designed for it. That's in the purview of a masculine thing. Women do have a masculine in their head. They just don't develop it, and that's why I rub women the wrong way. It's not because I'm really I curse at them. Not that I call them names. Is that I basically uh, force their masculine or their accountability, their honor and their accountability feature, which is in their head, that they don't want to grow because it's painful. It's painful to keep your word. It's painful to tell people no. It is. It's easy to tell people yes and be agreeable all the time. Women are afraid that they won't be liked because women want consensus.
Hmm.
So, and basically with women that do say no or affirm about it, they're called bitches. So you have to own it. Okay. Uh, here my grandson telling me that because I make him read or I make him do his homework or keep him in check that he doesn't like me or I'm not his favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, it doesn't feel good. Okay, but it still has to be done. And you
Yeah.
have a whole bunch of women that defer. Okay, it's like, okay, you're his mother. You're supposed to discipline him, not me. So how come you have to use my name when he's doing something wrong?
And it's funny that you talk about that because that was actually a topic that I was going to talk to you about because my son, he's 4, and it's crazy. I dealt with the exact situation last night because every night, since it's gone into summer, I've tried to do these lessons with them and
Hmm.
just keep up with these on a nightly basis. And
Hmm.
last night he was being very stubborn. He did not want to do the lesson. He just wanted to be on the tablet.
Hmm.
And so I did concede last night, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I felt like the lesson wasn't going to go through, so I went in my bedroom, and then he he stayed in, and he was on his tablet in his room. Then like about 10 minutes passed, he came in, and he's like, "Mommy, I don't like you anymore. Just so you know, we're not friends." And I was just like, I was like, okay, get out of my room.
Now, well, you know what? You know what? Because my daughter, my both my for, normally it's girls, but my daughter did it. All my children did it. My son never did that. He never did. He kind of accepted whatever I told him. But my daughter did it. Both my daughters did it. My grandson did it. I always say, okay. They said, well, you know what? I told him I don't like you either. Okay. I told my grandson,
Yeah,
like
that's
I
what
told my daughter, I don't like you either. But guess what? Okay. I told her, you're my daughter. I'm your daddy. You're stuck. We stuck with each other, so we got to make the best out of it. And I told my grandson the same thing, and I told him the same thing. A week later, he says, he was mad at me. He said, He said, I don't like you, but you got caught up in my net. In other words, I'm stuck with you. And I said, no, no. I said, your mother got caught up in my net, and then you got caught up in her net. So we're all stuck in one big net together. So what are we gonna do about it?
Oh my goodness. How old is he?
We called him. Remember. Have you ever see Roger Rabbit?
Yes.
Remember the baby that was like
Yes.
90 years old? That's my grandson.
Oh my God.
He's a 93-year-old man in a 4-year-old body. He's just as grouchy as a 93-year-old man.
He's the boss baby.
He's the boss baby. He really is.
That is hilarious. It's caught in my net.
He got caught up in my net. So no, you got it backwards, kid. I'm stuck with you, and I wasn't supposed to get stuck with you, but I'm stuck with you.
And so I'm trying to get a hang of this whole like handling these situations on my own. Would you say in those scenarios where I end up with I'm not your friend, I'm not this, I'm not that.
Okay,
Should,
okay, you're okay. Okay. First of all, you have to come out of your female brain, which is consensus, which is consoling and that kind of stuff, right? Because that naturally you incline to want to make him feel comfortable, want to make him feel happy, that kind of stuff. That's natural for a woman. Comforting is natural for a female. That's feminine. That is her natural gift. Okay. The masculine is boundaries. The masculine has to be the taskmaster. The masculine has to have the greater will, right? And my grandson when he was 3, okay. Well, he was 3. He was in preschool. He's in 3, and they were teaching him how to sketch. In other words, the little dots and how you connect the dots and write your name, right, with little dots and stuff like that. Okay,
right.
he was connecting the dots, right? Okay, he wasn't focusing on the letters. So
Okay.
so he was having problems writing his name, right? Okay, because of the way his mind works. So basically, I had to go old school. So I have a big dry erase board. I brought out the big dry erase board. I threw away all the dots and stuff like that. Okay, you're gonna want to learn this old school. You're gonna learn it one letter at a time. So he had to start forming freehanding his letters at 3 years old, one letter at a time, right? And sitting there for an hour and a half, 2 hours a day, teaching him to write is murder. Okay, it's
Yeah.
frustrating when it's with trying to constantly reinforce to a child to do this when the child doesn't want to do it, and you have to sit there and you have to kind of take it. You got to take that bad feeling come back because you're trying to get somebody to do what they don't want to do. But since it's a child, you have to be patient. So in other words, if I have to sit here for 3 hours with you to do this, you're gonna get it done. I'm not going to like my daughter. She wants get it, just go in and do it in 15 minutes and get it done. And if not, we're going to help you do it and all this. No, 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 no. If it takes 2 hours for you to sit there and get this done, I have to be willing to sit here with you for 2 hours, like a coach. Have to be willing to sit there with you for 2 hours and get it done. It's like you can't have a prisoner if there's no guard, right?
Right.
So it's just as hard on the guard as it is on the prisoner. The only thing is that your will has to be greater than his because you're older. So you, in other words, you're getting frustrated and impatient. Guess what he's doing? Frustrated and impatient. But the thing is, you're an adult, and you can see the bigger picture. Uh, he's got to learn how to read. He's got to learn how to write. Whatever he needs to be done, you have to hold those. You know, if you don't have somebody else making those boundaries for you, like a man, then you have to do it. Because if you have a man or a father or a husband or whatever it is, and okay, he puts the kid on punishment for 30 days, and you cut it down to a week, and he walks in from work and find out the kid has, say, the tablet or something, or he's on a game or something. I say, what is he doing on the game? Well, you know, he had been good for a week, and I felt that it was okay. No, you go in and you take that pad, that tablet, or that whatever from it, and you put it back in the closet where it was. In other words, the husband or the man is there to hold boundaries, okay? Because he doesn't care about your feelings. Because my biggest thing, use pardon my French, my biggest word for, especially when it comes to fuck your feelings, cupcake. Because we're dealing with reality.
No,
We're dealing with reality, cupcake. You can't, cupcake, because I'm gonna tell. This was for you, Char. I'm gonna tell you. This is for you, Charlie. I have more respect for bitches than I do for cupcakes. Really do. Snowflakes and cupcakes, I cannot stand. I have more respect for bitches.
Speaking of, did you find any cupcake pictures?
I don't know. I gotta look for some. I mean, there's tons of cupcake pictures. I just look for a nice chocolate one.
So Charles said he was gonna find one for you.
Yeah, you know, yeah, because it's a no cupcake zone because they don't have time. Okay, we don't have time to because I had to soften. I had a girlfriend that really softened me up because because growing up, especially with my mother. My mother's a country girl. Okay, I think there was I showed a film looking back with those kids with the hunger in America, where they're picking cotton and they didn't have enough food. My mother grew up like that, So I have zero sympathy. I have zero sympathy for women nowadays. I got zero sympathy for you because I've heard the stories of my grandmother, my aunts, and my mother and my grandmother how they had to deal in racist Louisiana. I got zero sympathy for you. So you crying because your feelings hurt doesn't mean anything to me. So well, you hurt my feelings. I don't care about you. If you're crying because I did something to you, okay, I really hurt you. I really hurt you. I really damaged you, and you're crying. Yeah, but I'm wrong for that happening because you don't even have to cry. If I damaged you or I did something wrong to you and I hurt you, okay, that's real. That's real. I accept you. You don't even have to have tears. I feel, you don't. But you crying because you didn't like something I said. No, I don't accept that. So you can cry all you want. Like, I remember my niece and my daughters when they had to do something, they would start crying, and I would get up. I get a big glass of water. I put it right there. I get some tissue. I say, okay, dry your eyes. Drink some water. Dry your eyes. And they sniffle. I said, okay, now let's get back to work. Because I allowed you 2-3 minutes to cry, get it all out. So now you got it all out. Let's get back to work. And same with my women. Okay, here's some water. Here's some tissue. Get it all out. In fact, I'm gonna harass you so you can get it all out. Cry all out. I want all them tears drained so we can get back to work.
All right, now.
Because I was raised by my grandmother and my mother. Them tears don't mean nothing. Like my grandmother, tears don't get cotton picked.
Okay, that's true.
Tears don't get cotton picked. If there's something wrong, you're hurt. There's something you're in pain, or you're hurt, or well, if you got caught, if I get caught in the bed with another woman, oh yeah, you have every reason to cry. In fact, crying is probably the furthest, last thing that you're gonna do. Because you don't like something I said. Never rock with me. So tears. Here's your handkerchief. All right, cupcake. Come on, get them tears out. Now let's get back to work. Somebody got a no cupcake. Char, okay. but but
That's
that's
right.
but I can be abrasive like that because it's no nonsense. Because if you know, I can't. I'm not that kind of person to like pat your hand. Okay, like rub you. Oh, come on now, it's okay. Blah 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 blah. Like when my daughter, you know, you're in college, you get pregnant, you have to have a kid, right? All right. So dad, are you mad at me? No, you're 24 years old. Okay, you can have a kid if you want to. So why should I be mad? If you're 17, I'd have my foot up your behind, but you're 24. You're a grown woman. You made that choice. Now you have to raise this child. What are you gonna do? But I don't want to hear but no, you made that decision. That's like she talks about babies. I don't accept that.
Right.
I know the child that I raised. I don't know nothing about him because you did you bring him around me when you were dating him? No, I meet him at your baby shower. So
Oh,
now you want to blame? You want me to take your side against him? I don't know anything about him, but I know the child that I raised.
Right.
That's what I do know. I know the child that I raised, and I know the child that I raised did whatever the way your personality is. He didn't trick you. You did whatever you wanted to do. You had this baby because you wanted to. Now you have to accept the responsibility of raising this child. And there is no excuses. I don't accept no excuses like that. If you carry a baby in your womb for 40 weeks, you have all this time to make a decision about what you're gonna do with this child. So when that baby comes out, that woe is me shit should have been done 40 weeks ago. Whatever tears you needed to cry because you were pregnant and getting ready to have a kid, that should have been done 40 weeks ago. Now reality is here. The time for doing is here, not the time for crying. Well, I don't
Yeah.
have no life. You should have thought about that, sweetie, before you didn't make him wrap it up. Okay.
Hmm.
It's like them people say, well, I'm easy on guys. Chicks come to me and says, well, yeah, I can't get him to pay. I said, baby, it's business. Okay, it's business now. If he doesn't want to pay, and if he doesn't want to pay, he's willing to accept what it is. You get on the phone and says, look. In fact, that was a lady at work because she was
Right.
crying because her daughter needed. I think her daughter, I think it was a prom or a dance or something. I think it was a dance, and her daughter needed a dress or something like that. And she had the dad was in Arizona, right? And she was trying to get money for the dress and this kind of stuff and like that. I said, I said, is he on? I said, does he pay any kind of monthly stuff for it? She said, no. Has he ever paid? No. Well, I said, well, how
Mm.
old is she? She's 15. I said, okay, baby. At this point, it's business, right? If he doesn't want to do it, here's what you say to him. Okay. I said, well, I think she needed like $500 or $600. I said, as you get on the phone
Mm.
with him and you tell him this. You don't get on the phone and cry. This is, look, it is far cheaper. It's far cheaper for you to scrape up the money, beg, borrow, steal the money, so that this child can go to, I forget whatever it was that the child needed to go to.
Mm.
Far cheaper for you to do that than me to go down to the district attorney, the child support office, and file on you because I
Mm.
know where you are and I know your social security number. So you're gonna have to spend way more money to fight, not only to fight this, but to pay back child support and whatever it is that you need to pay than it is for you to scrape up this money. So you have two choices: either I get my money within a week, or I'm headed down there. Which one do you want? Needless
Business.
to
All
say, she
right.
got her money. Yeah, it's business. I'm not saying you had to
Mm.
put him on child support. Give him the option. Like my grandson. Okay, I took him. I was taking him to school this week, right? And he didn't want to go. Okay, so I said, okay, you know what? I said, you can either. It said, I'm tired, but I said, I tell you what, you can either go to school or you can stay home with grandpa. And I said, I get all your flashcards out, we can get all your books out, and we can make up flashcards. We can learn how to, add and subtract. We can learn how to, you can go through read your word cards, you can read books and all that kind of stuff. You can stay home. We can do it at home. We don't have to do that. And he looked at me and he said, I think I want to go to school.
Exactly.
I said, are you sure you want to go to school? He put his head down. He nodded. Yeah, I said, we can go back. I said, we don't have to, And when he was getting out of the van to walk in the class, he had his head down. I said, okay, last chance. You sure you want to go? Don't want to go home? He shook his head. No. You have, in other words, at some point you have to start giving children choices. And what you want to do is, like in the army, you make the choice that they have to face worse than the one that they have to do. In other words, like if he's on an iPad and he doesn't want to do his work, I said, you don't have, okay, you don't have to do your work. I said, it's okay. All these iPads are going up in the closet until you finish this work. It's up to you. You can either finish it now, but you don't get to your iPads or whatever, tablet, whatever you got until you finish this. So if you don't want to look at the tablet, that's cool. I'm gonna put this up in the closet. Now, some kids will be so stubborn as well, they'll sit in the corner just not to do the work. They're that stubborn. Most kids, they want to do something. So their reward is actually whatever it is. You don't owe them that leisure. You don't owe them to what feed them and clothe them. After that, I don't have to educate you. I don't have to teach you nothing. All I have to do is keep you alive. And if the basics are good enough for you, I said I can make it far harder on you than you can on me. So you don't want me to do that.
So basically, just get harder.
Well, the thing is, you start taking things from them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I've done that for smaller things, like trying to get him to eat meals, but it's like I feel like I feel like what I'm hearing is I need to be harder.
Okay, you put the old school parents, like I was raised old school parents. Okay, you had two choices: eat what's in front of you or starve. It's literally like that because I'm the people they hear me talk and says, well, you don't sound like I'm a poor kid. I grew up a poor kid. Okay, the food that was on the table was the food that was on the table. There was nothing else. So you either ate it or you starved.
Mm-hmm.
So kids that if trying to figure out what a kid will eat and won't eat, okay, that's I see it all the time, but that's inconceivable to me. The food on the table is the food on the table. Now you try to make accommodations to figure out what a kid will and won't eat, but at some point, okay, you don't want to eat, okay, don't eat it. I'm not going to make you eat it. I can't make you eat it. You don't want it, okay. You get it for breakfast. I don't want that either. Okay. After a day or two, those belly pains will say, okay, I'm going to eat it. Very, very few children have enough will to starve themselves to death because of what choice.
I literally haven't tried that. So bad.
What is the option? If you put a meal on the table,
I'm all like, what about this? What about this? How
I mean
about this?
that's a lot of a lot of the masculine had to come out in women because they needed to survive. You would not survive without it. Literally would not survive without it. Like I said, that video about hunger in America, where they talk about that black family where they're picking cotton.
Yeah.
They literally had nothing to eat. They would eat anything because they had nothing to eat. If you have nothing to eat, you will eat anything. Whatever, you can figure out whatever food that you absolutely hate, and I put you on an island where there's nothing else. You actually can't stand that food. It makes you throw up. Okay. Day one, you won't eat it. Day 3, you may not eat it. Day 5, you may not eat it. I guarantee you by day 10, you're gonna eat it, whatever it is. You can hate it. By day 10, it's either you're gonna live or you're gonna die, and it comes down to that. And if it comes down to life or death situation, you're gonna eat it. It's not that serious for a child, because I know mothers make huge accommodations and huge choices. They give children too many choices.
Yeah.
But and they think a child, okay, if he goes to bed hungry, then I'm a bad mother, and he's gonna die in the middle of the night. No, he's not gonna die in the middle of the night. He's gonna get hungry.
Because he has pulled that role where he's gotten up, like say like if it's one of these nights where I might just be in here just like relaxing, and he'll come up and like midnight and he's like, oh, I'm hungry, and I'm like, no, you can go get in the bed, and I'm just like, I'm not dealing with it, but then he'll put on the sad eyes or something like that, and
No,
then I
whatever he
feel
turned,
bad.
whatever he turned down, you wrap it up, you put it in the refrigerator. Whatever you turn down, your food is still in the refrigerator. You can go eat it if you want. It's
Yeah.
up to you. I mean, that's the way I would handle it. That's how come that's like my grandson called it, "Oh, mean grandpa." Yeah, well, it is what it is. Like
Wow.
like my son is 30. He thought I was mean too, and he was 19. Thought I was mean too. But the thing is, you're not in the NBA, are you? But I'm mean.
Mm.
Like they talk about Richard Williams. Richard Williams, he's a bastard. He's a son of a bitch. He's mean. He's all that stuff. But guess what?
Look at those
His
girls.
children are worth $500 million. What is your
Yeah,
daughter's worth?
exactly.
Wow.
He might be a bastard. He might be mean. I might hate his guts. But guess what? I wouldn't be there without him. Same thing with the ball.
Mhm.
LeVar Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People hate him, but the thing is, most guys recognize that's the kind of father that I needed.
Mhm.
That's how come black men are really attracted to LeVar Ball. I wish my father was like that.
Yeah, I would say I think the only thing that I feel like is even bad about that whole situation is that I can spot him and I know his name off of I can see his face and know his name, and I couldn't spot or know the name of any of his children.
Ooh, well, okay, he's following the pattern of Richard Williams. He's taking all he's taking all the arrows.
Hello?
You know, hello.
Oh.
Hey, this is Edward. Good night, ladies. Good night, BTS. I got a quick question, and
Quick
and
question.
I'm
Go ahead.
off.
All right.
How much of that, even in the children, do you think that that's like a natural, like overall black people, African Americans, resistance to black male leadership versus just natural? Because you don't hear that as much amongst white men, like white kids, white men. You see what I'm saying? Does that make
No,
sense?
no, I'm confused.
Oh, okay. It's a lot because black women don't like to admit that it is a matriarch, and they do. Black women naturally look to women for leadership or consensus, and they bypass the male unless that male is a really. That's how come the male has to be really ultra masculine. That's how come
Hmm.
women are attracted to really ultra masculine men.
I would say that that's true because I took a inventory of the elder women in my family, and it seems like for quite a few years I have an aunt who's kind of been considered the I guess you could say the matriarch of our family, and none of the women have a solid like well one has a solid husband that's been around for a while, but the others do not, and they seem to have a real aversion to men asserting their authority. And I
Mm.
feel like that's, I don't know, I just feel like it's a really weird thing, um, to have such an aversion to it, to not, I don't know, to not want it, to not, I don't know, to not be attracted to it. I feel like that's a weird
It,
thing, so
it,
I
it,
don't
it,
know.
it's been handed down. It's been something that they've seen and something that they notice, even inside the family. Black women run the family. They do. You know, I have a hell of a time with the women in my family. Um, from my mother to my daughters to their mother and the grandmother on the other side, stuff like that. It's like they get their heads together and they basically form Voltron up, against male leadership. They just do.
Mhm.
So basically, so I have to. Basically a lot of this is formed basically from dealing with a lot of women and dealing with my own family. How do you deal? How do you navigate that to get them to do something? Because the children will naturally follow children naturally are attached to the mother. They will follow the mother and they adopt this stance. So the thing is, and so you can be either be ultra masculine and be outward with it or be firm. Like a lot of women think I'm easygoing, right? And I am to a point. But the thing is, that I'm easygoing until they hit that boundary. In other words, a lot of ultra masculine guys like to put a collar on women, right?
Mhm.
Basically, they put them on a leash, put a strong collar on them, right? They go, you can't wander around the yard because you got to go over here, you got to go over there. In other words,
Yeah.
they have to be like that. I don't. I put up a boundary. Okay,
Mhm.
I put up a fence. Okay, you can run around inside that fence all you want, but that's as far as you go. When you hit that fence, it's be more like a brick wall. You're gonna run into it, and it's not gonna move for you.
I see what you mean.
And it's different. And actually, it works better for white women than it does for black women. It really does. But sometimes, a lot of guys say, well, you really have to put a collar on her. You really have to put a leash on her. You really have to guide. You have to literally guide her around the yard by her nose until she learns. And I'm not like that. It's just not me. I have boundaries, and I explain them to you over and over and over again. And some women accept it, some don't. But black women they have a hard time realizing that it's a matriarchy, because if they admitted that it was, then they would have to take responsibility for what goes on in the society. They want the power of the matriarchy, but the thing is, they don't want to accept the responsibility of it.
That kind of
Because go
makes me think about what you were saying about responsibility, because it's like I have my brothers. I was really listening to the video in regard to the boys in California and the reading level.
hmm
Um, like I have a brother it's a 2 year difference in between us,
uh-huh.
and in the ways that my mom raised us, like you said, is it's providing just the bare minimums. Um, is one thing, in my opinion, to, like you were saying when we were discussing previously, to provide those extras. And if there's resistance, pull back and just say, well, then these are the bare necessities, these are the things that you have. But I feel like when it comes to what I see with my brother and even myself, and my mom has a total of 7 children,
hmm
and I noticed that there was not a push for the children to be better than what the parent is. And as a parent now, reflecting back on that, it's very odd to try to get inside the mindset of a person who did those things. Like my brother does not have an education at all, and I'm pretty sure now, he's a tattoo artist. He's excelled
hmm
past those things, and this, it's not a real true factor at the moment. But just thinking, if he did have to fall back on a skill or something that did reflect on reading or something like that, it would be an issue for him, because he wouldn't have those skills to fall back on. And I do feel like that does fall a lot on my mom, and what a lot of
Okay,
what she didn't do.
if I can ask a question, a personal
Sure.
question, what was the difference between how she approached you and how she approached him?
I feel like how, with me and my brother being able to have adult conversations now, his mindset is he sees it as he was put in position to do bad things by my mom, and an education or excelling or living, basically living a fulfilled life as a complete man, weren't weren't factors. And where we are different is I don't feel like I was put in positions to do bad things, but I also wasn't put in a position to be a complete woman and be taught the things that, I should have been taught. So that's where we do have a lot of similarities. But as far as like education, I feel like I just
You
wanted
did.
an education,
Oh,
and that was really the different.
you
But
did
I
it on
wasn't
your own.
pushed by her. Yeah, I wasn't pushed by. I wasn't pushed by her to achieve
Okay.
it.
Okay. Because the school system is actually built for women nowadays,
Hmm.
and that's the biggest because really because the white women are really raging about the school system, how they treat the boys, because white women know we need our men, and you're not educating them properly, so we need, so basically letting them slide and letting them fail is not an option for white women. Uh-uh.
Hmm.
No, 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 no. Because my son needs to be a husband. He needs to know how to work. He needs to be trained because we need our men to keep our society together.
And it's like it doesn't even like she. Well, I'll speak about my situation. She didn't think about that at all, and it's like I have a total of four brothers, and it's
Mhm,
like that's like I talk about that a lot. When I'm in your comments and just things
mhm.
about that. Like a lot of what I listen to, I'll just share over to my brothers, and I'll call them later and be like, hey, did you listen? Did you check out that video? And a lot of it is a lot of dry responses and things like that. And I don't know. I guess you don't play any music in your backgrounds or anything when you're talking, so maybe it's not
It,
catching
it's it is
catching the
that is the
attention. But
funniest thing because when I play music in the background, I get complaints. When I don't play music in the background, I get complaints. So
no, it's funny. You don't. For me, I will speak for me. You don't need any music in the background, um, at all. But I'm just, just
Yeah.
kind of being, just being funny. But it's like I don't know what it would not. I don't know what about you would not be interesting to young males between 20
because
and 35.
because I'm okay
Yeah.
because I'm not an entertainer. Okay, if I was slicker and I made it more entertaining, I probably had more viewers. I probably have more subs. That kind of stuff because I would make it fun. I would make it entertaining, and I don't know if it's consciously or subconsciously. I don't really my videos don't really entertain. Okay, they
Yeah.
they teach. I think they
They
Course,
yeah.
teach.
of course. Yeah, exactly. And so it's like, listening, I try to, share as much of your information that I absorb, and I try to find as many tidbits and things like that I can send over, because I do know they don't have
See, I got a
um,
comment. I got one in the comment section. Don't play music, please.
no,
So
no, I was not
that's what I
asking for
got.
music. I was just joking.
Okay, okay.
And
Uh,
so I just think, I try to, basically try to spread, whatever information I do obtain from you, because I don't feel like I have those elders to go to, and majority of my elders are
mm,
females and typically perpetually single or perpetually into submissive beta men, which I don't really have an interest in. So
mm,
um, I like that I can, listen to your videos, and especially now have you to be able to have the one-on-one commentary as well. So I feel like you're definitely you're teaching me. So kudos to you.
well, yeah. Basically, I've done the mountain of work for the past 20 years, and basically, I'm trying to give my folks what was given to me. So I had extremely good teachers that taught me how to see the world differently. Very, top quality teachers that that opened up my world and my vision of the world. I'm trying to give that to my folks, and some people grasp it quicker than others. Because I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm just trying to change their vision more than anything else,
Hmm.
so they can see it for themselves. Because like they like Morpheus said, okay, you can't tell people what the magic is. You have to show them.
Right.
Okay, so I have to show you what it is, and you have to make up your mind. So basically, a lot of stuff is counter, like I would say, counter to like 90% of what you're going to hear. And a lot of people are uncomfortable because it's counter. Like with the boys reading, okay, they're saying, well, you're blaming women. No, I'm holding the people that have the children accountable for the child's education. I said it's a crime that 40 years we're still suffering from the same thing, and everybody wants to talk about colorism. Everybody wants to talk about everything else except what's important, which is in your own household. It doesn't make any sense to me because it should have been, they spent all this money and all this time trying to get the the men that you need raised properly, and you complain about it. You don't have any men that are raised properly, but you don't think about the boys that are the men, the baby men that are in your house.
Exactly. Yeah. It
That's
reminds
it.
me of like the China situation where they have way way too many men in comparison to
Yeah.
women, because of their whole
And one,
childbirthing
one, one, one
situation.
child policy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
well,
then
well, the
the
thing is,
slavery
it
as
wasn't.
well.
Well, yeah, they were thinking about themselves because contractually in their society legally
Yeah,
it's the men that have to take care of the
the
parents when they
parents,
get old.
right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So if they can only have one, guess what they're going to have?
Right, the one that's gonna take care of
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's
I have a
selfish.
question.
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie. Willie.
I have a question that has to do with teaching.
Hmm.
I had noticed that for me, I'm not good with math, but I realized at about, I'll say my senior year of high school, that I
Hmm.
only really picked up math from men teachers than I did women teachers.
Hmm.
What could that be, or is it just my imagination?
Because math is what? Logic, right? Who's better at logic?
Men.
Men. So it's natural. It's a natural.
Ah,
Unless you get there's women that are really good at it. And plus, most math teachers are good at doing it, but they're not good at teaching it. You have a handful of really good math teachers because I could never get calculus till there was one guy that taught it the way I could understand it,
Mhm.
and boom. And in
oh,
fact, I learned it. I struggled with it, and all of a sudden, the one guy that actually could explain it to me the way my brain worked, boom. And a lot of times it's how your mind works. And what he told, and when going back and reading the books, okay, um, what the way they teach math, which is improper, is to focus on the problem, right? Solving the
uh-huh,
problem, right? Which is
right.
the way most math teachers teach you. Okay, use the examples, figure out how to solve the problem, right?
Hmm.
And the way he taught me, because that's the way he learned it, that's because he was going for a PhD in math, right? He dropped out. But the way he taught it is you focus on the formulas.
Exactly.
You memorize the formulas. Memorizing the formulas is way more important than solving the problem. If you memorize
Hmm.
because most math is, the higher you go up in math, it's about recognizing a pattern. Okay.
Right.
If you don't know how to recognize a pattern, you cannot solve the math problem, right? So there's two, because when I teach math, and I tutored, I don't know, countless kids in math, with adults too. And what I focus on is two things: memorization, as far as basic math, because you don't have a foundation in basic math, and most people don't have a good foundation in basic math. And the second thing is memorizing the uh, memorizing the uh, the tools. In other words, the formulas and definitions. If you memorize, and I was looking at my trigonometry book because I'm trying to go back over it again. And the first thing they said is you got to remember. You said you have to memorize. You have to know the formulas and definitions by heart,
Yeah.
because they said exactly very very front of the book, memorize the formulas and definitions by heart, and then so that you can recognize the patterns in the problems as they show up. And then everybody that ever taught like that, um, all of a sudden,
Okay.
Instead of them failing in math, all of a sudden they start picking up, getting A's and B's because you're flipping the way math is taught. You're teaching it the way it's supposed to be taught.
That's very true because I used to always say I'm bad at math and I hate math and all that, like my entire school my entire school life until
Mm-hmm.
my senior year of high school, and nobody taught me that, but it's like I caught on to that in a geometry class.
Mm-hmm.
And I caught on to the fact that it's like these are the exact same problems, the only thing that's changing is the numbers, and that was really how I caught on to that.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was that was my light bulb, and it's like I did ridiculously well in math in college, and I still shock myself that I did that well in college in math.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that most teachers don't, because it's easier on themselves to try to uh, do it immediately, get people to get the kids to figure out the problem, or give them a set of problems they can regurgitate instead of them focusing on the methods and the formulas, which is much more slower. But in other words, you learn math more completely, and they'll pick it up after they will pick it up faster. But most teachers don't. It's more difficult to teach it that way because you're putting more work on the student. We're putting more work, basic work on the student.
Mhm.
All right.
So basically, in other words, you go chapter by chapter. Um, okay, are you still learning it, Char Willie, or what?
No, I'm gonna revisit it because I haven't had to use math in a while, just thinking on
So,
my
so,
own because
so what
everything is
level?
on the computer.
So what level of math? What level of math is it that you need to focus on?
Um, shoot, who knows? I probably need to go back to
I mean, you know how to add and subtract, I'm sure.
yeah, I got that down.
Okay.
It's everything with the formulas, I guess. So
Okay. If it's, I'm saying, what level is it? Is it algebra? Is it intermediate algebra? Is it geometry? What is it?
I'll say algebra.
Okay. The best way to start that focuses on the on formulas, and it gives you kind of an overview as a good starter is, say, if it's algebra the easy way. And basically it tells you a story. It's like a storybook, and they really focus on the formulas, and they cut down a lot of the stuff. They really focus on the basic, the the root formulas that you need to know. You go through that book first. It shouldn't take you more than like a week or so, and then you get you a formal algebra book, or whatever level that you want to get it at. And then you get your note cards out, and you write down every definition and every form before you even start the problem. Write down the definition and the formulas, and then you memorize it. And then basically they say you do just enough problems to basically emphasize the formulas that you're working on, and then you go to the next chapter and you get your note cards. What you want to do is emphasize memorizing. In other words, you should put a sheet of paper down, and they call out the formula. You should be able to write it down perfectly, and you should do that until you can write down the formula perfectly. In fact, when I used to teach students,
Uh-huh.
whatever section they work on, I said put the formula at the top of your sheet, because the biggest thing, because I noticed when I go back, when I revisit my, when I was in algebra, I'm constantly turning back and forth the pages to basically look at the formula again because I don't have it memorized. Well, you
Okay.
focus on the formulas and definitions first, and the problems second, and you do a whole lot better. Everybody ever explained that to? They got a whole lot better in math. It's not. It's work until you really get into the theoretical stuff. It's not rocket science. You focus on the formulas, you focus on the definitions, and math is not as big. It's not a mystery. It gets real. It gets real simple, real quick.
Okay. I'll check Amazon, look for
Yeah,
the algebra easy way.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
it, may-
cool.
it might be in a PDF somewhere. Who knows? Because it's a really really old book. They've been publishing it for like 40 years, so it's they're old books, but they're a good way to get started. That if any level of math, I say get that, and as a starter book,
Hmm, okay.
if that helps.
Yes.
Okay.
And let's see. What else? Because I thought I wrote down some questions for
No, go.
today.
Shoot.
I didn't
This
get a
is the time.
chance to. I didn't get a chance to. Let me see if I can remember. Well, something with sex. I remember that.
With
Um,
sex. With sex. You said sex. What do you say?
yeah, it was something about sex.
Okay. It's something I said.
Let's see. I know it started with imprinting.
Oh, imprinting. Okay.
Then,
Well,
then there was somebody was saying something. Then I had came up with a question.
oh,
So,
earlier in the in the hangout.
not today.
Okay.
It might have been in one of the guys' hangouts. I'm not for certain. But something I
Okay.
remember you talking about, and then I had thought of a question. I said, "Ooh, I'm gonna write that down and ask for Friday." Well, Friday's here, and I didn't write it down, so now I got to figure it out.
Was it male imprinting or was it female imprinting?
um, Female imprinting. I know something about you saying if you do it right, and what man got to know what he's doing, or something other. And,
Yeah, because
um,
there's like there's basically it's a little bit more complicated for women because there's a there's a physical component and there's a mental component. That's why I call it where men have a lock. Uh, women have a lock and a combination. Okay, there's two parts. There's a there's a mental component and there's a sexual component. And for men to be imprinted by a woman, they don't necessarily need the sexual component. But for
mhm.
a woman to be completely imprinted by a man, there has to be a sexual component because I can't
Right.
tell you the number of women I heard. I'm gonna be blunt, okay,
Go
that
ahead. Go ahead.
they really like the guy. I mean, I know you've heard it, Charlie, because women say it all the time. They really like the guy. He excites her, and when they get into the bedroom, it's a disappointment, right?
Yes, I heard of that.
You know what they say about those kind of guys. He looks good, he's dashing, he's fun, but when he gets to the bedroom, he can't do what? He can't close the
Perform.
deal. He can't perform, can't close the deal. So
Yeah.
basically he gets pushed to the side. I still like him, but guess what? He gets pushed to the side. So he's got the lock and the key. He could open the door, but he can't rotate them tumblers to open the safe. Okay. So you could do with a lock and a key. You got some guys that can rotate them tumblers, but they don't fit her imprint. But
Hmm.
if they do it well enough, she'll get addicted where she'll keep him around. She'll keep him around because he basically Dick has a service, okay? He
Oh,
can rotate those tumblers, even though she doesn't really like him that much. But you get a guy that fits her imprint and can do that, okay, then you have then she'll get imprinted. In other words, you get an alpha widow, like Karazin. Karazin's an alpha widow.
oh, yeah, that's something.
She's got it bad.
So, but you can teach it. Well, not say you individually. I'm saying a man can be taught. I would think, but a lot of times I find as women we'll talk among each other or don't say anything at all if the man is not doing well. They don't work with them. And I,
Yeah, they don't. Because men are expected to know. Okay. It is what it is.
you see, in my mind, every man is different. So I would think, well, why don't you say to the left, or whatever?
Well, that takes a little bit of maturity too to understand that. It takes a little bit of maturity, and some women gain it, some women don't. But women are the vessels they expected to be acted upon and not take action. Women don't realize that. They have a hard time admitting that
Hmm.
because they say, "Well, I got agency and this, that, and other," and but when they start talking, they want to be the light, but when they start talking like a vessel. Well, he's got to do this for me. He's got to do that for me. He got to set up the situation what I can. Okay, if you're the light, okay, if you're the light, then what if then men are the vessel? It doesn't matter what the vessel does because you're supposed to be one taking action. So blaming A man can't blame man can't blame the vessel. Okay, you're a man of action. You're supposed to do regardless of what she does. And men are expected to do regardless of what the woman does. You're expected to do whatever it is you're gonna do. So in other words, if you can't, if you can't perform, it's not her fault, it's your fault. Because you're the light. You're expected to act on her, not vice versa. If there's somebody to be taught, okay, it's you teaching her, not her teaching you. And that's the actual. And now older a woman gets, the more she gets into her animus, it grows, and she basically an older woman treats a younger man like a child. So a man her own age, no, she wouldn't do that for. But if say an older woman says she's like 15 years older than him, he's a child to her. So she said, oh, and women are comfortable with doing what? Teaching a child. So it's easier for a younger man that's inexperienced to get an older woman, because she's more willing to guide you and teach you, because to you, you might be a sex object, but you're also emotionally a child to her. So she's more willing to work with you and teach you.
Oh, okay. I would just think she would just be frustrated and just want to teach him regardless how old she is. But I could see that.
No.
I really could see that. Because I remember being in my 20s just silent. So, yeah.
Yeah, because well, hell, you don't know yourself, and you're expecting him to, basically raise your level up, not vice versa. Unless you're in the trade. Okay, if you're in the trade, maybe.
Oh, okay.
because that's your job, If you're in that trade, that's your job, and if you're willing to teach, you teach it because that's what you do every day. Just like if whatever you do, if I didn't know it, you could probably tell me, from soup to nuts about your job, because that's what you do every day. Same thing with a woman that's a sex worker. That's her job. Like a porn star, that's her job. So she knows it in ins and outs. And she can teach it because that's what she does.
Okay.
It's a job. I mean, anybody that does it for a living can teach you, knows about it, because that's how they earn their living. They do that on a daily basis. I said between the lines, that's why men are meant to get with virgins. That is true, because if she's only had one guy, she only gets imprinted by one guy. And plus, men and women are supposed to be actually for hundreds of thousands of years actually supposed to be put together by the society, because the adults know them best. They know what personalities will blend to, okay, they can see them growing up as children. Okay, she was born with this attitude, he was born with that attitude. They would make a good couple, because his attitude fits her attitude. And we see, and basically anybody that's ever had a child knows when that child comes out, that child has a personality when he or she comes out of that womb. Before before that child takes their first breath, you can see their attitude. They have a personality. Wow. They have a core personality that they're born with. It is what it is, and it doesn't change. Okay, their core personality does not change. It stays the same. Now you can work with it. Okay, if you're shy, you can bring yourself out a little more. But you're never going to be life of the party, hanging off the chandelier, because that's not your core personality. Okay, if somebody is a natural leader, a natural boss dude, then normally have that core personality. Now, if you're reserved, you can get better at leading people, but you're never going to be that hard charging, walk through the door, take charge kind of person, because that's not your core personality. Yeah, and you can see it from birth. So the elders would see that child born, and they tell, okay, what kind of personality does that child have? And they see that personality grow up, and they would pair them off according to that. But since you have this huge civilization and people don't have small villages where they can see people grow up. Like in small towns, you see it all the time. Like a small town, there was one guy. There was just had a story about this guy and girl. They actually met when they were in preschool, and they got married when they were in their 20s. But that's unheard of in a large city.
Oh yeah. In the movies, maybe that's about it.
Oh no, it happens. It happens in small villages all the time. It's just in the United States, in the urban area, it happens in small towns. And where people don't leave their small town. They basically
Yeah, not
they
big
grow
cities
up.
or something.
Yeah, big city. Yeah, big cities that's real different. That's rare with big cities.
That would be a movie from something.
It's rare with big cities. Like a friend of mine, he he popped his girlfriend's cherry, well, his wife's cherry when she was 16, back in high school, and they're celebrating their, I think it's their 35th,
Wow.
their 35th wedding anniversary. And that's how come we always knew which women got their cherry pop because they walk different. You could tell as soon as he did it, he came back and says, "What?" I said, what? She came back and looked at her, saw her walk. I said, "What'd you do?" He said, "Yo." Yeah, we could tell they walk different. They had a different walk. We bust that hymen. They have a different walk.
Wow.
Inside male talk. Men know what I'm talking about.
I want somebody pointing out. I want to see this.
Well, first of all,
Is it catwalk?
you had to find a woman that's a virgin and see in you have to find out where there's enough virgins. Let's put it that way, so you can see how to walk. You can spot her. She's walking one way one day, and all of a sudden, nah, she's walking different. Yeah, okay, she's dating this dude. So, and you look at him, he got that smirk on his face. Yeah, okay, we know you did it. We know you did it. Well, like I said, that's the inside guy talk.
Okay. Let's see. What's the other question I had? See if I can remember.
I was interested in more about the wife's role. If you want to talk about it, or if you have a
Okay.
video, that's fine too.
No, this is your hangout. You can ask anything. What I'm seeing a lot of women do, is focus on what the man is doing. Okay, what a man is doing has nothing to do with your ability to be a wife. Okay, and basically the old school mothers knew that. They I don't know what happened to the boomer generation, but they don't focus on training women how to be wives. Whether they use the skill or not, okay, whether they use the skill or not is one thing, but the thing is, there's basic things that go along with like what's your name? Shahrazad Ali says the exact same thing: the ability to feed, the ability to nurture, the ability to comfort. Okay, and men do judge you on those abilities. They see that. Okay, if you're a woman, you're constantly if you're constantly confronting him, okay, that's not very wifely, because first thing he says, okay, I'm just going out with, I don't even live with her. Okay, and we're fussing about whatever, right? And the guy thinks in his mind, man, what if I have to come home to that every night?
Right.
Or what if she's constantly got problems? Okay. Every time I talk to her, she's down. Every time I talk to her, she's got issues. Every time okay, I'm going out with her now. Okay. What if what if I married her and I couldn't get out of it and and I got to come home to that every night, or she doesn't know how to handle money. Okay, and all of a sudden, my money is her money, and if she goes bankrupt, I go bankrupt. Uh, what if I had to come home to that every night? Okay, what is my home gonna look like when I come home? You know, that kind of stuff. Okay, if she does have to work, can she manage both? A lot of that stuff goes into his mind. So, in other words, when he marries you, he's not marrying you for your needs. He's marrying you for his needs.
Right.
Right.
And a lot of women focus on, and vice versa. You're judging him as a husband, not on his needs, but your needs, right?
Right.
That's what I see. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, his ability to be a husband is regardless of your ability to be a wife, right? In other words, you don't look at at the guy as a husband and says, okay, if I'm nicer to him and I do this for him, he's going to do this, right? No. Does he do this
Mm-hmm.
now or does he not do this now?
Mm-hmm.
If he's reckless with his money, just because I marry him, is he going to be not reckless with his money? No. Because you're going to think, okay, this dude is reckless with his money and I marry him, then we ain't never going to have no money. He's always going to be spent. He's going to throw away his check and whatnot. Or if this dude doesn't like to work, or like to go to work, or he's inconsistent, right? Then what's it going to be like when I marry him, right? See, women focus
Sure.
on that. Okay, what if you men and women get to the same spot? They might come from different directions, but basically they get to the same spot. So just like you're looking at him and evaluate what kind of husband he's going to be, he's evaluating you as a wife according to what his needs and what kind of wife you're going to be to him.
Yeah.
So the thing is, so when it comes to being a wife, women look at it backwards. Okay, depending on what kind of husband he's going to be is what kind of wife I'm going to be. No, that's bullshit. Either you're going to be a good wife or you're not going to be a good wife. If you're a good wife, you're a good wife. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, okay, according to if you're a good, I don't know what's a good occupation. Okay, if you're a good nurse.
Nurse.
If you're a good nurse, right? It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter what hospital you're in. Okay, you're going to be a good nurse. Now, your equipment you might have to work with might not be up to your standard. You might have to have workarounds. But if you're a good trained nurse, you're going to be a good trained nurse, whether you're in uh, uh, Harvard Medical School, Harvard Med, or you're in Bangladesh at a clinic. If you're a good nurse, you're going to be a good nurse anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
you're
basically, know what you're signing up for. Know what the job.
yeah, at least have the skills for the job. Women's go, well, I don't cook. Okay, well, that's okay. You don't cook. Okay, you don't have to cook, but the thing is, you got to remember that takes a point away from you as far as being a wife. That's a major thing. If you don't like if you don't like being around kids, that's another point away. Okay, what's it gonna be like when she has mine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if if you got if you like to be around men a lot, okay, I mean a lot, have a lot of guy friends, you like to party with guys a lot, okay, that's another. Okay, if I have to work a job and half or two jobs to make ends meet, because that's what I got to do, and I'm away from home 16, 20 hours a day, what is she doing in the 20 hours that I can't monitor her? Can I trust her to be where she's supposed to be, doing what she's doing when I'm not with her? And if some other dude catches her eye, and we built up all this stuff together. Is she going to wreck our family because some other dude caught her eye and she wants to go left? Now all this stuff comes tumbling down. Guys, think about that. Guys don't look at what you're going to be. Guys look at you as you are. Okay. Can she
Yeah.
do this? Can she do this? Can she do this? Can she do this? It's like a lot of guys get mad when when they're having sex with their girlfriend every day, and then they get married. It gets cut down to once a week. They're pissed. Wait a minute. I bought you. I acquired you because I was getting blowjobs 7 days a week, right? And
Yeah.
now I only get it on my birthday. Wait a minute. I'm not happy.
Mm-hmm.
Where let me look at the return policy on this. you know, that's what guy that's the way guys think because especially the way the society and the society is actually making it worse because the penalties for being wrong are so high. If you're wrong, excuse me, if you're wrong about a woman and you're a man and you're a man that's working, you're gonna lose your children, you're gonna lose what you built, you're gonna lose half your salary, probably could be for the rest of your life because you were wrong. So they're going to be so if you're faced with that kind of prospect, you could basically you can use a white glove on her. Okay, you see if she makes any one one demerit, man, depending on the guy, okay, that's one demerit too many. Because now we know before you could okay, before the way it worked, women there was a basic wife. Okay, you knew no matter which woman you picked, she could cook, she could clean, she could take care of kids because that's the way she's raised. You could close your eyes and point. Okay, you know what? She's cute. I'll take her because at the very minimum, you're going to get this. Okay, feminism and whatever took all that away. So you have no idea what you're going to get in any woman that you pick. So basically, you have to do all this legwork trying to figure out, okay, can she cook? Or does she cook? Can she keep her house? What kind of habits does she have? On and on and on and on and on because they haven't been trained. So there is no basic wife anymore. There used to be a basic wife. Like my mother, when she came up, she was a basic wife. She knew how to do all this stuff because she was trained how to do it by her mother. There was a basic wife. Okay, now there is no basic wife. Okay. So in other words, you have to figure out can she do the stuff that you need to run a household. The same thing with it's getting almost getting that way with guys. There is no basic husband anymore. Um, but what guys are supposed to do is, as far as a household is concerned, basically most of what guys does is outside the home.
Mm-hmm.
90% of it, I said 80% of it is outside the home. So it's not as critical. If he has a career, he can earn money and that kind of stuff, which is and his basically he has good habits, which is fairly easy to check. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's not as critical. Women, there's inside a household. Okay, it's a it's a lot harder because a lot of women don't have the basic tools anymore. So basically, okay, so you pick a woman. I like her. She's a girlfriend. But as far as a wife, I need her to do what?
Mm-hmm. And so, like, say if a man, is looking for a wife,
Hmm.
and he finds someone who he feels like is a potential, potential person for the job, basically,
Hmm.
and would it be, in your opinion, like you would feel like that person would put her in scenarios to see whether or not she has those skills, like, you know go to her house, see if she can cook, see how
Hmm.
she maintains a home. You think if a man is not doing those things, then that is either not his
It,
concern,
it,
or he's not looking for that.
um, he shouldn't have to put her in a scenario. she should demonstrate that to him if she wants to be his wife.
Hmm.
Okay. When I was in my 20s, before feminism really took hold, girlfriend used to just show up and clean up your apartment, or she bring you over a plate. She's
Hmm.
demonstrating that she knew how to take care of a house. She's demonstrated she knew how to cook. She
Okay.
demonstrated it. I didn't have to guess. I didn't have to put her in a scenario. She just did it. She
Okay.
just did it. Didn't have to talk to her. She just did it.
I was thinking, see, yeah, okay. I get those coming over and doing those things. That part, I was thinking, is it necessary for them to come over and see, like in your space? But okay, I
I'm
see.
saying if you come over and clean up his house, he knows that you can clean a house. That your house is tidy because you're fussing about his.
Okay.
And then he can come over to you. Then naturally, if you're thinking about getting married, he's gonna, he's that close to you where he's thinking about getting married. He's gonna come visit your house and see how you live. Of course, he's gonna do that. If you're thinking about marrying a guy, aren't you gonna come to his house
Yeah,
and check him out?
definitely,
Okay.
definitely.
If a guy doesn't come to your house, and then he's not interested in marrying you.
Okay.
If he doesn't care about if he doesn't care about visiting your house, he never visits your house, then you're not a candidate for wife. Your girlfriend. If he doesn't ask you
Okay.
about your parents, then then you're not a candidate for wife. You're not, because because the closer you get to the wife fact, all the stuff factors in.
Hmm.
If he's a candidate for if you're a candidate for wife and you have a child, and he doesn't ask you about kids or about a child, then you might not be a candidate for a wife. You may not. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying those are factors. I can't
No.
get into every guy's
Hmm.
head, but if
Right.
I
No.
was a man, okay, if she's got a child, I want to know what kind of child is she raising? Does she ca- does she care about his education? Does she care about his well-being? Is she a disciplinarian, or is she loose? She doesn't care. You know, it, you know, how she looks after her child is how she's going to look after me.
Hmm.
And that's a factor. Um, that's a fact, especially a black man. Black men are death on women that don't treat their children well. They really are.
Yeah.
You want to
Sure.
hear a black man talk about a woman bad. Let her. It's one thing she treat him bad. Let her treat her kids bad. Oh man, you talk about she's all kind of names,
Wow.
especially in the black community. She's all kind of names. And I was just talking to that with my mother. The reason that black women don't really abandon their children, like say or give their children over like white women do, is because that's the kiss of death as far as respect, as far as the black community. You did what? You talk about
Hmm.
losing half your cool points. Why you give up your babies? What's that? Those are your babies. What you did? Who you what? You better have a good explanation.
Yeah.
In black community, white community, it's understood. Whoever the better parent is, boom, oh, it's done. Oh well, he was a better parent, so it's better for him to go with his dad. And they understand that. But in black women, shoo, you did what? You gave up your babies?
Mm.
You did what?
What's wrong with you? Yeah.
What's wrong with you? What happened? What was wrong, baby? What, you was on drugs? What? They want to know. That's cultural. But those are some of the things that I think that men that I've heard that I look for, and I've heard other men look for, um, that kind of stuff. Okay, if they're looking for a wife, you know
I see.
how they how they get along with them comes first, of course, whether they're compatible, and then all the other things. but they're whether they say it or not, they're looking. They might not mention it, but they're looking. How you treat your child, how you treat your house, how you spend money. You know,
Sorry, just reading the comments.
if you're a high dollar woman, because you know you have some guys like a high dollar woman. You know, like a Scorpio, Scorpio men, they can tolerate a high dollar woman. You know, Geminis can't.
I see. I see. You must be a Gemini.
I'm a Gemini. We can't. Scorpios, a Scorpio will work two jobs because he's really into that woman and really into that family. So he'll work two jobs, and he'll complain about how much money she spends. Gemini won't. To do it
But
again.
what about a Leo?
Scorpio, why you got to spend so much money? This is third time that we had to pay off that credit card. This is the second time we had to file bankruptcy. Gemini, do it again. That's a Gemini.
What about a Leo?
A Leo understands about as far as finances is concerned. A Leo as far as what? As far as finances? Well,
Yes,
a Leo is with more understanding because trying to keep a Leo from spending himself is a problem.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Why did I say something that you recognize?
Yes, that's
Okay.
crazy.
Okay.
My Leo in my mind always says, "You have to stop me before I spend all of my money in rent in different scenarios."
Yeah. So he needs a different type of woman. A Leo man, I would say, um, a Leo man would probably need a woman that's probably either a Virgo or a Capricorn. I would say that would be, even though because fire and water extinguish each other. A Scorpio woman, Scorpio woman would be too lenient. Yeah, because they're too emotional. A Scorpio woman would be too lenient for him.
I thought I
She
heard
did.
you say, yeah,
Excuse
I'm a
me.
Pisces. What about a
You're
Pisces
Pisces.
and a Leo? Yeah. Oh, jeez.
What I'm saying is you got to be okay. You have to do your own chart and see what your moon sign is because that's a factor. Uh, uh, I think it's your
Oh,
eighth
yeah.
house, your eighth house or your ninth house. Your eighth house is a factor because that's a romance and marriage, and where your planets are. Because you may have other factors that can kind of help you out. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is normally water signs are fluid. Okay. Water signs are fluid. So water takes the shape of whatever container that they're in, right? That it's in,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
waters are more like go along to get along, like Virgos. No, not Virgos, like Scorpios and what is it? Pisces. What's the other water sign? Cancer. A Cancer will tolerate it, but they'll get mad. But they're water signs. They take the shape of the container that they're in. So a Leo and Leo is the top of the fire sign. Um, it can work. It can work with things. You got to know what the challenges are. You can't be. You got to be. You have to. If you're a Pisces, you're a Pisces woman. Um, you got to be more firm.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, Pisces does have another side. So you got to tap into the darker side of the Pisces and be more firm. You have to do it without getting angry.
Okay.
Do you get angry at him a lot?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm super chill. Never had an argument.
Okay. But but the thing is, you go along with him more than you probably should, right?
I feel like the fact that I'm asking all these questions makes it a yes, because I feel like I'm trying to
Let
find
me
out if I'm
answer.
wasting. No, I just feel like I'm trying to find out if I'm wasting
Okay, what I'm
my
saying is
time.
it's a challenge. Like
Mhm.
I think I said this before. Said this. I said this on a video. And my son's having a challenge with his wife. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because she's how old is she? She's 20. He'll be 31, and she's 23. He's 7 or 8 years older. He's 8 years older than she is, right? And she's
Mm-hmm.
like 19 when they first met.
Mm-hmm.
And as a girlfriend, cool. Okay, you got a younger girlfriend. That's fine. Okay, now you want to have a baby and marry her. I said, okay. I said, you got to realize she's young. She's not fully formed yet. So, and you have been uh, carefree. Okay, because he's a semi-pro basketball player. So basically, and he's been spoiled by his parents, us, and his grandparents. So he's been fairly carefree because he really never had to work for anything, right? Because he's a ball player. And that's what he loves to do. And by him being an athlete, he's an alpha, right? He's a physical alpha. So
Mm-hmm.
he never had to work. He never really had to work that hard. Never had to work hard for women, that kind of stuff. So he never had to learn to be firm. He had to learn how to have strict boundaries. Now he's got to learn it because it's what he's kind of expecting other people to form his boundaries, right? Because
Right.
he's never had to form them. He's carefree. I said, she's young. You're picking a young woman like that. You know that you're going to have to. You're responsible for teaching her. You're responsible uh, for boundaries. You got to take care of her because you're not going to have problems. So
And you told him that beforehand?
I told him that before he had a baby, before he got her pregnant, because they got married right after she got pregnant. Um, Told him that before. I said she's young. I said she's young. I liked her because she loved him to death. She still does. Still loves him to death. She shed more tears over that boy than the Pacific Ocean. Okay, but and basically she will literally follow him through hell. You know, I guess that's the imprint. He's physical alpha and he imprinted her. Okay, so you literally follow him through hell. But I'm saying, okay, you for what you want to do, you pick the wrong woman. If you want to live that semi-pro lifestyle, the carefree lifestyle, you can't because she is not formed enough to do that. It's not in her being to do that. She's dependent on you to do it, and you're not doing it. She's all over the place, and you complain that she's all over the place because you're not doing what you need to do as a man. You're not forming any boundaries. A few things I told him to do. Well, you started doing it when I told him what to do as far as handling her. He started to do it, and I knew that he started to do it because like 3 weeks after I told him what to do, and I saw her, she ran up and hugged me. So I figured he's implementing what I told him to do. The thing is, he's not following through. So in other words, now whatever I told him to do, it's falling apart because you're not doing it anymore. So,
Right.
and so she's responding to that. Now he's having issues. You know why you're having issues? You're having issues. And she was crying to me and said, but I don't know where this is going, and I don't know what he's doing. I said, he's not. I said, look, he's your husband. You're his wife. There is no where what are we doing and where are we going? You're married, okay? You need to sit down with him and you decide how you're going to handle this marriage. It's not where you're going. You're already married. You're already where you're supposed to be at.
You're already
The thing
there.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, you're there. You're married. That's where it's going. You're married. So the only other place it can go is divorce. It's the only other place it can go. So do you want that? And if not, you don't want that. You need to sit down with your husband and settle some things. But he's not as mature as he should be. Millennials. Jesus. I listen to Sergeant Willie Pete, and dude, you're damn near your mid-30s. You ain't figured this shit out yet. You still complaining. Like you're 20. You ain't figured yourself out. You're 35. What, you gonna be 50? Talking about bitches and hoes and all that. Dude, come on now. Figure this stuff out. And the main ones complaining are the ones that don't have any kids and ain't married. What are you complaining about? Either you're gonna take the plunge, take the risk just like everybody else, or you're not. What are you complaining about? You complaining about you if you're in your 30s, you ain't married, don't have kids, you know, what are you complaining about? What women should do? Either you're gonna take the plunge or you're not. If you're not gonna take the plunge, don't.
Right.
No, if you're 6'5" and you're muscular and you're educated, you're making a good salary, you pick one. Stop complaining that you don't have anybody help you control your women. You pick one. You have nothing to complain about as far as women is concerned. You pick one. All the other women aren't your problem. You know. And thing is, what do you when you complain? You know, you basically you could tell you're raised by a strong mother because you're complaining too much. You complain too much. You're not figuring anything out. There's no solutions. There's nothing on the table. You're complaining too much. You're listening to the women complain about stuff, and then you talk about what they're complaining about. Come on now.
Repeating it. Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion about it. You know, that's why I call him a curmudgeon. You're complaining too much. Now I might fuss. You know, I might fuss, but the thing is, I've got my scars. You know, you complaining about kids, you ain't got no scars. You can't complain about kids, you ain't got no scars. You have no clue. You no. I tell kids, men with no children, you have no clue till you have one. Well, I see what other people do. That does when basically when you have a kid and you sign your name on that contract on that with the universe about this being your child. There's a big difference between you guessing and you actually have to put the effort into it. Because now that
Yeah.
child's life and soul is on your books, and that's a huge difference. That's a huge difference. When that baby comes out and that baby looks like you, that child is on your books. Now, what are you gonna do? Because it ain't about complain. You can complain to the high heavens, but the thing is, that child is on your books and on your watch. Same thing I tell the women. Okay, you had that child. Complaining about the father does not fly. It don't fly with me. You can go cry
Hmm.
to somebody else. It don't fly with me. If that child can't read, it's your fault. Okay. If that child doesn't know how to do math, it's your fault. Why? Well, his dad, I don't care. I don't give a goddamn about his father. If that child is in your home and that child cannot read, it's your fault. If you ask any African woman, if that child can't read, it's your fault. Because you have plenty of single mothers that have raised children. You know, let's put it this way: if a sharecropping woman can pick cotton in the daytime, clean houses at night, clean toilets at night, and that child grows up knowing how to read and write and be successful, how come yours can't?
Yeah.
How come yours can't? If that child can grow up and be successful, you know, and learn how to read and write, whatever it's supposed to do, it needs to do to function as an adult, and she's gone 8, 9, 10 hours a day, 20 hours a day, and she's scrubbing floors, and she's so tired she can't keep her head up. If she can do that as a single mother and raise successful children, how come you can't? There's no that excuse don't fly with me. Talk about their daddy. It doesn't matter whose watch, whose books is that child on, and whose house is that child in. Same thing for guys. Well, his mama is a hoe and she's on crack and she's no good. Blah blah. I don't care. You lay down with her. She gave you a baby. That baby is there. That baby doesn't give a damn whether mama's around or daddy's not around. All the baby cares is that it gets what it needs
Yeah.
to be a full adult. And that is your job, no matter whose house that child is in. Whoever's house that child is in is responsible for that child getting what it needs. Period. I tell my daughter that all the time. It doesn't matter. Does that child get what it needs? Period. If it gets what it needs, fine. Okay. Then you can complain about all the side stuff, but the responsibility of that whoever has that child, they're responsible for that life. Period. Full stop. Well, what about? Don't even give me that. What about? That's business. You need to take care of your business. You know, if putting him on child support is what you need to take care of the business. Okay. When he knew the job was dangerous when he took it. Okay, it is what it is. And if you can't, if the child is, if that father is a better parent, then you're gonna have to take an L and give that child over. Okay, because it's about the kid. Don't complain
Right.
about don't complain about the father didn't do for the kid. No, I don't accept it. I didn't accept it in myself. But that's just me. That's me being bad grandpa, as my grandson tells me. Mean grandpa. I tell him the same thing. It's not acceptable.
I hear in the neighborhood when traveling, going to work or grocery shopping, whatever, a
Hmm.
lot of women be on their cell phone and they be fussing. And it's
Hmm.
always about, he didn't give me the money. He owed me the money.
Hmm.
He want to borrow the money.
Hmm.
He didn't do this for the child. He didn't do that.
Hmm.
And it seems like there's always the conversation I hear. And it's always
Hmm.
the loudest, of course.
Hmm. Of course, because excuse my French, because you fucked up, and now you want him to make it better. You know, if, um, a real good friend, a real close friend of mine, man, work buddy. Okay, he had four sons by a bipolar woman, crazy as bug shit, right? He crazy as bug shit. He might fuss, but the thing, as far as raising those kids, he never blamed her. He never got one red cent from her. She wasn't a good parent. She wasn't hardly ever around. When she was around, she wasn't consistent. No, he had to actually get counselors so that his sons could actually deal with it. And he worked nights. He got very little sleep. All his sons, all his sons got scholarships and went to college. He's a single parent for four kids. He's working 8, 9, 10 hours a day. They have four boys at home. You know how boys are.
Wow.
In a two-bedroom apartment. It is what it is.
Hmm.
But he was constantly, man, because he didn't get them like they're like 8, 9, 10 years old. Then he raised them from babies.
Oh, okay.
He
Wow.
raised them from babies. Okay, so he's getting 2 hours of sleep a day. 2, 3 hours of sleep a day. If you work nights, you're up with a baby. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
basically, he's tutoring as he's taking one to school. He's tutoring the rest of them, right? He's
Mm.
making sure he's in contact with the teachers. He's making sure they go to the best schools. He's making sure that he's tutoring them when they're at home, making sure they get all that stuff. As a single father, because he understood those children, he brought them into this world, and those children were on his watch. Is what it is.
Yeah.
I said, what about the mother? Well, you know what, it is what she is. That's the woman I had him with. Okay, she was my wife, but guess what? She wasn't a good wife. She's not a good mother. It is what it is. But those are the children that I had with her. So is what it is. I have to do what I got to do. And basically, the old school women, because they were poor, they didn't have time to worry about that. Okay, this child has to eat today. This child has to have a book today. I ain't got time to worry about the father. I can worry about him on my downtime. But right now, this child has to eat today. What can I get to so this child can eat today? And
Right.
that's the way they live. Hey, I ain't get the money. He said he's gonna get the money. He tried. No, this child has to eat today.
Hmm.
This child got to get educated today.
Yeah.
You know, the child can't read. Okay, what the child cannot read. What can I do with the talent that I have to get this child to read better or do his homework? So if I got to sit there falling asleep with my kids, they used to sit there. You know, I'd be up 20 because I was trading then, especially man. I was like up like 20 hours a day, and I worked in the evenings, and the mother couldn't help me with home. Okay, I had to show up for 3 hours every day, man, half asleep. Okay, making sure that they got their homework. Their grades did come up, you know, and until
Okay.
we had the big falling out. Okay, you know, as they're, you know, every day, you know, basically with them 6 days a week, every day helping them with their homework, even though we weren't together, you know. And when I was there, you know, the only thing I didn't like is that okay, if I get them straight, do not come by which what she would do because for whatever reason, women are like that. Okay. Well, I don't
Mhm.
feel this week. I don't feel that it's right, so I don't. They're not gonna do it. You know, they have to do it every day. They have to do it the same time every day with their homework, and so that it's not a struggle. It's a struggle to get them to do it. So basically, I don't want the pattern to break, and she wants to break the pattern because I don't feel like doing it. And it doesn't matter what you feel like doing.
Mhm.
I asked you how you felt. What is it? What does this child need today? And a lot of the old school women saw that. Okay, look, if unless I want my child to be on her knees doing the same thing I'm doing, cleaning toilets and cleaning floors on her knees, then this child has to learn, or this child is going to starve to death. No, this child has to survive. I need to do what I need to do, and it's in their face. So to basically, the environment basically forced that woman to come out of that I feel mode and said, no, I don't have time to feel today. I don't have time to feel tired
Okay.
because these children need to eat because I know how I'm going to feel when when these children can't eat. Here's what it is. We have other women
Mhm.
in the circle. If there's other women in the circle, you're welcome to jump in. If it's a guy, then I'm only taking quick questions from guys. If you're a man, you come in with a real quick question if it's part of the conversation. But what I'm saying, I mean, I remember my girlfriend was whining. You know, in fact, the last one that I became MGTOW because of her. She was whining. You know, said, look, okay. My mother had 5 children, and when pops wigged out or they broke up, okay, she had 5 kids that she had to wrestle, handle, and feed. Okay, now if you're not do if you're trying your best to feed and clothe and all your children do your very best, no matter what it is, I can rock with you. But if that's not, I don't have time for your whining. I really don't. You know, I'm like that. I got the smallest violin for you because the image I have of as a woman, as a really a strong woman, is that okay? You do what you need to do. Okay, I'm not saying that you have to be. She's you know she's a Scorpio, so she's she's into families. That's that kind of stuff. She's not really a rugged, you know, uh, I would say mentally, but an emotionally rugged person. She's not that. But I'm saying she did what she needed to because she was trained. But my grandmother was, no, she had 9 kids as a sharecropper, and her husband died. So
Oh.
it is what it is. You know, these children need to eat today. They need shoes today. They need clothes today. Well, you know, so what can I do? I don't have time to feel. I don't have time to feel sorry for myself. So uh, a grown person feeling sorry for themselves, I can pat you on the shoulder a little bit, but I can't ride with that. I just can't, male or female. You know, a man can't say he can't find them. You know, guys. You know, I can be rough on guys. Well, I can't find a woman, and you know, I've been celibate. I can't find a woman. I said, okay, okay. I said, you have women out there that have hundreds of sex partners. Okay, and they're not alone. They're basically they're slinging it around like it's like you know like it's water, and you can't find one out of all that. Okay, what are you shooting for? Because if a black dude is out here, he can't find a woman to have sex with because he's not trying.
Yeah.
Because you're not trying. I know you're not trying. You know, either you shooting for the tippy top of women that are you look shooting for those 5 top 10% of women with an 8+ is the top 10% of women. Okay, but you got all these you got 90% of women that are down there below that, and you can't find one because you're not trying. Or you basically, well, most guys you walk around with them, okay, they're telling what they don't like. Okay, I don't like her. I don't like her. Well, then you're not interested in having sex with a woman. You want what you like, which is cool. Then you have to work harder at it. If you want what you like, you have to work at it. You know, if you just having to have sex in a black community, if you're in a major city in a black community, you can't have sex. Come on. In a black community, wait, black women is just throwing it around. Come on.
Right. Wave a little weave in front of them. Here they come.
I wasn't gonna go there. I wasn't gonna go there. Hey, unless you look like Quasimodo, okay, then you're not trying. You're not trying. So I said I break out even smaller violin for them.
I hear you, but it's real low. Speak up, whoever you are.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
You gotta use your masculine voice because we can't hear you. Use your angry female voice. You know that voice, the voice you use when you getting ready to go off.
I don't have an angry voice.
Oh, I don't believe that. Every woman has an angry voice.
Only with my children.
Oh, you have an angry voice.
I do when it's
I
work.
have a good family friend who's the sweetest person that I've ever known. Right, except when she gets pissed off, and she will let you know. And then all of a sudden that voice changes. You have an angry voice. So in other words, speak louder a little bit. So you wanted to jump in the conversation, or you just listening?
I was listening, but I have a quick question, like a really stupid question, actually.
Well, you're female. Anything's on the table. Only the males have to have a valid question because it's female hangout. But female, you can bring up anything. Go ahead.
I have a question about older men. You were saying
About older men?
Yes, you were saying that any man should find a partner to have sex with. And my question from that is, older man, you think like 53 years old man, for example, you think is grown into black man, by the way, because of course there's a different culture and thinking ethics. Are they still, in your opinion, are they still like looking for a woman to like having regular sex like every day?
It depends. Well, for a 52-year-old man, he's got to be in tip-top shape to have sex every day.
Exactly.
Yeah. But there are guys that do that have the fortitude to actually have sex every day. There's outliers. I mean, the norm and no, but there are outliers on both sides. Guys that don't have it at all at 52, and there's guys that still having sex every day at 52. It's like women. You know, most women by the time they get in their 40s kind of dry up a little bit. Okay,
Yes.
but you get women in their 60s, they're still wet. So there's
Wow.
outliers. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's women in their, I mean, there's women in their 50s and 60s still squirt. So, so,
Wow.
so, but they're outliers. They're not. That's not the norm. So what I'm saying is,
Unbelievable.
so it depends on the guy. If a 52-year-old guy is having sex every day, then you'll know about it. It wouldn't be a guess.
Okay.
It's not a guess because he'll basically be after you for sex if he's 52 years old and he's having sex once a day. That is that's a stretch. That's a stretch for a 52-year-old man.
Correct, and I don't think it's even healthy, in my opinion, to have sex every day.
No, it depends on the man.
It depends on the man. Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the man. If Trust and believe. Okay, health has nothing to do. Health, having sex every day. You got to remember, men don't operate like women. Okay, okay. Uh,
Yes, sir.
your little man determines whether you're gonna have sex that day or not. If your little man has enough energy to have sex, then it's not gonna hurt you.
I see. This is how you go. This
Yeah,
is how it goes. Oh, okay.
yeah. So if he's having sex every day, then it's healthy for him because
Absolutely.
he had to be healthy to have it. Okay.
Wow. He has the chin.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
The
So
chin.
it's healthy for him. So it does it match you? That's the whole thing.
It
You know, if
has
he,
to match.
it won't say if you want to be in a monogamous relationship. If not, then you know what then you're with him for whatever it is that you need, and then if not, he's got to go find it someplace else.
Oh, he's not gonna have any problem. I like sexy men.
Okay, well then, yeah, well then it matches. You found you found a, I wouldn't say rare, but saying you found an outlier.
Yeah. I wish. I will see. I don't know.
We'll see.
I
Make
don't. I
sure
don't. I didn't have anything yet with this man. I have to wait a little longer.
you have to wait. Oh, okay. Well, he's not. He might not be having sex. Okay, if you have to wait to have sex with a man, it's either one or two reasons. It's either he's not interested in you in sex, or he's got other women. One of the two.
Well, none of those. I can't. I cannot say. I'm kind of a little bit shy. I'm not gonna say why. But it's none of those two. But it's not an important detail. I got my question answered. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's just my opinion. You know,
Yeah, I'll take that.
about unless it's a rare guy that. A rare guy that for whatever religious reason he's just not going to do it, and which is rare. But if a 50-year-old man can't have sex, he will have sex.
Actually, it's 53.
Okay, well I'm saying even worse.
He's built like a football player.
Yeah, yeah, he's got a lot of
Oh,
testosterone. Yeah,
I hope so. What else
yeah.
is
Well,
out
no,
there?
if he's having if he's having sex every day that you know of, I don't know how you know, but that you know of,
I
then
don't.
yeah. Okay, well you don't. Well then, that's a horse of a different color.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
But he's a good looking man. Every time I see him, my whole blood is going up and down.
Ah, that's true.
You know?
But if he's a 50-year-old man having sex every day, or potential having sex every day, he's still built. It looks like a football player. That means there's younger women around. I don't know how old you are, but there's younger women around.
Oh, I'm pretty. I don't have no complaint. I'm a very well gifted. Um, I'm 48,
Hmm.
and I have a good stamina.
Yeah, that helps. But speaking as a man,
Mhm.
speaking as a man, if you look good and you can have sex every day, you're looking at women in their 30s
Oh
normally.
no. But
Well, that's where I'm not saying that he is, but I'm saying as a rule. In fact, OK Cupid just posted something like that. Um,
yes.
Women normally have like to have a narrow range, is like plus or minus three. So in other words, they'll go down 5 years, maybe, and they might go up 2 or 3 years. In other words, they have a lot narrower range. Whereas a man, if he's healthy in his 50s, they look to like 10 or 15 years younger. Depends. So where women like to stay around their own age, but
Well,
men shoot as far down into the young pool as they can. Normally, according to OK Cupid.
right. That makes absolutely sense. He even if he's black, so of course all the African American people does not age as fast as um, lighter skin white
Yeah,
people.
they appear they age at the same rate. It's just the skin, the
The leather
appearance.
skin, the leather
No, no,
skin.
no. The skin because the melanin of the skin is oily.
Right.
The collagen in the skin basically prevents wrinkles over a longer period of time. But internally, you age at the same rate. You just don't appear to be okay.
I feel
So
like the African American or no American, any African, I feel they have much more stamina and better energy. Their energy is much more positive, no matter what. I don't know why.
it's called it's called
Boom, chicka,
oppression.
bang, bang.
I'll call it oppression. Okay, you have to. If you live an African American life, either you one or two things: either you have a better outlook or you kill yourself. One of the two, because it ain't gonna change. So most people are gonna have a better outlook and better energy and more positive energy because that's you have to go through life with that like that, especially in America as a black man. Okay, if you think about all the things, you constantly worry about all the things that are gonna keep you down. You're not gonna live long.
No, I don't. This is very unfortunate. I missed everything you just said. It cuts on me.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it is what it is. It's not, I mean, we're not gonna really dwell on it because especially in the black form, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. You do the best you can. But that's how come we have a happier outlook. We have more energy because we have to.
Because you have to.
Because we have to. Yeah, you have to.
I think is a natural thing.
It could be, but I'm saying is it's also a cultural thing.
Wow,
You know,
because
you have to. Well, that's how come a lot of I was telling it on my last mail hangout that a lot of our music uh, comes out of our experience, like rap, hip hop, and blues, and all that stuff. All that comes out of our lived experience because we got to express it. So,
wonderful.
so we express it through song rather than get drunk and killing ourselves. We express it through song so we can get through it. So, same thing with rap and hip hop. You express it through song, or you express it through the music. So you can tell a lot about the African American uh, community environment just by its music. What are they singing about? Because they're gonna sing about what's on the street.
Very romantic too.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
it can be. If you think about the '60s and maybe the early to mid '70s,
wonderful.
it was all soul music. It was all romantic and stuff like that because African Americans were doing a lot better. They were doing well.
It's
Okay.
relaxing. It's
Yeah.
relaxing. It caress our femininity and feels good inside. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. You can tell. We went from blues to jazz to R&B, and then and then when the financial downturn came and crack came, you got hip hop. Now hip hop is we like to think it's dance music, but hip hop is struggle music. It really is struggle music
It
because
is.
the economic downturn came and people were struggling on the streets, so you had to express it somehow. It came out in hip hop,
I see.
but that's how we express ourselves. So we it's got to come out somewhere, so it comes out. Rather than black people don't like to dwell on pain. They really don't. Whereas we don't have the German, the Middle European German fortitude where we're gonna uh, embrace our pain and work harder. Black people don't do it. Don't do it that way. We have to push it aside and actually find some joy in our
Exactly.
lives. Yeah.
There we
Yeah.
go.
But
That's
Goldie said it's
true.
called soul. Okay. Yeah. I mean it's soul music basically because it comes from that.
That's huge.
But what it's saying is our music. That's how come people are attracted to our music because because it is that way. It comes the joy that we have to have comes directly from our soul. It has to come out of our music, so we feel better about ourselves.
Huh.
That's like most black people can't stand classical music. Black people had to listen to classical music all day. They kill themselves because it's too sad. They can't do it. It's got to have a beat. They would kill
Yes.
themselves. They would kill. If you played classical music on the radio 24/7, black people commit suicide left and right because they can't take it.
It's sad.
They
It's a
can't
sad
take it.
music.
Yeah, yeah.
And back in the tribes, they already had a beat. It was
Hmm.
very beautiful already. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Any tribe, they can be dirt poor. They can be dirt poor and starving, but you know, if they have enough energy to dance, they're going to do it because uh, they got to break away from that existence. You know,
It's
it is what it
magical.
is.
It's magical. It's wonderful. But I see that Char Willie is saying, asking a question on the group chat, but on the Google Hangout.
Oh, I guess it could be. She can ask. Oh, she's mic'd up. She can ask it here if she wants it to.
I don't.
Yeah, I was letting you talk, not a
Oh
problem.
no.
But there is a question in the chat room
Okay,
that
go ahead.
they want to know where you're from.
Where am I from? I'm in Long
Where
City.
where she's
My oh, where she's from. And where you're from, Gigi?
I am my ethnicity is Russian and Venetian. My mother's a Venetian from Italy, and
Okay.
my father's a white Russian Zigan.
Okay. Okay.
And I grew up in North Africa and Morocco.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And Morocco, you know, if you guys, it's just cross from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
And very nice childhood away from all the TV. My father was against TV. I had no TV at home.
Mm-hmm.
He was against many all things, school and everything. So I grew up.
Oh yeah. Okay. Because we call white Russians a Prussian. Okay, Catherine the Great was a Prussian, so they have a lot of Prussian um, attitudes, which is authoritative, the strong authoritative father, very strict.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
which took me a long time to figure. I said, wait a minute, why do they call them white Russians? Okay, what's the difference between white Russians and regular Russians? I said, oh, because white Russians are derived from a Prussian heritage, Prussian royalty. Um, so you see a white Russian, they're actually derived from royalty. Like Putin is a white Russian.
Easy.
Yeah, Putin is a white Russian. He's Russian. He's Prussian royalty.
Well, my family was a Zigan people, so they start the cabarets, the cabarets in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it was a big fashion.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, this is 3 generation with no family. We after the Tsar, we got wiped out.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that's the word. So
Yeah.
basically, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys are
But
because I couldn't figure it out until they said Catherine the Great was a Prussian princess that ruled Russia. I said, oh, they're Prussian. Okay, that's the difference. Okay, that's the difference.
No, I have a very lucky life, very special life because of my father. He was actually he was very cultivated. He knew a very you can talk. That's the gentleman you would have loved to talk with. Like he can talk with you for like 10 hours straight. He knows so many things.
Yeah.
He used to. He passed away, but he was an excellent artist. We started in Greece and Crete Islands first.
Mm-hmm.
He was restoring the Virgin Mary and Jesus Mary in the churches, the Orthodox churches in Greece. We didn't get paid very much, but we were happy because we're always living on a beautiful decor. And then he decided to go to Morocco because he wanted to work for the king, I guess, and all the smala, we call it up there, like all the people around that follow the kingdom. And he made it.
It makes sense. You have Prussian royalty flowing through your veins, sweetie.
He made it. Actually, it continued haunting me my whole childhood.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages.
There is, true.
Yeah. So you learned a lot because you're exposed to a lot of things and exposed to a lot of culture and things that most, I would say, 99% of the people on the planet will never get exposed to because of who your father was.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's a blessing in some ways. The thing is, you got tools. You don't have the money to go with it, but you have the tools to actually,
yes. My
I'm sure you got connections, you know, in Europe
I
because of
do.
your father. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
do. My father was an excellent artist. Like he made at the end of the day he ended up making fresco and all
Mhm.
the palaces and
Yeah.
but for some reason, you know, he never got he was always broke.
Yeah. He's all, yeah. Well, yeah. That happens. It's called it's called uh it's called a royalty, a landlord without land. So a landless royalty. It happens. How many languages did he speak?
My father spoke Greek and French.
Hmm.
I grew up learning French, my baby language, and then I learned Greek, but I forgot it when I went to Morocco. I was 8, and so I learned Arabic because my father insists that I grew up with the indigenous a lot.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
yeah, when everybody was to school, I was going to harvest the figs and the wheat
Okay.
left over,
Okay.
and
Okay.
learn how to be a real woman. I would call it.
Okay. But he educated you at home, huh?
He educated me at home,
Yeah.
but then he got lost because my father's favorite sport was hunting women.
Ah. Okay.
He had
the,
so
the, the,
many
the,
beautiful women. Yeah.
the old royal genes, huh? Okay.
Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
grandfather too, the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
A big rat.
He didn't make a whole lot of royal bastards, did he?
Actually, you know, I'm aware of few of them, and in fact, the last one he left
Well,
me.
that's okay because Putin is a royal is the son of a royal bastard. So
Oh wow,
yeah,
interesting to
his
know.
his father, yeah, his grandfather was a royal bastard. Was a cook. That's like they don't talk about him that much. He's a royal bastard.
Wow,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. So European history, royal history is very intriguing because it plays a lot in politics.
It does, I'm
So,
sure.
you're trying to figure out how come the kings and queens of Europe accept Putin so willingly, where they didn't accept his predecessors, because he's one of them.
You know, it's a shame that I don't know more detail, but I can see. But I have to get back on my reading. I've been very
Hmm.
distracted because I love to think and I love to study too. I need to
Hmm.
go back to my study.
Yeah, because a lot of because there's America's power dissipates in Europe. A lot of these alliances, those old alliances, start popping back up. So they're going to be more important than you actually think. So basically, you see the Queen of England starting to come forward more because um, now that the American the basically the Pax Americana is coming to an end. So now they got to form those old. They got to fall back on the old alliances they used to have with the kings and queens.
That's kind of that's going to be interesting result.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. See if we can see if the European continent has grown up. They can actually coexist without killing each other.
They are. I I worry. I mean, I worry about. I mean, if we talk about the Europeans, the only thing I worry about the Europeans is the Arab community.
You know what? It is a 500-year cycle because you're in the Mediterranean and you probably know the history of that area, right? The history of the Mediterranean going back and forth, man, goes back all the way back to uh, all the way back to the Punic Wars with
Hmm.
the with Phoenicia and Rome and Greek. It really goes back further than that with Alexander the Greek.
Yes.
Yeah, so with Sparta and all that. So the Mediterranean history they go and that's how come they always say North Africa, and they kind of separate it from the rest of sub-Saharan Africa because it's almost a region unto itself.
Andalusia in Spain.
Yeah, in Spain, in Portugal, and in Italy, and Greece, they're all Turkey. They're all in that area, and they have been going back and forth like North Africa would conquer or have influence on Europe or Southern Europe, and then vice they switch back and forth. So it's been going back and forth. So it's like It's like a 500-year cycle where it goes back and forth.
But in Morocco, I'm very happy that I could see the last souk, which is markets where you can buy your potatoes and everything, and then all the artisanal vegetables and everything, very, very natural. Now, yeah, that was the 80s, the last of 70s and early 80s, and the middle of the 800. I mean, it was 1985 or 6. It started to disappear. Morocco just all of a sudden, too many people popped, and now it's just crazy. Everything just moved to another.
Yeah, because basically, you're sub-Saharan, well, not sub-Saharan, but North Africa is like an extension of Europe, and vice versa.
It is, but in Morocco we have the Berbers, which is they have red skin. They look like the people from American Indian. They even have the same motif when they weave their baskets. Is the same motif. Yes.
Yeah, because those are basically that's the culture that's been passed down. I was looking at they were Samoans. They were Samoans, and they were doing their war dance, right?
Yes.
And they were explaining, and they're doing their war dance. You could basically, if you know how to read the symbols and the body language, they were telling a story. Even though I didn't understand the language, right? They were telling how they rode from wherever they came from, and how they landed on the island, and how they went to war and they conquered, they conquered the land, and they formed, basically they're telling a story, right? And they were doing the dance. And if you look at the pygmy, the Twar, what we call the pygmies, tell their storytelling dance, they're almost exactly the same. In other words, yeah, they're almost exactly the same. So basically, an American Indian, the reason that American Indians use the same motif or close to the same motif that somebody in Morocco would is because
exactly the same.
Because that's the people carry culture with them. People don't leave when you move from one land to another. You don't all of a sudden adopt a different culture. You carry it with you. You might modify it according to the land that you're at, but basically you're going to keep the same design. Like the totem, like what you call the totem that's in American Indian land goes all the way back in Africa to sub-Saharan Africa. The totem. So the totem is one of the oldest religious symbols amongst humans there is. So you see a totem pole in American Indian. It's the same as the totem down in Southern Africa.
I see. That's the word tulum with a T as a tongue.
Yeah. What TOTEM, totem. We call in English we call it a totem.
Yeah. Totem. Okay.
Yeah.
A new word that I have to.
That's how come the Americans who could recognize it when they saw it with the American Indian. Oh, that's a totem pole, because they seen it in Africa. Same thing.
I see.
In fact, I was in Central America, in Guatemala. We were visiting the old Mayan temples, right?
Wonderful. Yes.
And he was explaining it to me, and I said, and he was explaining how it was laid out. Me and the guy were talking to each other. I said, oh yeah. And he said, oh, he said how the male and female. Okay, there was a temple that was built for the pyramid that was built for the woman, which was smaller. The pyramid built for the king, which is larger. The king was in the north. The woman was the south, and then they had two buildings along the meridian, which is how the sun sets and rises. So I said exactly laid out as the Egyptians would laid it out. So basically, it's the same thing, same motif. People carry it with you.
That's true. That's true. I remember my father telling me something about the sun, and he drew it. Actually, I got one day. I made a bunch of money. I was probably 21, and I decided to buy, because the gold was not expensive in Morocco, and so I made a sun from this region in Guatemala. My father designed it. I made it in gold. I still have it until today. It was 31 grams of gold, I remember.
Yep, it's, that's what I probably event. Charles Willie's gonna have to keep riding me because I'm supposed to. There's a book that I'm supposed to teach out of, which is the origin and evolution of religions. It uh, it
That's
talks about evolution of religion, but the thing is, he focuses on the symbols and the connection that they have with other symbols worldwide, which is uh, a great book to actually not only teach religion but also teach culture and how people how sticky culture is. Yeah, because you keep seeing the same things over and over again. I'm supposed to. Charlie Willie's going to have to ride me out to teach out of it because once you start understanding how culture works, you start understanding people, and you start recognizing. It's almost like it's almost culture is almost like zodiac signs for people. Okay,
that's
if
true.
you if you say if you know a person's sign, you can get a feel of what that person is, and you get a tendency. So in other words, say like uh, say like I was talking to Candace and asked she's her boyfriend is a Leo, and okay, if the first thing is true, if she's a Leo, the first thing is true. Okay, then go down to second, third, fourth. You go down to about 10 things. You got to, even though you don't know the person, you have a pretty good sketch of that person.
You have
Same
a
thing with
blueprint.
yeah. If you look at the cultures or religious symbols, you can get a real good sketch by the symbols about the nature of that particular society. So it's a real
Absolutely.
good sketch. So in other words, this is well, how do you know that? I'll say, well, I look at the symbols. You look at the symbols, you get an idea how that society was formed, and then you look to see. Um, then you can go and see what are the influences on that society, but you get a real good sketch of that society or the nature of that society, how they operate.
Very true. My
Mm.
my father always told me if you want to learn history well, just go in the library and do it yourself because the way they teach is at school, it's really the big lines.
That's why he didn't educate you. He didn't let you go to school. He educated
No,
you himself. Yeah.
yeah, he told me all this is just to accommodate and waste of time, and that
Hmm.
sitting 8 hours. He says I don't want you to sit your butt 8 hours on a class to teach you nothing. You're gonna learn better to
Exactly.
so
What, because royalty is never. It was never royalty. Never.
go with the group. I mean,
What would not okay because they're teaching you to lead. Okay, so
that's true.
they're giving you individualized education according to your personality. You're still
That's
gonna get to
true.
the same place, but it's individualized education, which is well now it's a homeschool program. I always tell women, I tell all people basically, um, especially in the modern Prussian school system that we're in. Um, I said your teacher can only give you 15 minutes at best, 15 minutes a day to individualize education.
And he's a
And
robot.
huh?
He's a
Yeah,
robot too.
yeah, yeah. And they can learn at a basic level, but it's not going to be it's not going to be as good as you teaching that child yourself because you know that child's personality, and you're struggling with that child, how that child learns. Um, like my grandson. Okay, he's 3. Okay, now
Yeah.
for most kids, tracing will teach them how to write. For him, it didn't. So I eliminated it, and he had to write freehand. It took a while. I had to struggle with him, but the thing is, after about a month, he was writing better than everybody in the class because I put more time into him, and,
Exactly.
I catered. I basically I basically standardized the way he learned to the curriculum. So, but I could do that. The teacher can't do that because she's got 20 other students.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there is method to do things. My father had this too. He was a very talented. He had endless of talents. My father is incredible.
Mhm.
I'm jealous. I don't even have like a quarter what he has.
You do. You just don't express it.
Well, it's a long story.
You- you-
I started my life. I told my father goodbye when I was 13.
oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
he went south a little bit. But anyhow, my father knew how to how to teach. He was an excellent teacher. He wastes his time too much chasing money. It's too bad because he was really a golden somebody who could definitely teach many students wonderful
Yeah,
things.
he's a master, not a servant.
No, yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. I didn't
yeah,
understand this for a long time.
yeah,
It took me years. I
yeah,
think I figured this out not long ago, like at my
yeah,
30s.
yeah. He wasn't good at he wasn't good at taking
No,
directions.
no, because his mind was already
Yeah,
set that.
yeah, yeah. And plus he has the royal arrogance that
Oh yeah,
he might have kept it in control, but the thing
yes.
is, most people are beneath him. Okay.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
he knew women like and you very close to him on when you talk with the boys
Yeah.
about women. Oh, you have such a similar blueprint on women. I mean, it's
Oh,
incredible.
thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
incredible because he does. And my father used to dress his woman. This woman have to dress the way he say,
Uh,
and he knew beauty. I mean, if
yeah.
somebody knew beauty, my father knew beauty.
Yeah.
He had
Yeah.
stunning woman, always stunning woman, and all the woman was virgin.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, yeah. Well, basically after all these generations, all this information was passed down. But the
Yeah.
thing is, you didn't stay for the complete education. But you got a good piece of it, but you didn't stay for all of it.
I did not, unfortunately, because it was other thing involved, like for example, the comfort. I'm a Taurus rising, so
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, I like to have my comfort, and I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
I achieved that. I achieved it. Thanks
Well,
God.
yeah, you basically you comfort. You have to have you have routines and habits that you don't like to break. So you're not gonna jump willy nilly from one thing to another.
No,
You
my
like to be
father, yeah,
stable.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. My father was working on a thread all the time.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's yep. Yeah. I see why that would irritate you.
Yeah, he
Uh,
did.
Okay, Char Willie. I'm not monitoring the chat. So if there's questions they want to ask her, the questions they want to ask from the board, can you jump in and ask them if you would. If there's something important you see that's pressing that needs to be asked, because I know because me and her will probably ramble. So
I don't see
you see
anything
any?
here.
Okay,
Let's see
everybody's
how
listening.
many sisters do we have. Edward just want to know how many people.
Oh, somebody says he said elite manhood. It says Prussians are some alpha motherfuckers. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're um I'm not saying that she is or how much influence that had on her. But but those are
Not. I could keep my dignity. My father taught me to have my dignity.
mhm.
I would not understand what a dignity is, and even I had my little time like everybody else because we moved to the 90s, and stuff. But
Mhm.
I
Well,
was
but it's a real good lesson. It is a real good lesson for the people in the in the in the in the in the room because it's because you have a direct experience, and most people have never met royalty. Don't know doesn't even know how they operate. There's a certain, how can I say, standard that they operate at, and there's a certain thing like you never see somebody from royalty that only knows one language, and they know at least three or four, and
yes,
if basically your family will
Wow.
insist upon it. Yeah, in other words, wherever she moved, she probably had to learn the language of the land because you have to learn how to move around. And the parents will insist upon it. You're not going to be. In other words, if you move to a land, if you move to a land and you can't speak the language, you're a peasant because because as royalty you're superior to them, so you should be able to easily learn their language, and they will insist that you learn their language. You should be able to talk to everybody because you're superior.
yeah, you have to pay the price and use your you know, if your father teach you stuff, then you take it to the next level a little bit faster.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But they're training, but it's you're trained to lead. You're not trained to follow. That's like he had problems working for anybody else because he's not trained to follow or take orders. He's
Oh,
trained to
never.
yeah. He's trained to give orders or do his own thing because he was trained to be independent. That's what they're trained. That's like they train you to speak 3, 4 languages so that you can be independent. So even though she left when she's 13, she probably knew as far as education, she probably knew more than say most adults did.
Wow.
And where she is because
I
her
guess
father because her father gave her a superior education than what was being taught in school. That's how he didn't let her go because
never
it's a waste
went
of time. Yeah.
never went to a classroom except once. I was tired of being doing that. At a certain moment, there is some empty moments when my father had to really find a job, and we have empty months. Like there was nothing to eat. The
Oh yeah. Yeah.
the landlord is like
Yeah.
banging on the
Yeah.
door.
If for a tourist, that drives you crazy. Yeah.
Right, and those empty times were the most dangerous time for me, and that's where I started to escape here and there, and then.
Okay.
But he gave me a very good dignity. That means that everywhere I knew how to present myself and always
Yeah.
get what I want to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, he gave me an excellent blueprint. I do have problem with my spelling still in English, but I'm working on it. It's a small.
Yeah, it's for a non-English speaker, you're doing very well.
Thank you, GBS. Thank you. I'm trying, and then
You know what I had when I said there used to be an old Korean guy, and he spoke. How many languages did he speak? He's Korean, so he spoke Korean. He
yes,
spoke Chinese. He spoke Spanish. He spoke French,
wow.
and he spoke English. He said that he also said that goddamn English.
Yes, pretend
He
English.
said that goddamn English. He said I said he spoke French wonderfully. He spoke Korean, and he spoke Chinese wonderfully. But he said but the goddamn English. He used to cuss English. He sit and he would sit with me and every day, and we go for an hour. We just he said, well, okay, how do you say this, or how do you express this, or what kind of word would you use for this? And
I see.
he said, why are there so many words in English? I said because English is like cooking. And basically how what words you use adds flavor to your sentence. So it's about flavor. So in other words, you have 10 words that express the same meaning, but they all have a different flavor. So when you use them, it's a different flavor. So I expressed it. He said, oh, he got it then. I said, oh, it's like cooking. So in other words, when you use a different word, it's the same. They mean the same thing, but the thing is, it gives your speech a different tone, different flavor. So yeah, it gives you a different flavor. So I explained it to him that way.
In English,
English is more like poetry than it is.
correct.
Yeah,
It rhymes.
yeah. It rhymes. It rhymes, and the words that you use. So expert wordsmith can paint a picture in English a little better because you got more words, and if you read it well, it conveys a slightly same meaning but a slightly different tone depending on the word you use.
But
It was it. Go ahead.
thank you for for telling me that I'm doing better in English and I'm not doing too
Oh,
bad.
English is
A
tough.
long road to go. I really I enjoy my. I had to take care of my children because it is what it is.
Hmm.
Their father was pretty absent, so
Hmm.
I kind of like dropped my education for a couple years. Well,
Hmm.
I learned most little bit of Buddhist philosophy and stuff
Hmm.
that
Hmm.
I didn't know,
Hmm.
but just always visiting, but never go to the end, to the bottom, like learning something, master it. So, but
Hmm.
I am have a long road to go, and I would like to continue. Finally, now the children are older. My
Okay.
my daughter is 21, and my
Oh yeah. Yeah.
yes. So
What I'm saying is, if you're royalty, you gave her a good foundation, so she shouldn't have any problems. It's just a matter
absolutely.
of, yeah, because your emphasis on what she should and shouldn't learn is different because you get because the way royals. And I'm not saying that you're royal. I don't know if you accept it or not. Where you were trained, you see the world differently than most people.
Well, yes, and I believe we have a little bit of a royalty in our family because all of our life, even my ancestors been next to the royalty,
Mm-hmm.
and my father had a pretty royal features and choice, and
Mm-hmm.
even if we had no TV and
Mm-hmm.
barely anything, no furniture in the house, we always lived in a beautiful place. We always have a very pleasant house. It's just empty house. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It was like it's like a bad dream sometimes.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. It's rough on a royal when they're poor. Okay.
Yes, yes. But
It's rough.
yet when we get out, we are in a beautiful place. We eat well in Morocco. We and
Mm-hmm.
then most Moroccan, they wash you, they clean your house,
Mm-hmm.
and we always had a cleaner, so it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of a
No,
royal.
it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Yeah.
No, and that's what my father says. I don't want to go to those European. You're a slave up there. At least here we have our freedom in Morocco.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. See, yeah, like I'm saying he's a royal.
Yeah,
He's a royal. That's for sure.
and
Yeah.
then you have the guy downstairs who makes sure that he's in the door and watch who's doing what on the street. So you give him 10 dirhams a day.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you always have somebody to serve you. People are very uh, they serve you in Morocco. You can it's like Latin America.
Wow.
You can find people clean after you,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's a developing country, so yeah, it's cheaper there. So if you got talent, the thing is they haven't come up to the same educational level as say like the modern world, which is more competitive. So
correct.
you have so people if you have talent, it stands out a little bit more.
It
Uh,
does. It
yeah,
does.
it does. Yeah.
And also, but my father had a choice because he was very famous at certain points because he grew up in Paris. He ended up in
Hmm.
Paris. The
Hmm.
ancestor went there, so he ended up there, and he did the first nightclub decoration of one of the most incredible back then was the booming nightclub in Paris. And he started be doing movie because he was a very handsome man, and he was doing movies. He could have become somebody from the high end in France, but he decided all this is crap. He packed it up, and then we left in Greece instead. When I was one, he,
Okay.
he says, "I don't want you to grow up in this retarded society." He couldn't stand.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's Prussian. He is
Yeah,
Prussian. Yeah, he's Prussian.
he
Yeah.
couldn't
Yeah,
stand
it makes
the
sense. Yeah.
direction that we're
Yeah.
taking.
Yeah.
He says, "You're a little girl. We watching a woman
Oh yeah.
for their boobs and all that stuff."
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
I
oh
was
yeah.
like, "What's wrong
Yeah.
with him?"
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yep, 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 yep. Yep, he sounds very Prussian. That's very true.
I find one day I can maybe show you one of his wonderful collection that he made actually that he left me of
Okay.
insect, the insects creatures right out of his imagination. A whole collection like this of creatures from out of space, but yet they look like insect. Beautiful,
Hmm.
beautiful
Hmm.
pastels. Um, yeah, he had a wild imagination, but yet he decided to live in the third world countries because it's
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can breathe. We can breathe. We can go to the beach. We can go to the mountains,
yeah.
and,
Yeah,
and
he didn't want to be a financial slave because he wasn't raised that
no,
way. Yeah, yeah.
no. And he never had a social security. He doesn't give a. I mean, he doesn't care. He never had a social security. And the last child he had is my 6-year-old little sister. This thank you for
Yeah,
that.
he's a
Oh my
royal. That's
god.
for sure. Yeah, yeah, he's royal.
And then,
All right then.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And then he says, "Here, can you take care of your little sister? I think I'm dying." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So
Oh, somebody asked. Okay, he's being a smart. He said, "Do you have a Fabergé egg for sale?"
Yeah, basically.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's what he's at.
yeah, exactly. He left, and he left that little girl. Her mother is very primitive,
Okay.
and so she's not. So she's a. We call them the Fatimas.
Okay. Okay. The
So
local folks.
the local folks, very beautiful
Okay.
lady, but man, she's got a
So where
lot.
are you now? Where are you still in Morocco?
Oh no, I've been living in North California for
Oh, okay. Okay.
yes.
All right.
I,
Yeah, I'm sure they love you.
well, actually, I'm a very solitary person. I don't see.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're not a social person. Oh, because they would love you. I'm sure they would ask because those are the kind of people they like to ask about.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sure your father would be fast. I'm sure your father, if he could come to Northern California, he'd be fascinated.
Actually, he came here a few years ago, and he didn't actually. I was surprised. He was not that hot about America.
Oh, really? Okay.
I was like, why? Because
Uh,
he said the Europeans are much more interesting than the Americans. I'm like, oh, really?
yeah. Well, they're more varied. Yeah, because America does have a monoculture,
The
whereas you have
culture.
all those little, little societies in Europe that's still kind of separate. If there is no monoculture, yeah, we've been kind of homogenized in the United States. So he might be right.
But I have to tell him though, America did they developed this country so fast in so little time. It's amazing.
Yeah, yeah, it is. There's a lot of reasons for it, and
Wonderful.
no conflict. British and German technology and plenty of land, and
Plant-
resources. So basically they grew um, like an invasive species. You know how a species come in and take over because they don't have any predators.
No,
So yeah,
exactly.
so America grew like that.
But it
And,
was a pleasure to have a father like I had, and
yeah.
I'm
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Basically, you were blessed.
I
So
am
the
blessed.
thing is, the thing is, what are you going to do with what are you going to do with what he gave you? It wasn't money, but he gave you a lot of stuff that but a lot of money can't buy.
Yes.
In fact, there was an episode in I know you don't watch Scandal. There's a black show called Scandal, and basically, uh, Olivia Pope's father was saying. He sent her to school with kings and queens. In other words, he got her a superior education. So basically you got a superior education for free, which most people have to pay millions of dollars to get. So
That's true, but on the other hand, the on the other side of the story is that I cannot how we said I cannot blend.
disclose
I
okay.
cannot blend. I never blend. I'm always
Yeah, that's true.
you
Well,
know.
because you're raised to be separate. It is what it
Yeah.
is. So blending in.
Even if I want to, there is an energy that
Mhm.
just doesn't. I just don't blend. Period.
Yeah, well, well, that's true. That's the heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Correct. And then if I wanna find a regular job and I have to work
Uh-huh.
for myself, but if I want to work for somebody, it's another issue too because it's like, wait a minute, what? You
Yeah.
if I do my how we call that the CV, if you write your resume,
Okay.
oh my gosh, it's a huge problem. I have to find somebody at the library to help me because
Oh, okay.
I don't look
Okay.
normal. you know,
Okay. Yeah. Well.
like this woman doesn't have skills. We don't know where to put it. You see,
Yeah. Basically you're a round peg with a lot of square holes. Yeah.
correct. So what I'm
You don't
gonna
fit.
do is I'm gonna volunteer, I think, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. 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 Well, the thing is, what you want to do is get an interview. And basically, once people learn your background, they get interested. And you're going to have to find something a little higher on the food chain.
Yeah.
Because most people down on the basic level can't use your skills
No.
um, because you weren't trained to work down there. So you're going to have to go a little higher, like an assistant or um, I would say
Exactly.
a personal assistant probably would be better for you. So if you're in Northern California, um,
Yes.
just start sending letters out with your background to say like CEOs and executives and stuff like that, and see if they have an interest in what your talent as a background. And because your father taught you a lot, it's a matter of finding use for it.
I have to
And
find, otherwise I feel guilty. I feel like it's a waste.
it is a waste. Well, the thing is, if you can eat, it's not a waste. But well, other than that, if I were you, you're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be more about personal relationships. So stop trying to get a basic job, and I wouldn't say stop. What I'm saying is, try
Mm-hmm.
to find a way to email or send letters
To channel all this.
to people a little higher on the food chain that actually use the talents that you have. Because the
Exactly.
thing is, finding good use of talents that you have, you have to get out and you have to come out of your shell. As a tourist, you're gonna have to
Mhm.
network because that's how you're gonna find these things. And once people find out who you are and who you're raised by and the talents that you have, they'll get interested because they're going to want to be around you. They're going to want other people in their circles to be around you because they weren't raised that way, and they want to have a little bit of that influence on
That would be very. That's a nice way to look at it. So
them.
something that I can offer that I can find that I
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I can be used for.
yeah, yeah.
I wanted to open a while ago. I mean, that was a few years ago. I wanted to open a hammam. Do you know what a hammam is?
No.
So it's a steam room. It's just a middle
Oh, okay,
steam room, like the
okay.
Turks. It's like the Turks, you know.
Hmm.
It's a steam room where you get a scrub, and then the skin is the biggest organs that we have, and we get a scrub and all the microscopic uh, dirt or dust to get into your skin
Okay, yeah,
or out.
okay, okay,
It's a wonderful thing, but it took me a while. It took two years of business in school just to understand the American how we present a business.
okay.
And then I went all the way to the bottom of this, and I found out that it was not part of that I didn't find my trends like the Koreans and like the Chinese, or so it basically is not gonna work. I'm not gonna have a trend.
Oh, yeah.
It's only North Africa who.
Oh, the thing is so focus on the products that they use rather than the actual physical steam room.
Yeah.
No, no. So in other words, if it's something that's worthwhile, you have YouTube. You can actually demonstrate the stuff,
Now we
and
do. Yeah.
yeah, you have to do now. What I'm saying is focus on the products that they use as far as what do you scrub with, what products do you use when you scrub, that kind of stuff. When wealthier people have their own steam rooms and stuff like that. But how do you give a Turkish steam room, or how do you
Oh,
demonstrate how
that's a
you do
good
it?
idea.
So you're better as a teacher and selling the products to allow them to have a different experience. That's what I would do.
Actually, this is a very clever idea. I never thought
Yeah,
it this way.
yeah. So you're giving them you're basically giving them the products to have the same experience that you would have in Turkey, because you can't bring them to Turkey and put them in a steam room. Can't open up one because it's not feasible. But you can teach them to do it themselves.
So,
Especially a lot of white women will probably eat it up.
so
you know. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. I'm changing a little bit of subject. I was like,
Go
wanted
ahead.
to ask you, what do you think about Virginia? Do you like this state?
Well, Southern California is a big difference. Yeah, well, there's only two spots in the world that replicate the weather of Southern California at sea level. Okay, and that is the south of France and Los Angeles, so Southern California. It's only two spots. Every
Okay,
place else you want this kind of weather, you have to go. You got to go above like 5,000 feet.
I see. That's how we see it. Okay.
Yeah, so that's how come people are crowding into this little area, because it's only two spots in the world where you can actually get this kind of weather at sea level.
May I ask you where you uh
Los Angeles.
are you
I'm in
from?
Los Angeles. Yeah,
Like
I'm in
you
Los.
grew up in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I grew up. I've been here since I was like 4 or 5 years old.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Los Angeles is so big. I
it
could
is
say
big.
it is huge.
And big and getting crowded. It's going to be like a super New York if they keep up this pace.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah,
big
yeah.
city. I can't believe it. How much you sit on the car there forever.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and traffic. What? Were you in? Are you in the Bay Area? Or are you basically
Yes, I
further
am in.
north?
No, I'm in north of the Bay Area. I am in Sonoma County.
Okay. Okay. Wine country. Yeah.
That's where I ended up 20 years ago. I married an Italian man.
Okay. Very good.
Yes, and one by it didn't work out. Whatever. So now here we are, but it's okay. It's life. We just do whatever we can and do our
Yeah.
best. All I can
Well. Yeah.
say is I'm lucky that I at least could live a real woman's life. That means, quote, take care of my children
Mm-hmm.
and not struggle, because that's what I said to myself as a Taurus rising. There is absolutely no way that we'll have children if I don't have the finance
Yeah.
to provide a pleasant life.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Are you trying to get in, Char?
No, I was waiting till she
Oh.
finished, and then I had a couple
Oh,
things to say.
you can jump in
yes,
because we'll be rambling. So just jump in.
Oh, okay. There's two questions in the chat. They want to ask Gigi, what is her interest black men, and what would her dad say about dating black men?
he will say that, well, first of all, the black man then that I'm dating, I have not touched him yet, and it's been 1 year.
Wow. Okay. You coming
And
from
what makes him
Morocco, it makes it understand. Yeah.
Not because I feel like I'm so special or anything. It's just the circumstances. It's a very bizarre story. But anyhow, to answer the question, my father probably will have a big laugh and tell me, "Oh, I understand why." You
That's
know,
funny. Yeah.
yes, he will think immediately.
Okay. Yeah. About the stories, huh?
That of true. I
Okay.
I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like black men are uh, superior than white men in my eyes. It's always
Okay.
been, yes.
That's interesting.
Yes, I have. I feel them that they are. I like the humor, and again the good energy, the musical side. Also to don't be so frustrated and take everything at the first degree all the time. Or it was a pleasant in the character, pleasantness,
Mm,
and la joie de vivre, like we say in France. Um, so more enjoyable, enjoying life. To don't stop at the time of it takes things as a big drama. I feel like white men sometimes they have their period. True. They're not. They don't get over. And actually, the indigenous people were close to this energy too.
hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's very early. I like this, and men that are more down, like earth, more earthy people
Hmm.
who has get over things and more naturally move on. Um, but then African American culture, I'm learning with all of you,
Hmm.
listening what you say and also what you write, and then I learn much more about how to understand the culture and the ethics of how we the concept of life and relationships. So and I have to tell you, I'm a little confused because I've been living a very stable life for a very long time,
Hmm.
and to change like this, I don't know if other women in the chat understand that to start all over at 48 is a little challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. For anybody, if you've
Oh,
been
okay.
in a relationship where a stabilized relationship for a very long time, and you have to go back and say on the market, as we say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a challenge, especially because the market is not as the same as when you left. So you got to
What's
learn all over
key?
again.
trust and believe. I don't want to say again I'm super special, but I attract a lot of young men. I don't know why.
Oh, well, there's two reasons. I don't know.
Okay, what does
There's
it
two. There's two. If you look good enough, okay,
mean?
you look good enough. If you still held together, as you look good enough, if you look good enough for your age, and that's acceptable. Uh, and they know that you have experience. And the second thing is that you're cheaper. Women don't
Yeah,
factor that in.
I'm not materialistic. I'm a very natural
Well,
person. I don't.
okay,
Yeah.
for an older woman, for a younger man, it's cheaper
Oh, I see.
than the woman his age or younger. Okay, so it's if it isn't free, it's like at a deep discount, and and women don't factor that in because they think, oh, I'm beautiful, and they're attracted to older woman, and da 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 da. They said, okay, because you're not doing the financial part of it. You're not realizing the financial part. If you start realizing the financial part, you get it. Okay, for
True,
about younger men and older women.
true, but it's a kind of annoying because when I go to, well, first of all, just to let you know, to the ladies, I never wash, but I don't have a nice leather skin like all of you guys. But I wash myself only with cold water for
Hmm.
years since I'm little, and I barely ever do. I do the steam room, but I don't do uh, hot shower. It kills your skin. So
Hmm.
that over the years really make a huge difference because basically I do have a very tight skin, almost like an African American lady.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not. I'm not chocolate. That's the only thing, you know. but
And plus, you probably do have a little bit of it in you wasn't your mother uh,
Venice, she's
from
a
Venice?
pure
Yeah, with southern.
Venetian.
So yeah, so she's got a little bit of it in her. So you got
Yes.
to so that helps.
My mother was a Venetian blonde. She was beautiful lady too.
Hmm.
My
Hmm.
parents
But
are very beautiful people.
yeah, so in other words, you have you probably have your mother's skin.
I do have my mother's skin. Actually, I do have my father's skin. I'm sorry because my father is olive.
Oh, he's olive. Oh, is he? How do
Yes.
you, okay, how do you get to be olive? Now that's interesting.
Well, olive. When I said that the definition of olive in my perspective is a white that is
Well, like Greek, like Greeks are olive. Like
correct, correct,
yeah,
correct, like
yeah,
that. Not
yeah.
Irish, not
No,
English now. Yes, we
no, they're olive. Like Greek, Sicilians in Greece. They have
correct.
they have olive skin. Yeah,
And we have thicker skin than the Irish and all those
yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah,
They have very
yeah,
thin skin. They can't stand the sun and stuff like that. But
yeah.
no, I mean, yeah, it's but to find like all of a sudden I'm a little lost because I'm in America.
Hmm.
It's big, and I gotta
Yeah.
find a partner because I don't believe that it's a very healthy thing to stay alone, finish single.
Hmm.
Um, just to have a nice, and I don't ask much of a man. He doesn't have to be super beautiful. He doesn't have to, he has to have some certain charisma. But I
Hmm.
don't ask for the proof.
What they call it, as we call it in the vernacular of among black folks, they call that swag.
Yeah, well, little swag. That would
Yeah.
be nice. Just a little
So
jack.
you can't. Well, yeah. Well, you chose the black man. He does have that. If he doesn't, he might not have a horse, but he got all the swag.
Yeah, the swag
Stop
and
laughing, Char.
Okay.
the humor. What else?
Hmm.
I mean, as long as it's flexible and you know,
If you ever met our women, you know how come we have to be entertaining. Okay, because it's like
absolutely.
like Showtime at the Apollo. They will give us a hook.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm telling you, when I go to a party, when I'm
Hmm.
invited to a birthday party to an African American crowd
Hmm.
versus to a white American crowd, man, I'm
Hmm.
so bored with the American crowd. There's nothing to
Yeah.
do
Oh
about it.
yeah.
Bored. Those people.
Yeah. Black women do not like boring men. So
No, They
Yeah.
will.
So basically, you get a black man. Most black men do have some kind of have to have some kind of personality. Okay, because if you don't have some kind of personality, you will not replicate black
No, you will
community.
not stand. You won't be
Yeah.
proud of you. That's true.
No, 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 no. No, you'll hear about it. Trust me. It's not one of those things where there's a difference between white women and black women. Okay, white women, if you're boring and you're not interesting, they'll smile at you. They may ignore you. And black women are gonna let you hear about it.
Yeah,
Every black woman that's around you is gonna let you hear about it. Oh man, how come you ain't got no style? How come you ain't in it? Then you gonna hear about
but I
it.
love
So
that about it. I love that about it. I
yeah,
think this is very cool. I love everything about you guys' culture. I think you're absolutely right of everything
yeah,
you do. The only thing that I'm a little sad is just the how but it's not just the African American community. It's also a lot of community in the United States that doesn't think anymore straight today, and the children, are born
yeah,
and stuff like that.
yeah. Because most okay, most cultures most cultures that are grounded look like uh up to 7 generations ahead. Okay, you come from a different your father and your people come from a slightly different culture. You look even further ahead. So
Mhm.
you're not thinking about your children or your grandchildren. You're thinking about your ancestors like 1,000 years from now.
Right, right.
Yeah. So you guys have a much different perspective. So when a man is actually supposed to lay groundwork for his family, he's not laying the groundwork for his family for 2 or 3 generations. We're laying the groundwork for his family up to 10 generations because that's how royalty think. They think 10 generations ahead, and because they know their history is going to be told by somebody long after they're dead. They want their name to uh, have some meaning, 1,000 years from now. Well, my great 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 grandfather or whatever it is, my ancestor, he started this, thus, and so 1,000 years ago, and this is what our family been living off of. So they think like that. Fortunately, black people, the way we've been trained, we think maybe 1 generation ahead at best. So we don't look at the
We do.
and Americans have kind of adopted that where we only thinking about us and maybe our children. We're not thinking about our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, which is
That's true.
yeah,
I never thought about this
hmm yeah,
perspective.
yeah.
Now I can see it.
So your perspective is different because you see yourself as a link in a chain. Okay,
It's almost
because
my duty. I absolutely have no choice.
hmm it is. Yeah, that's the difference. That's the difference because you have a lineage that you have to keep up, and whereas most black people don't think that. Or
Well,
most people, Americans don't think that, period, but black people especially.
but also as a soul, like you have to pay your deeds of there is something that you've got to do before you leave,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the question. What am I
yeah,
supposed to make sure that I fulfill something that I owe? This is not
yeah,
for free here.
yeah, yeah. That's the difference.
You get it.
Um, so it's good to have you on. It's good to have
Thank
you
you,
on.
GBS. Yes, I will let the
Yeah. Oh, I'm not trying to
now.
cut you off. What I'm saying,
I
I'm
know,
saying that.
no, we can go on and on and on.
No, no, no. I'm saying it. I'm saying it to you, but I'm also saying it for the people that are in the room and people that can be listening to the recording, because
Yes.
this is something. This is a peek into something that they would never ever get a behind the scenes look at. Because even
Mhm.
though you're not living in a castle and whatnot, thing is you still operate in that world. They get a peek of how other people or royalty see themselves and see their family so they can get a wider perspective of maybe how to replicate that in their own lives. This is how come
Absolutely,
royalties
and
is
everybody
yeah,
can do that.
yeah,
Everybody,
yeah,
that's a very good point, GBS. Because and also, I don't feel like I'm superior at all. I just that we all won,
yeah,
no problem, and we all,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna need that guy on the corner of the street too.
Yeah, but the thing is not that. It's the thing is the culture and the training that's been passed down to you,
Right,
and anybody can pass it down. The thing is their focus to pass it down.
right,
You know,
true.
yeah,
Very
and what you see is important. You see things as important because your father. Okay, you don't see TV as important as much as because your father didn't emphasize it. Okay, in other words, we're getting rid of that. Um, the responsibility of teaching you is not up to the school; it's up to me.
right.
Um, that kind of stuff. Whereas Americans in general and Black people in particular don't see it that way. It's up to the school to teach my child. Whereas
Mhm.
Exactly.
royalty would never leave the education of their child or their offspring in the hands of a public school system. Not completely,
Not at all.
because it's because that child has a purpose they got to fulfill, and it's too important to instill that child with the proper guidance and education. So in other words, okay, they're only teaching English, okay, but okay, you knew French, and you probably knew what you French
Great.
and French and
Great.
Greek, but he forced you to learn what? Arabic, right?
But if actually he told me, he asked me to stay with the indigenous, and when I say indigenous, the locals, like really the locals,
Yeah,
and that taught me Arabic because the other people are snob.
yeah,
They don't want to mix. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
And that I was very pleased to learn all this,
yeah,
and we went all the way up to royalty up there for sure. We my father actually worked for
yeah,
the for the palace. So
yeah,
and then I had all of a sudden $10 million. I was sitting in a $10 million room or something. It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
ridiculous. When they're rich up there, they're really rich. I mean, people are really rich.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The difference between the poor and rich are stark. Whereas America is where there still is
Exactly.
a broader middle. Okay, people are more alike than they are different.
Yeah, there is like a lot of, yeah, when you are part of the people who living uh, quote a normal life without being involved in not being no rich. It's true, there is so many possibility here. We just have to have a good
Yeah,
energy, and be enthusiastic.
yeah,
Enthusiastic.
yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
you don't realize that you're actually giving the people in the room an education, and they're going to play this back. You know,
Oh, okay.
Uh, they're actually. Well, I'm saying they will say it's being recorded. They're actually going to play this back, and they're going to get, they're going to get the stuff that they missed, the difference in culture. That's why I try to. Uh, difference in culture is the difference in focus and what's important. Okay,
Right.
if you listen to what her father did, and I want you guys listening to focus on what her father did with her and what she's doing with her children, how it differs from what you guys do, because she's trained for a different purpose, and if you want to train your children for a different purpose, you have to replicate that.
Like
So
you,
it's a
CBS, you do replicate that on your little grandson, taking the
yeah,
time to teach him and
yeah,
blueprint him with intelligence, because
yeah,
everybody has an intelligence if they taught early enough in their life.
yeah, yeah,
So you do that too. You bring something in this world. So because when you're gone, you have to leave something, your imprint,
yeah.
to the people depend on you. They
So it's
depend. Yeah.
So if anybody wants to jump in, they're welcome to, because if not, we'll be rambling for a while. I know this because it's a peek into stuff that you guys will probably never ever hear from anybody else, because this is a person that has royal blood and was trained as a royal, and you're actually listening to her life, even though she didn't stay she didn't get the what we call the full Megillah. What I'm saying is she has enough of it to where you get a peek of how the difference, how I wouldn't say that they, but say how they look at the world, which I'm trying to get you guys to look at the world the same way that her father would, or that she would, because they look at the world differently than we do. Okay, so
I,
I'm trying to get you guys to get a peek into this is the way that her father looked at the world, and I'm trying to get you guys to look at it the same way. So regardless of what you're going to do with it, whether you do nothing with it or you do something with it, the thing is, the way you look at the world will change the way you operate in your life. Like, you've lived in how many countries?
oh man, I traveled the whole planet. But that was me, because when I get out at 13, I decided that my father pisses me off with his wife, to tell you the truth. That's
Hmm.
why I leave. I have enough of his he had a passage. My dad had sometimes a a little bizarre phase, and I had just had it. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I was obsessed to go to South Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
So I end up reaching the South Pacific because, see, I had a lot of chance because of my dad working in the palace. I had a lot of chance to live all my life in a $10 million
Okay.
house, but it didn't do nothing for me
Okay.
because unfortunately those people are extremely boring.
Okay.
All you are is a bouffon, basically.
Okay. Okay.
And does not interest me at all. So
Mm.
I just packed it up and left.
You got a lot of your father in you, huh?
Exactly. Very
Yeah.
like I don't care. I got my jeans on, my boots, my bike, and see you later, man. I mean, I was
Mm.
like really like a warrior when I was younger, fiery warrior woman, and I didn't care about the $10 million because the guy didn't have a power.
Mm.
So for me, it's just cancel. Just it doesn't make any sense. It's a waste
Okay.
of life.
Okay. We got a couple of guys that jumped in. I think they probably want to ask you a quick question. So if
Yes.
you guys want to ask a question, go ahead.
Oh, Edward. Hi.
Hello.
You
I
you
was
want to
going
ask a question?
Okay.
like what to call it as first. You don't got a question, Lalantos?
Yes, I think the guest already kind of answered the question. I was just going to simply ask. It sounds as though your background came from. It was very dignified. It was very noble. I was just curious if you could elaborate further how your father regarded money and the use of money and wealth of resources.
Mm, he always my father was not he wanted a lot of money because he likes luxury because he has all kinds of taste for good food and beautiful cars and villa or whatever, but then he never understood how he's supposed to commit to the business part of that. So he always turning in circle. And I say, as intelligent he was, there were certain area that he could never
He
tell.
lacked this. He lacked the discipline, huh? He didn't pick up the Prussian discipline to go along
The
with it, huh?
hypocrisy, like the
Yeah.
game that you have to negotiate to get there, get yourself more wealthy. And he was, that's why he was. And so he basically lived like, for example, a certain time of his life, he had so much money, and besides buying a house or thinking for the future or anything, no, not at all. He just spent all of it. He
Mm,
went wild.
mm.
Yeah.
We ate all of a sudden with caviar, and then we live in a beautiful place like for 6 months, and then boom, back to where we were.
Oh yeah. There's some black people. That's like, yeah, there's some black people like that. So I understand.
Yes, there is actually that.
Um,
Yeah, I have similarity. I see things through you, all of you, what you say, and all your different videos. That I can see similarity like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. 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 Yep. Yep.
So,
Go ahead. You got another question, Lenatos?
That was it. Thank you for taking my question. Respect to you, ma'am. Respect to your father and Char Willie. I see you putting in the work for the Black Manosphere. Keep on trucking. Uh, I'll jump back in if I have another
Okay.
question. But for now, good night, people.
All
good
right.
night.
All right.
yeah, I'm gonna start calling Judge Char. But I actually two things. One is I wanted to comment for, I've definitely been hearing you say a lot of positive things about your father. But I'm also glad that just as much when you said some of his shortcomings, how you said it and didn't hesitate. So it wasn't like, okay, I see him in a way that nothing he does is wrong. You can look at that as an adult and say, these are the things I value that I got from my dad. These are the things that are his shortcomings. And I just want to appreciate that, because a lot of people that might listen to this will say, "Oh, well, he's just on her daddy's side all the time." You see, does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just a sort of respect because in my culture, this is very intimate, and for respect of my father, I will not put him down. He's the only thing I have in this life. He's everything that I am today, and his bad side are so little compared to the higher side. So to me, when you do the equation, then if there is more, if there is better, then first of all, to look after my health. When I was little, I never ate bad food. He always taught me how to eat, and I don't know, 75% of your health problems are through the food.
Hmm.
He
That's true.
taught
Yeah,
me that.
especially catches you as you get older, like what you did before.
Um, well, I think he should have been maybe a little bit like find a maybe a trophy wife or whatever we call that, somebody who assists him. He should have never asked my mother to leave. He broke my heart a little bit.
Hmm.
And but I forgive him because I deeply understand him now that I'm older, and how life can be sometimes confusing. But this is the thing that he did wrong. He needed a strong woman, and my mother, on top of it, she understood my father so well, and she's the only woman on earth who understood my father, because my father is a very complicated man. It takes a hell of a woman to sit next to him for years and understand everything and accept everything. And she did. He could have sex with another woman. She understood that because she understands his artistic need. My father's an artist. He's not the regular dude. I mean, it's just this is how an artist, a true artist is. I don't know, figure how to, I don't even know how to word this, but I can feel it, I understand.
Hmm.
And that's the wrong thing that my father had done for sure. But he always helped people, he always take the time, he looked after me so well. I only the greatest respect. Even if he's wrong, I will never put him descend, put him down for sure. I mean, that's unacceptable. So
Okay.
yes, but yeah, I mean, he was crazy. I mean, sometimes he did, yeah, and then he had children, and then the women, sometimes women that he selected, they're like 16, 17 years old. I'm
Oh
like, what
yeah,
the heck?
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
shit, that is a different culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
has been Cosby, but no, definitely that like my main question, and I'll hop off. 'Cause I ain't gonna lie, BGS. I thought it was open season, so you know how fast I'm on the
yeah.
trick. But my question was, so African American. I'll say this: only 20% of Americans have passports, but only 5% of African Americans have passports.
oh
And
wow,
really, when you take out that the immigrants, the African immigrants, like from various parts of the globe,
yes.
that number probably goes down to like 2.8. So my point is, only a few black men really have passports, or black people have passports. My question is, what do a lot of men in particular have a certain idea, because they haven't been overseas or they haven't even really traversed the United States like that, about how they would be received? And granted, I'm for black people, black men being with black women, but just to keep this general,
Right.
how do you think women would receive black men globally? Like, speak particularly like where you're from in Morocco or the Mediterranean, and maybe different places along that lines, because a lot of dudes don't really know, so they don't really try to go, because they think women here are like women everywhere, or women everywhere are like women in the United States.
So in other words, how the rest of the world, you think, conceive a white woman to be with a black man?
No, no,
Or
no.
women
What he's saying, how he's asking how would a black man be received around the world?
by any
Oh,
race of woman, as
oh,
far as,
oh.
yeah.
Well, let me tell you this. Well, the fact that you're American, it changed everything
Mm.
about you
Okay,
being black completely.
okay.
Yes, because you the for example, Morocco, when they talk about Americans, and even me, I thought this way for a moment, but now that I live here, I understand better. But we thought that Americans were the top line educated people,
Yeah.
articulated, have a job at 18, very, very responsible, and no. So you'll be very well seen.
Yeah.
But although in France, for example, then that's different because the French are particular. They're very
Snobbish.
well. They're just very cultivated in a certain way. So
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
expect you to know this and to know that. And if and my God, if you don't know where New York is, or if you don't know where South Africa is, then you're dumb. You
Oh
know?
yeah.
Here,
Okay.
they judge you immediately your Q. So there is certain country that measure the Q of the American very low, like the French. They say, well, the Q Americans are really low, for example. But if you go to Latin America, which I went there many times, you very highly, the woman
Yeah.
look at you highly because you're American. So
Yeah.
that means you're supposed to know so much more than any other man.
Yeah. Because around the world, your culture leads before your color.
Correct. That's
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Alors ça, it perfectly said, because that's what I was confused when I started looking at all of you video. I'm like, wait a minute here.
Yeah.
I was like confused. I'm like, where is those people? Why they talk about so much of? But then I understand that now. I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've heard in France in particular, like let's say Paris in particular, because
Yes.
it's not African Americans all over.
Oh yeah.
Um, is they have told me, ones that live there have told me this thing called like for African Americans. They're like they feel like they're treated like in a privileged way compared to the Africans that are in France or in
Yeah.
Paris.
That's true.
That's very true. Except, for example, the Africans from Africa that are the most respectful, in my opinion, and what I saw when I travel, and I travel a lot. I've been traveling since I'm 15 years old. They see them, the Senegali people, for example, people from Senegal. Yeah, because they've been very serious. Actually, they're the most peaceful African people in Africa, and they are well educated. Most of them, when you go to Senegal, they carry themselves better than when you go to Congo, for example, or when you go to other countries of Africa. For sure, the Senegali are the top line, and then I would say the African American are the above, for sure. For sure.
By the way, those were African American women for the most part that told me that, ladies that are listening. So this isn't me talking about, oh, black men go over there. No, these were women that said that.
Yeah.
Actually, a woman, yeah, there's a woman that talks about wife school. You definitely might check it out. It's something that's really interesting. Not so much because you need that, but because she's an African American woman and she talks about like what women need as far as their femininity, and she lives in Paris and she's married to he's a lighter skinned black Caribbean man from the Caribbean, and they live in Paris, and they talk about a lot of things about femininity and being submissive and kind of the gaps between a lot of American women and then women in France and in the Mediterranean. So a lot of like what you say speaks to a lot of that vernacular. Her name is Ro Etna Cutno, and I'm sure you all have a lot of things in common with based on what you're talking about. She's like 7 generations married. She's from New Orleans originally, so she has that kind of Creole stuff in her, light skin in the United States. So very cultured woman, and she currently lives in Paris. So anyway, that's the main question I wanted to ask, because a lot of the guys, they don't know what they don't know, so they kind of fear that. So it's like they think, how we're treated here, which they don't realize how intense it is for black people, but black men in general, and how that it's a different dynamic. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. So thank you.
Yeah. I think the one place. The one place is probably more difficult for black men, especially if you're trying to date, is China.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yep. Because I've heard more than a few black guys, they will go over there teach and say, we're cool with you. Chinese say, we're cool with you as long as you leave our women alone. They do not want you with their
Wow.
women. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. They don't have the body. Chinese women don't really have the body type. That's why black men tend to gravitate more towards the Thai women or Filipinos. They don't
Yeah,
have the body. Black women may get on black men's nerves, but that body type is something we're never gonna leave alone.
Yeah.
So
that's what it.
now,
What is cool about. But Edward, as a black man, you should not be scared. I mean, you being looked very good
Yeah.
outside of the
oh, I
US.
have a passport. I have a passport. I haven't been to the Mediterranean or been to Europe, but I have been to South America and Asia. I've been particularly. I was in Manila the longest, and
Awesome.
I got to see Hong Kong and stuff like that. And I've been to Brazil and Colombia, so
Oh,
I've
wow.
seen the difference. But a lot of brothers, when I'm talking to them about it, and let's be clear, I'm all for sisters going overseas, and they should get their passport too. But what I always say to sisters is there's a lot of African men here that you all don't choose to date. So
Mhm.
now, if you all want to go get white men and stuff like that, make sure you got your natural hair. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, but
Yeah. That brings up another subject. Because she's traveled and she's here, and it's something I want the ladies to hear in a replay. What is the difference between a man traveling from culture to culture and a woman traveling from culture to culture? What is the difference that you see?
Oh, wow, that's a very interesting question.
I don't. Well, if you can answer it, I don't know, or
I
just give your general thought. Don't have to be exact. It's just.
Right. The most simple answer I can say to that is I noticed that men who travel, they're looking for rebuild themselves in a fresher area, brand new. And woman is looking for another type of man in her own culture, maybe, for something that maybe work better for her because she's disappointed
Mhm.
and she wants to see something new. If there is something new that she can submit to and live a peaceful life, because but mostly men, it's always I noticed is always finding a new career or a new path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to tell the ladies that. Um, I remember one lady. The last thing she got angry with me because I was saying is that women are more dependent on the culture than men are,
True,
from place to place,
true.
and and basically, for men, what I notice, a man's role in a culture is fairly pretty much the same from culture to culture. I mean, minor difference, but it's pretty much the same. Whereas what a woman has to do in a culture varies from culture to culture.
I absolutely agree, and I learned that you said that before, and I did something a perspective that I didn't notice until you brought it up. I learned
Mm-hmm.
that from you, yes, indeed, because the woman has to learn how to do the dishes of the culture. You need to show her husband a little bit of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Dress certain way. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's more important because she's gonna have to raise those children into the culture that her husband is. So it
Mm-hmm.
makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to share because a lot of women haven't. Well, a lot of women haven't traveled, and they were asking, okay, how come I suggest certain places for, say, for Black women, whereas I don't, whereas it's narrower than what I would suggest for men, because because a woman.
Uganda,
Excuse me.
Uganda. I heard couple women on African American woman was happy and find what the match in Uganda.
Yeah. Well, because that's why I said West Africa or maybe even Central Africa is because the cultures are similar enough to where it's easier for a woman to adapt to, for a Black woman to adapt to it because it's similar. Like sending a Black woman into Latin America where the culture is more machismo,
Yes.
and African women are a little bit. They got mad when I said they're a little bit more aggressive, or they have more aggressive tendencies, and it's going to clash with the culture down there. Or they're going to have a harder time adapting, and Black women take that being aggressive, a little bit more aggressive, as a slap in the face, or as a diss. When I'm not saying
That's
that, it's just.
because men are trailblazers, and we pretty much have been sticking. We've been staying true to what we are as men, women in this century are trying to redefine themselves, and they're trying to step outside of traditionally is these that are still more traditional with the very thing that they fighting against, which is traditional female roles.
Well, the thing is that even if you're in a traditional female role, okay, um,
Mm-hmm.
even if you're even in a traditional female role, when you a traditional is going to be different when you go to Latin America, South America. It's going to be different if you go to Korea. It's going to be different if you go to China. It's going to be different if you go to Japan. It's going to be different if you go to Eastern Europe or if you go to Western Europe. It's going to be different. And women need consensus in a culture, and they're more sensitive to a culture and adapting to a culture than a man, and because a woman's role will change depending on the place that she's in, whereas a man's role in a culture is pretty much uniform, which
Oh,
sucks, which sucks
no,
as far as
But
actually,
it's
well,
that's because a man, if a man goes to, if a man goes to a particular culture that's in his culture, in certain aspects, he doesn't necessarily have to assimilate to that. He can literally he can literally mold it to what he wants it to be if he has a certain amount of like he can go to a different place. And it's just like Patrice O'Neill. He said when he would go overseas and stuff, he would talk to people in their country like they was the foreigners. That's
I,
the
I mean,
mentality of men.
yeah, what I'm saying is, if you're gonna live, there, if you're visiting there, it's one thing. But if you're gonna live there, you're
Hmm.
gonna have to adapt yourself to the
That
culture.
you can't
Uh,
pull that living
and
there.
it's, excuse me,
You can't pull that with Patrice. I get what you're saying, what Patrice said, but if you live there, yeah, that's not gonna go down. That's gonna hurt
it's not going down. It's
capital.
gonna hurt you. What I'm saying is, but your role as a man, is almost it, if you talk to a man that's from Korea, you talk to a man that's from China, you talk to a man from anywhere else, okay, and you guys put you all in the budget and says, okay, what do you have to do for your house? You say, I got to go to work. I got to earn money to take care of my kids. I got to, uh, I have to take care. You got to take care of the family. You got to help raise the children. It's pretty much uniform because every man I talk to, it's almost uniform from man to man to man to man. It's not, there's going to be language differences. There's going to be slight cultural difference, but for a woman, it's really a big changes going from one place to another, one society. Just the mere fact of a black woman, a black woman going to, just in America, a black woman that has to go into marry into a white family. A black woman married to a white family. It's a culture shock.
it is.
Yeah, but there's reasons for that.
Yeah,
The
because
reason, the reason for the reason,
It's everything in reverse too, though. Like it's
reason,
just reverse too,
the
though.
but you got to remember, okay, this is a female hangout. Okay, so basically, I know the guys want to get in on the conversation, but you know, but we're saying we're going to have to limit it because we want as many female voices as we can. But let's continue the conversation because basically we're asking her question. But the thing is, uh, we're talking to somebody that speaks, four languages. She's traveled all over the world. She's raised by a royal. She's lived in 3 or 4 different countries. In other words, and she's a woman. So the thing is, and that's why I was asking her to explain it. And basically, she's agreeing with me. The role of a man is fairly consistent from culture to culture to culture. The role of a woman is not. The role of a woman is not consistent from culture to culture to culture because she's more focused, like she said, she has to teach the children. Okay, the simple if you go to West Africa, okay, if you wave to them with your left hand, that's a curse.
Yeah, true.
She's from Africa. You wave in other words, if you wave, if say in America it doesn't matter, either hand is fine. A wave is a wave. But if you wave to somebody with your left hand, you're cursing them out. I mean, little things like that. And women are even more particular to that, because women are harder on other women about that kind of culture. So it's, whereas a man, it's more forgiving for a man, and man's role is fairly consistent from one spot to another. It's completely different for a woman. Complete. That's why
Okay,
you can
but
get a woman from a different culture, and you notice you can tell the difference. So that's why you can get a Japanese woman from Japan, bring her over, and she'll clash with all the other women, because the way she operates her house is different from the way black women operate their houses. Okay, the way she educates her children is different, but she can pick an American man because his role is fairly, other than the minor differences, his role is fairly the same. You go home and bring home the bacon.
But
You work.
there is also a level of dignity and a different type of woman. Like a Japanese woman will have a certain force of dignity, and compared to a white woman, for example. So Japanese women are much more traditional. Their voice will be a little bit downer. They will be more soft. I mean, there is like different dignities into women, how they behave and how they treat their children.
Yeah, different
Yeah.
degree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that counts a lot, because when you choose a country and you want to try to date the woman from the certain country, you have to really see the blueprint of the dignity level.
Mm-hmm.
And another. Oh, go
okay,
ahead.
but I'm trying to
Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out what you guys are disagreeing with. The
We're
reason
not
why
disagreeing.
man's the
Go ahead.
reason
Finish
why
your thought.
It ain't
man's
your fault.
the
Yeah,
reason why man's role
mhm.
the reason why man's role is the same across cultures is because we pretty much create the culture. And right now you have a situation. If you have a Chinese man, he creates a certain culture. His woman, the Chinese woman, follows that. Same thing with Japanese. Same thing with men of other cultures. But what's
And,
going on right now is you have redefine and step outside of following what culture the man actually created. But the man
and
is still at the end of the day the creator of the culture. So of course his role is going to be the same across cultures because
Andrew,
he
man,
defines the culture.
we all
That's true.
agree on. Yeah, we all agree on that. Nobody's in disagreement with that. Like, see, this is what you gotta, not you, but like for everybody's gotta understand, when you see what we deal with in the United States, because I know you kind of came in like in the middle of the conversation. What she was doing was just saying what it was. She wasn't disagreeing with anything. And me and BGS, and then I was asking her questions based on what she was talking about. But we're all in agreement. Pretty much, we're talking more for the folks that are listening to this video, because I was asking about being overseas, because a lot of particularly black men, but black women don't know what that's like and don't have a real idea how those changes happen. And then BGS was talking about how black women get upset about how they have to adjust, they have to go to countries that more fit how they are in the United States, which is it too much of a divergence, or they have to adjust a lot more than other women to other countries because they have a different type of culture type. And we weren't
Mhm.
arguing back and forth. She was pretty much elaborating in more detail because she's been in more countries why that is and what
Oh,
like. That's
okay. I wasn't debating with anybody either. I was just adding my 2 cents.
Okay. We just saying so that you can actually add the 2 cents and it can flow.
yeah, that's it. I'm not
That's all.
going to
We're not
that.
arguing with him.
Yeah,
Basically, we know what it is, but we're asking her so that, because a lot of times it comes from a male voice and say, "Well, you're not a female, and you don't know what you're talking about because you're not a female." So said, so we're gonna get a female, a woman that has been to a lot of different cultures in a lot of different countries, and had to have adapt to each culture. And said, how do you do it, and what are the difficulties that you have when you do it? Because I can say what it is as opposed to a man, because I've traveled. Edward can, because we've traveled. We've been to starkly different cultures, so we know what the role of a man is. Well, I'm saying, how is it different from a man and a woman, and coming from a woman's voice, and that's what we're delving in right now because it is a woman's channel. Okay, so we get for this for the ladies that want to travel and go to a certain go to different countries and maybe even relocate and live. What are the challenges you're going to have if you pick a culture that's not similar to yours? Like um, even if you go to English speaking country, because the biggest barrier for men is the language. Okay, we can pull a woman if we can speak the language, and the biggest barrier for us is we speak the language. So if you um, go to England or you go to Uganda or Kenya or even South Africa where they can speak English, or even Ghana where they speak English, okay, as long as you can speak the language, it's easier for a man to adapt.
That's
But
actually very true. And I looked at that as far as going to, I don't mean to cut you off, but going to a lot of countries where the British rule. So countries
mhm,
like Zambia, Nigeria, Ghana, countries where
yeah,
they're more likely to speak English
yeah,
because I'm being lazy about learning Spanish. Now, if I actually learn Spanish like Nibby Speaks does and actually take that seriously, then that
mhm,
opens up a completely different game board
yeah,
because we know many people speak Spanish. And then from there, because Spanish is similar to other Romantic languages like French and Italian, it
mhm.
kind of is a sliding scale. But anyway, I wasn't arguing with you, Angry Man. I wanted to say that video you dropped just now, man, you made me mad because I had to like choose between listening to BGS and listening to you. I was like, dang,
Yeah.
man.
Edward, this hangout is not for you. It's for the ladies. I'm trying to keep
Oh
my
no, I
commitment.
was in the chat, and I'm actually about to drop off now because I asked my question. So
Okay. All right. Any other ladies want to come in and ask questions, because you guys have a lot to say when it's in the comments section, but and this space is for you guys to actually come in and for clarification and bring up questions, because I know you guys have a lot to say, but um, it's easier when you're in a hangout. And I don't know how long you've been in the listening, Angry Man, but this young lady, his father is what we call a white Russian. Basically, she's Prussian, line of Prussian royalty, and she was telling us interesting things about her father. You might have to listen back. Uh,
I was
and
listening.
oh, you listening? Okay, I don't know if you started at the beginning again in the hangout because
But the angry man is always being very good at putting back all the men in their place and what they supposed to do. That's for sure. I mean,
hey,
I never heard somebody so good at that. I have to hand it to you, handyman. I mean, I have to hand it to you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, I learn a lot, and it gives me more confidence because I have to tell you, I miss a little bit the real concept of a man in America for sure. Somebody like me who grew up in the real men's world in Morocco and with the Arab countries. Definitely. Also, even Europe, they're much more manhood, more men than here. And you,
Wow,
yeah,
that is like that sounded like you just described me as the like an archetype of a real man. Like I've
you
been
are, you are because
I've been questioning
I
it. I
you are.
appreciate the compliment.
No, no, but it's a true compliment. It's not a hypocrisy. It's true. You really bring out so many good points that they're completely forgotten in a la la land here. What the heck?
yeah, that's true.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
I'm
And the young
sure.
people need to be more attuned into you, like the young people. I always repeat that on your chat. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it beats to this, but you know, in the one sad part about being a black girl, like we don't, for the most part, we don't really archetype difficult. So we're kind of like searching for manhood, like with the lights out, searching for a light switch. So definitely a compliment.
Hmm.
True. Now there is one thing that I don't understand. Apart because I'm not very well at history. I don't know very well history, which I would learn next. Very, I hope so to get into this. But men, African American men in the 50s were more archetype. I mean, they were more responsible than this generation, because and I think the problem was the drug. Maybe is that what it was? In your opinion, I mean, the drug that destroyed the people, the men, to think responsibly.
Partly.
Partly,
Go
it
ahead. Go
was
ahead.
yeah, it was a multitude of things, and I literally mean a multitude of things. There was so many different things that hit in community at once. You know, it's kind of like the equivalent of a bomb. Like
Yeah.
the drug thing was part of it, and it helped to keep it messed up, in my opinion.
And I love also when you say that African American men focus on the wrong thing. They
Oh
do.
yeah,
That
definitely.
that is a big part of it. But I believe that, I mean, in my opinion, the way I see the world, I feel like this drug is an epidemic, like a disease. I feel that's what destroyed the, because if I understand correctly, in the 50s, the 30s, the African American were much more, they carried themselves much better
Mm.
than, that's all. But
Well, I question you and BGS. What other countries in in the world see kind of following in the footsteps of America in reference to its women,
Oh,
if
Western
any?
Europe. Western Europe.
Western
Man,
Europe.
it will. Canada we already know about. The UK we know about. Sweden, Iceland. The southern countries are more family oriented because that's where she's from. She can tell you that the Mediterranean is much more traditional and family oriented. Where you get to Northern Europe and maybe a little bit in Western Europe, that's where the liberalism actually comes in. Um, uh, and but basically, a lot of that is because the industrialization. Basically, the industrialization is basically breaking up the need for a family. You break up the need for a family. You break up the traditional structures that you have. So
Mm,
as this modernization travels from country to country, you can see the effects like China, and South Korea just not going through what uh, Western Europe and America went through what back in the 70s. They're going through it now where
mm,
there's a big feminist fight, like South Korea, there's a big old feminist fight going on, and you have a strongly patriarchal country in South Korea that's really they're almost having fist fights. But the thing is, what they don't understand is you allow in uh, you allow in the industrialization, the Western industrialization, and it starts to eat at the foundations of your foundations of family structure because your culture and your family structure is built on the environment, and when the environment changes, it radically changes um, your traditional culture structures. So
mm,
Japan is basically bombed it out for most part. Western Europe is basically, well, America. You can see what's happening in America. Canada is even worse. But that is the process. It's, unless you change the environment that's going on, there's nothing you can do about it. It's starting to happen even in like she was saying, even in Morocco, it started to change because it started to
yes,
modernize. And so
completely.
mm.
it started to change the structure,
It
the
ruins
structure of the family
everything.
structure. Yeah,
If people become poor from want to be rich and have this and have that,
yeah,
it's the commerce, and then the
yeah,
dignity, and the real things are going into smoke.
yeah. In other words, what it's built on. Okay, remember your environment is the foundation of it, regardless of what we think. And this is probably going deeper into the weed. Uh, um, your environment is the foundation of your culture. We kind of think of our traditions foundation. That's not true. Your environment is the foundation of your culture. That's what your culture is built on top of. And
Mm.
and we change that foundation, what's going to happen to the building? It's got to change with it. So the culture is basically adapting itself to the environment that you're in. So, and that's what. So,
that makes
and faster it happens. That's why come. For a long time, they're trying to slow down because technology changes your environment, and what they're trying to do is, and I might redo the video because the MGTOWs already know because I explained it to them. I explained to them. I might have bring it over to the more our side and actually change it a little bit so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. In fact, my buddy, he said you need to write a book on this stuff because most people aren't getting it. Um, um, real quick synopsis, okay? To make a biological change, right? It takes about 10,000 years for your bodies basically to make one biological change,
Yeah.
give or take 5,000 years. Okay, some depending on a big change is 50,000. Smaller biological change are like 10,000 years. Okay, your culture changes a little faster. Your culture takes 7 generations or thereabouts, and Gigi can correct me if I'm wrong. It takes about 150 years to change your culture for a complete cultural change, right? Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So basically, when you're in an agrarian age, like she comes from Morocco, which hadn't advanced quite as fast as say like Europe had. Um, in an agrarian age, basically your environment changes very slowly, so your culture can keep up with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, your environment, your basically your environment, your biology, and your culture are all in sync, right? They change. They change. The environment changed very slowly, so your culture changed very slowly. Your bodies change very slowly, so they're all in sync. With the Industrial Revolution, it happened. It threw everything out of sync. In other words, your environment started to change way faster than, which is supposed to change a lot slower than everything else. It started changing faster than everything else, right? So your
Mm-hmm.
culture still basically changes because your body still basically changes like every 150 years. So basically, it's trying to speed up and chase the environment, and your body cannot keep up with it. Your body simply cannot keep up with it. That's how come they have to adapt the food, they have to adapt the medicine, stuff like because your body, the stress and all that stuff, they have to do different things because your body simply cannot handle this rapid change. So your culture is racing, trying to adapt you to the changing environment. And the faster the environment goes, which is really going to go bonkers in the next 5 years, people are going to go freaking. That's how come you got white people killing themselves. They just can't handle it. Their
And
culture,
see,
their body can't handle it.
that's what I was gonna ask. So what type of effect is that going to have over, biologically with humans, given the fact that we are consuming information at the rate that we're consuming it?
Well, the thing is, we're not consuming it. What we're doing is we're filtering it. Okay, we can only accept. Most people can only accept so much. So, in other words, rather than knowing something completely, we only take bits and pieces of it because that's all we can catch. So we're only catching pieces of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not, so in other words, all this information is flowing through past us and through us, but we're not catching all of it because we're not equipped to catch all of it.
Well, no, we're not equipped. We're not equipped to catch all of it, but I don't feel like the way information is being treated like it's the equivalent of waterboarding somebody. So
Yeah, well,
like
yeah. You can only, but even then, you can only absorb so much. Yeah, there's a point. Yeah.
But it comes back to what you say, Angry Man. Men are keeping the culture, women are following, yes, but some men get eaten by hot water and beer and certain type of consummation.
Yeah, that's true because they are gorging themselves on a different culture. Sex being one of them. They're gorging themselves. It's another appetite, another type of food. So people they're gorging themselves on because now it's out there.
Well, no, now it's
Yeah.
global. We can fly, so everybody goes take his little passport and go to see another ethnicity.
Hmm.
That's what's happening. Everybody's mixing.
Yeah, but eventually eventually the whole world will be a monoculture anyway. I would say
No,
within 100 years, it's going to be a monoculture.
in
Yeah.
certain areas, except certain borders that they keep closed, like
Yeah.
Bhutan. Bhutan, you have to
Um,
pay $400 a day if you want to go there. They close
no,
it.
what's going to happen is that if you, in other words, if you close off your borders now, which doesn't make any sense, you're going to be so far behind because society and technology is just going to race past you. So in other words,
I disagree.
since okay, let's put it this way, because the artificial landscape will change so rapidly. If you close off your borders, say like you're North Korea, you close off your borders, you don't let technology or anything in, right? And you open your borders up 100 years later, you're going to look like the Aborigines, you know, compared to the rest
Yeah.
of the world.
That's so funny.
You know, you're gonna look like you've been landlocked for 60,000 years if you do that,
But
because
in Bhutan,
propagate
in
too fast.
Bhutan, you can't live in Bhutan. You're not allowed.
Hmm.
So that means they're keeping their borders closed.
Yeah, for now.
They're using all the energy from the sky. They don't use the underground nasty.
For now, but if they allow technology in, and
Well, they have a river, so they make electricity with the water running,
yeah, as
and
I was
they
saying
have
is,
solar.
but what I'm saying is, do okay when you go to
And
Bhutan, do they?
they don't want the genes. They don't want the garbage to pollute their young people. That's what they say.
That's true. What I'm saying is, do they have a teller machine when you go there?
The internet is monitorized.
Yeah, what I'm saying, but do they have smartphones?
I don't know.
Okay,
Good
they got
question.
smartphones. If they have electricity, if they have banks that have teller machines, that's the nose of the camel. You know, I mean, you're from Morocco. What happens when the nose of the camel gets into the tent?
That's it.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's technology.
Okay.
That's the nose of the camel. If you allow any of it in, a little bit of it in, eventually the whole camel is going to be in the tent with you, because
Oh,
that's
but in the meantime, they're keeping their traditions.
they're trying to. Yeah, as long as they can.
That's the point.
Yeah,
I would
as
like to
long as they
keep
can.
it together. Yeah.
As long as they can. Human beings are all the same. They want the next the latest and greatest if they can get it.
Right. Exactly. The technology. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
There is an Indian that I work with.
Mhm.
He's from Michoacan, somewhere in the country there, and he has like his ancestors are there still, and
Mhm.
they have two rivers. They have a
Mhm.
salty river and a sweetwater river,
Okay.
and the
That's
mountain is very spiritual. But they don't have TV, they don't have cars, so he
mhm.
decided to leave the country.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
asked him, but why? I said, this is where the gold is. Why you
well,
want to come here and
be-
pollute yourself?
well, there's a difference between being young and being in your 40s. There
Right.
is a difference in focus because that where I would like to live and where my daughter would like to live are two different things. My daughter's in her 20s.
Yes.
So be living in Central America, she'd be bored to death. Okay, we're compared to Los Angeles, you know,
Oh, wait.
with 20,
That's for
so
sure.
20 years from now, will reverse because she won't be in her 20s and the bright lights won't fascinate her as much. So there's a difference, and the difference in age and difference in perspective.
Yeah. I guess you synchronized everything. I have nothing else to say.
Well, I know it's what I would like, and like I said, if I was living in Central America with nothing to do, and in 20, my 20s, I'd be bored to death.
Yeah.
Whereas in this stage of life, okay, I can be perfectly happy. Give me some books, or give me a little internet here and there, and I'm good. You know,
Yeah.
I don't need the clubs and all the concerts and stuff like that. You know, I don't need that. But somebody in their 20s, they do.
I'm glad you
Go ahead.
said that because
Go ahead.
given the fact that you're, a little older than me,
Hmm.
ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Is is that a common thing amongst men? Because I noticed the old the more I want to just be left alone.
Yeah,
Is that a
common.
common thing? It's
That's common.
common.
Yeah, that's common. There's a tradition in there was a tradition in India. Even though men live shorter lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would get married at 15. He'd raise his family. He'd raise a son to take care of his mother. And once that was done, he'd get his prayer books and his rug, and he'd hit it out to go to find his God
Mm.
at 40. Because he was gonna more likely he was gonna die within the next 10 years. He needed to go find his God, but he had to make sure there was somebody to take care of his wife when he left.
Yeah. Because I remember when I was younger, and I'm a big Star Wars fan. I noticed how when the whole situation happened with the Empire, like Yoda to the Dagobah system by himself, Obi-Wan just went off by himself, and I used to think to myself, like, how can they do that? Like, why would they just want by themselves? And like the older I get, like I can feel myself like looking for can just throw my cloak on and bounce and just
Yeah,
go somewhere and just be
yeah,
alone. Like
yeah, yeah.
Maybe you.
just be alone with my thoughts.
Which
Yeah.
is which is harder for women to accept, because
Yeah, well,
they're
they're social,
yeah.
you know.
Well, yeah, they
They're social.
okay. In fact, I think I did put up there's a very good
What do you mean? I don't understand
French.
you guys. You're crazy. Why you mean the woman doesn't understand? Well, of course we understand.
Not really, but no, you don't. You
Yeah.
accept it. You accept it, but you don't understand it. It's like I use that for Rose. About the red pill? She has an idea what it's like, but she can't completely understand it. And I said it's like explaining childbirth to a man. Okay, you can
Yeah,
explain it to
yeah,
him where he can kind of understand it, but he can't really understand it
But
because
there is phase.
yeah.
We all
uh,
going through phase and around
y-
duties. We have duties to follow up with.
yeah, but a French philosopher, she said it very succinctly, and she's one of the few um, people that I actually heard, well, a few women I actually heard that actually um, talked about it. She said it's different. She said um, a woman is a difference between having a child inside your body and having a child outside your body. It's difference between having sex within your body and having sex outside your body. In other
Oh,
words,
Mm-hmm.
the experiences are different. It's not to say we're not saying which one is better, they're different. Okay. And how women experience the world is inclusive because the way she has sex, the way she has a baby, all that stuff. Whereas a man, because he experienced things, out- his experience, everything is outside of him. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's always in the middle of the experience, whereas a woman is a part of the experience. So in
yeah,
other words, a woman never thinks of herself, never looks at herself as a solitary being. It's always a
yeah.
partner
Because
or a potential partner. Okay, go ahead,
yeah,
Angry Man.
the perfect example of that is the way a woman experiences sex. That's a violation to us. Like that's
Yes, it
a
would.
like
Yeah, it
to
is.
be somebody have somebody aggressive on a man and to be penetrated, that's a
Yeah,
violation to us.
elation. Yeah, to us it is. So,
Violation of what?
huh? Excuse me.
It's
But
it's a traumatic experience, like
Yeah,
literally.
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
violation.
Well, the thing is
I
Yes.
don't
to
understand
your
the term.
in other
What is
words,
the concept?
in other words, our bodies were not built to have sex with inside of us. It's not built that way. So like
Yeah.
gay men have to be conditioned to do it, or their brains have to be wired a little different, so they want it. But a male body is not built to have be
I
penetrated like
completely
that.
disagree.
Why?
Completely. Really.
Yo, what
Uh,
was it?
This is
Was it you be?
I
oh,
never heard such a thing.
because you're a woman, it doesn't make sense to you.
BGS, I don't remember who it was, but we're talking about how, you know, a woman has prepared herself, entered very early age, but when a man gets ready to go, once he gets near, you know, in his 40s, he has to go get a prostate exam. That's something he has to mentally prepare himself for.
Yeah,
because he's not used to it.
Yeah, we call that, they call it popping our cherry when they have to get a digital exam for your prostate. And we asked,
Yeah,
if you hadn't had one, he said, "Have you had your cherry popped?"
yeah,
We usually say that.
that's a violation. That's why a lot of people don't understand this. But in prison culture,
Mhm.
there are dudes that will say, you know, that guys that are in there, the, you know, the worst of the worst, that will rape other men. They say more than anything, they do it to break the man.
Yeah,
So much annihilation that it literally breaks a man's manhood.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. Literally, yeah,
So it's
because
more about power.
it's more, because you're not because your body is not
Oh,
designed for
but
it.
let's go back to the girls. This is a
Okay,
channel of girls.
okay, that's true. Okay, go ahead.
My
Okay,
bad.
all right.
So,
Okay, man. Thank you for your contribution. Because if I leave him on, he'll dominate the conversation. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
about to drop off because I'm
okay.
about to drop off. Like,
No,
but
hold on. I have.
Oh, you got a question? Go ahead. Go ahead, Gigi.
What do you mean? So when you penetrate a woman, you feel like you lost?
I beg your
Like we
pardon.
lost.
Like I didn't understand the concept. Okay, when you enter a woman, you feel like you lost it. You don't feel like it's like I didn't understand this part of what you guys said, but never mind. Maybe I
Well,
lost.
when we try to understand you, in other words, what question are you asking? We're trying to understand your question.
I think I lost the thread.
Okay, basically when a man enters a woman, it's natural to him because he's entering her.
Okay.
Okay, she's not entering him. Her body is designed to receive him, right?
Yes.
Okay, our bodies are not designed to receive sex. Our bodies is designed to give sex
I
and
see.
then experience sex outside of our body. That's what the philosopher was
Oh, I
saying.
see.
Your bodies are designed differently for two different purposes. In other words, and she builds that into the man's psyche, how his psyche is, okay? Because basically he's projecting outward, okay? And a woman is basically receiving in other words, she's a vessel, okay?
So
The
yeah, yes,
difference.
I hear you. So the best way to make him feel the best is to give him oral sex.
Well, still he's experiencing sex outside of his
And
body,
he's
okay?
happy.
No, if he goes, if the little man goes, he's happy. Okay, it doesn't
Okay.
matter how he gets it, whatever
But
way he
it
gets it.
will be oral
The little
sex
man,
better,
so
so we
oral
know what it
sex,
is.
yeah, like I'm not gonna tell that joke. This is a woman's channel. Anyway,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm not gonna tell. There's a joke I was gonna tell. It's a joke I was going to tell, but it's not. It's not. It's built for a man's channel. Men will get it immediately, but I'm saying this is a woman's channel. I'm not going to tell
So
that joke.
what? You guys can go all wild on your little corners, and we
No,
can't.
no. Okay, what I'm saying is, it's funny
Unless
to
you
a
have
man. It
done
might
that
not
in
be.
America.
Okay, I'll tell the joke if
I'm
it's
not in
okay with
Morocco
you. I'll
anymore.
tell the joke.
Yeah,
Okay. There's an old joke amongst old comedians about a fat woman, right?
Yes.
And it said, they said with a fat woman, they said a man can find a fold, get some lotion, and get the same
Right.
satisfaction he can from a vagina.
Oh
And
wow.
then said, yeah.
Cool.
See, he's cracking up because he's heard the
Talking
joke.
about
See, he's ready to fall out the chair. I didn't want to. Yeah. There's a more vulgar way to tell it, but I'm not going to tell it in a vulgar.
Oh no.
I'm not going to tell the joke. I'll explain the joke. What I'm
Don't.
saying is, so in other words, a man, since he experiences sex outside of his body,
Right.
he can basically experience it in a
relax.
multitude of ways because it's outside. But what I'm saying is, since a man has an experience where he's the center and everything is outside of him, he can be alone. He doesn't need a
Yeah.
partner because
Oh.
his experience he's in a center, and the experience it's almost solitary. It's not quite solitary. A man experiences a relationship um, through basically through his mentally more than he does
Yeah.
physically.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what
That's why a guy can cheat and still be in love with the woman
Yeah,
I
because
believe
it's just a physical act.
it's a physical act. Like a woman, a woman bonds with her offspring um, upon conception. Okay, as soon as she knows she feels she's pregnant, she starts bonding with that child, right?
that.
Way before the child is born. But a man cannot bond with that child until that child is born by
Hmm.
interacting. So it takes us long. We have to actually be there and experience the child and bond with that child uh, mentally and then emotionally. You know, whereas a woman can do it, we can't bond with the child physically. Okay, we can't do that because only a woman can do that. That's also a reason why a man can have stepchildren and bond with a stepchild if the stepchild's young enough and bond with him almost the same way, whereas a woman cannot because a stepchild or an adopted child is always going to be different than her biological child because the bonding process is not the same. So in other words,
Hmm.
and that's the way men are built. So when women say, "I don't understand how you can go off in the woods and be by yourself and not have anybody around," because because your bodies are built differently and the way you experience life is different than a man. So understanding us or getting to understand it, there's a certain point where you can't understand it. Like I have no clue about bonding with my child inside my body. There's a different connection, and I had to learn. My spiritual teacher had to tell me that. He said, I always said, well, how come with my children, how come my children always side with their mother? And he told me because she has a connection with the children that you do not have and can never have.
Exactly.
Because she
Wait,
because they
Melo, can
because
you
they
repeat that?
yeah huh excuse me.
Can you repeat the last sentence that you just said?
Okay, my spiritual teacher because I when I was younger because I had problems with the mother of my children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I asked how come why is it that um my children are more loyal and they side with their mother more?
Mm-hmm.
And he said it's simple. He said because their bodies are made from her cells. Okay, that's what he put it. They're made from her cells. She has a connection to those children that you will never have. You can't have and will never have.
Well, because
That's
we earthy, we're supposed to be mothering.
No, no, it's more than that. Literally, if your biological child is built from your cells, built from
Oh,
the material of your body, so they born with your vibration in them. There's a built-in
and
connection. Yeah.
oh wow.
and if I might add, BGS, that's also why it's easier for, in my opinion, this is for men to understand women because we actually have spent inside of a woman. But it's a lot more difficult to understand men because you never spent no time inside of a man.
Yeah.
Relationship with a man is a personal thing, except for, as far
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
adult.
Yeah. Male bonding is different. Would bond with another male is different. Um,
Yeah.
it's coming together and being an individual. Like she said, like she explained it. You're an individual inside of a group.
Hmm.
Okay. Whereas uh, women come together as a consensus. They don't see it the same way because their experience is different. In other words, you can be in a big army. You're still an individual, and the army's around you. So you experience everything else different. When you bond with your comrades differently than a woman bonds with her. Even with your children, you bond with your children differently than you bond than a woman does. She comes out poop automatically. They're already bonded, and you have to get to know that kid, get to know that kid's personality. You have to have experience with that child On and on and on and on. You have to grow. You have to grow to love it. Um, like my grandson, right? When he first came out, when first born, my daughter loved him instantly, right? And and she couldn't understand. Okay, how come his father doesn't love him the same way I love him? I said, give it time. And
Yeah.
as he got older, and his father saw himself in I said once he sees himself in that boy, you're gonna see a huge change. And for the first 2 years, he didn't see himself in everybody else kind of saw, but he couldn't see himself in that, in that boy, in my grandson, right? He couldn't see it, so he was a little standoffish. But once he saw himself in that boy, it was over. Okay, it was
Yeah,
over. Then it became
it's
not my
around.
with my baby, my baby, my son, blah blah blah. He
Yeah,
would get angry. Okay, you ain't treating my son right. That kind of stuff. Well, go ahead, angry man.
yeah, it's around. Favorite time of my children is when they're toddlers. So it's around that time that you start really that bond becomes super strong.
Yeah,
Toddler's age.
yeah, because you have three sons, and so and it will. So,
Yeah,
well, your first son, what age was
before
he around when you first really said, "Okay, this is my baby"? You
Oh,
felt it.
I'm not a good example. I'm weird. Like
Okay.
when he was when they first brought him out, I almost got into a fight in the hospital because when they take the child
Yeah.
away to go do whatever,
Uh-huh.
like I kind of freaked out. Like I was overprotective. Like the moment he came
Okay.
out, but see, I have been wanting a son for a very long time.
Okay. Okay.
So for me,
You were
so
ready for him, huh?
yeah, I
So
was
basically,
gung ho.
you start trying to bond with the child before he was even born, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I gave him a name before he was even
Yeah.
before he
Yeah.
was even conceived. I already had an idea of that shit. I'm
Yeah.
weird like that.
Yeah. It's a mental process. So it's not a physical process, a mental process. But but most guys, it's like when he's got two or three, and that kid does something. Okay, whether it's male or female, the kid does
Mhm.
something. We said, "Oh shit, that's me. That's me." You know, and then that's when things really kind of take off, and it took off for him.
And on that note, I'm gonna drop out of here because if I stay in here, this will end up being a conversation about men.
Yeah.
Um, I
well, I
couldn't
want to say
even.
one more thing before
Okay,
you.
okay, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
think
As,
I think that
as long as the ladies want to hear it, keep going. Go ahead.
yeah, before agreements dropping out, I think the
Uh,
solution, in my opinion, to keep the spice going between a man and a woman,
Hmm.
no matter what situation, is
this
to,
should be good.
in my opinion, my
Go
personal
ahead.
opinion, not
Yeah,
every
we
man
can.
and every woman like me, but
Uh,
to sleep separately. Like,
Oh,
that's interesting.
you know
yeah.
what? I agree 100%.
Oh, thank you.
I agree 100%.
Finally.
I agree
Oh,
with that.
oh no! You know what? The biggest thing is that most women do not like to sleep alone.
No, they don't.
Oh,
They
Don't
no.
like
don't.
to. They don't.
They don't.
It's not the men. The men don't. Men just want to go to sleep. Okay, more.
Right.
Women do not. Okay.
And so
You know what?
you don't see the same boob every day. It's like kind of becoming a little bit more
She wants to be next to you. She don't have to. She don't even have to have sex with you. The
right.
thing is, but when it I remember my fiance. We even then we were 20s. We had sex about 4 times a week, right? 3 4 times a week, right?
Right.
But you know, she said she tell me, Negro, don't you can be out, but don't let me go to bed and you're not there.
That's so
Yeah.
sweet.
No, in other words, no, I basically I keep her company. She says I keep her company while she sleeps. In other words, she didn't like
Oh,
sleeping alone.
I see.
Yeah, me and my girl, we rarely ever sleep together. She's
You
I'm
probably
in here.
snore.
Nah, you know what I do? I do snore, but
You
I
know?
do snore, but I'm a night owl, so I'll be up a lot of
Oh, okay.
times, you know.
That's what I
Okay.
thought,
So
everyone. I was going to ask you if you have a problem to sleep. I have an excellent homeopath in my area. You can Skype if anybody have a problem. Yeah, she's excellent. She can put you back
cool,
to sleep.
cool. But you know what? Interesting thing about that, where you said sleeping
Separate.
together,
Mm-hmm.
you know, sleeping together in the same bed. That's actually back in the day. That's actually something that people who affluent or didn't have a lot of money did, because back in the day, people who had money, they not only slept in separate beds, they slept in separate. Like that's why you have the king size mattress and the queen size mattress, because people actually used to sleep
With
Hmm.
the babies,
separately. Like they didn't.
you sleep with your children, and the men sleeping alone if you're poor,
That would be awesome.
and
Because
you call it a day.
there's a
And
lot of men. There's a
traditional
lot of
African,
men who try to do that.
yeah, black men is normal for now. It's culturally normal for us because in African tradition, the men stay in separate compounds
The
from
house
the
of the
women.
man,
House of the man, and house of the woman. Yeah,
but that's too luxury today.
yeah.
The at least if you can sleep separately, then I think the man doesn't always look at the same thing every day.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You know, it's gonna,
yeah. You
yeah,
gotta miss each other. That is a
missing each
key.
other.
Like I've always told people. Like my sister, in her relationship with her boyfriend, like they're up under each other all the time. And I told her I get along because you're around each other too much. I told her, I said, if you took Jesus Christ, if Jesus Christ was your roommate, as a guy, if you had Jesus Christ as your roommate as a guy, and you saw each other every single day, I guarantee you by the you be asking, JC to get the hell out. Like
Yeah,
you can't. It's something unnatural about one individual. You got
individual.
to
Yeah,
have that
especially
room
when,
to
yeah,
go ahead.
especially if you want to have sex, you have to be yummy. So to be yummy, that means missing each other.
Hmm. Yep.
you know, and then you put a nice gown or whatever the taste is. I mean, you can do
Yeah,
all kinds of things and have your own woman's life, and the man should have his men's life
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, but the thing is, when traditionally the
and
women
be loyal.
the women didn't sleep alone. They're actually there with other women, so they're not
Yeah.
alone.
Yeah.
When you have a nuclear family, okay, the woman has two choices: she sleeps alone, and she sleeps with her man. So she doesn't want to sleep alone because she's used to being, her thing is being inclusive, being around people. She doesn't like to be alone, or at least naturally she doesn't like to be alone. So
Right.
she has an option. She doesn't have a group of women that are around her to where she's sleeping in the compound. Then guess what she wants? She don't want to be by herself. She got to pick a man. But that's the way the tradition works.
And
Yeah.
depression time, people start to sleep together a lot. That's
Yeah,
why
well, that's
Hmm.
true.
the old couples like 20, 30 years, 50 years are together sleeping in the bed.
Hmm.
I'm like,
Because
well,
there's a couple guys in the room that do, what their wives, elite manhood says, as soon as if he gets up in the middle of the night and is not in the bed, his wife is gonna know it, and she's gonna wake up too. So I had that. Well, basically all my girlfriends are like
well,
that.
how old is he? I mean, if he's young, of course they want to sleep together. Young people have another
Well, that's
level.
a good question. You know what? That's it. When I was in my 20s, I had a girlfriends like she was
Right.
more sensitive to it. She was in her 40s. Okay,
Oh
she was in her
wow.
40s. Yeah, and I couldn't even move to the other side of the bed because if I was on the other side of the bed, eventually she would be over on this. All my girlfriends were like that though.
Wow.
If they weren't happy unless they were right up underneath me when
Well,
they're
you have a
sleeping.
lot of magnetism for sure. I mean,
Yeah, I guess so. Story of my
that's
life.
yeah, I have to admit.
Story of my life.
And
Yeah.
I think
Every.
I think it was real interesting. I think I told this in my men's hangout that even there's one woman that I was trying to pay her for sex. Basically, okay, I'm gonna give you this much money, and I'm gonna come by 3-4 times, 3 times a week, and because I don't really want a relationship, I just want. And she turned down the money. No.
Wow. Well,
No,
you must
no,
have some
I
royal,
want a man. Yeah, I want a
royal
man.
blood for
Yeah,
sure.
I want a man. No, I don't want it. And so it's been that way.
Fantastic. That must be
Yeah.
like really
Well,
gratifying.
hey, sometimes you want to be a womanizing alpha male. You don't want to.
Yeah, you want to be like,
You want to roam, yeah. But the thing is, I tried roaming. It's like, okay, okay, we're gonna hook up, we're gonna get together, we're gonna do this,
oh, go
and
crazy.
then next thing she's at my door. Why are you knocking on my door? Because I want to see you.
BGS,
Yeah.
that's your fault for being so damn likable.
Yeah, I know. I'm not enough asshole in me. I'm a number 2 asshole, not a number 1 asshole.
But I wanted to say that I think not for young people wants to sleep together for sure is natural. But then after when you try to live together for a long time, you have to preserve the intimacy a little bit, so it might spice up a little bit. That's all.
Hey, well, it's
That was my little touch.
Yeah, that's true. I understand you, but when I say that I don't mind sleeping alone, women look at me like, especially black women, look at me like I'm crazy. Like, what's wrong with you?
White woman too, I'm sure. But
yeah, yeah, I've had a couple of them. I haven't had too many of them. But
Western view of
yeah,
it's not folkloric. It's not
elite
romantic.
manhood says elite manhood says he's 36.
Oh, well.
I don't know how that factors in. Well, you're on the downside. We'll see if it changes in 4 years, elite manhood.
Yeah, I mean.
Me too. I'm 36. I stopped counting at 36, so that's where I'm gonna stay at right now.
Man, I'm gonna tell you.
You can stay old and continue going. Us women is not the same. It's hard.
I'm gonna tell you, angry man. After you get past 50, then you start bragging about how old you are because you're still alive.
Yeah.
So we talk after 50, we call it bonus time. Every day is a bonus day. So I know a lot of young guys. They tell me, you're an old motherfucker. I said, yeah. I said, oh, so what is the alternative to? So what is the alternative to that? And they shut up and walk away. So either I'm old or I'm dead. Which one? I prefer old.
Saying 50, saying over 50 is bonus time for men. That's both funny. That's both funny and sad at the same. Like that we actually like. Oh my God, that's crazy.
If you look at the it is unfortunate. If you start looking at the rates, say at the population rates, right? Where when they're born, there's slightly more black boys born than black girls. But when you get to like 14, that's when girls take over. So saying what happened to all the boys? Boys, for whatever reason, they have more ailments. I didn't know how many young black boys have cancer and die from asthma and stuff like that. Man, I was stunned. I said I didn't know that. The biggest killer of boys under 15 is not gunshots, man. It's cancer and asthma. I was shocked.
Yeah.
So basically, black men start dying, man. Black males start dying. At 10 years old, you can see the drop, and by the time you get to the median age for a black man is 31, which is young. The median age for a white man is like in the 40s. So basically, black men start dying at an early age. So if you get to your 50s, man, you're taking care of yourself, and you're young, and you're basically you're blessed. And black men don't realize black men don't take care of themselves enough, perhaps, and we're living in urban environments are not built for black blood. And it wasn't. We're built to for open fresh air and the agriculture. That's which is the opposite of where Europeans which would make sense to read where Europeans to actually harvest this land, conquer. They deeded African slaves because Europeans would have died in the South. They would have died with the heat and the humidity and hot work. In fact, that's why I put that book, Daughters of the Trade of the Slave Trade, because they talked about how vulnerable the Europeans then. They might be hardier now. I think modern medicine has made them a little hardier, to where Europeans couldn't. The white males could not live more than like 5 years in the continent in sub-Saharan Africa without dying. They had to go back. They had to leave and go back. Yeah.
It's
You
still
already
hurting.
look at the video, man. It's on my BGS Reborn channel, and she does about an hour and a half talk about Daughters of the Slave Trade. In fact, I got to read the book because she has some fascinating details. She's Dutch. She's a Dutch woman. She's not American. She's Dutch. But it's fascinating, man, with the stuff that she talks about that's actually hidden that even Black people, historians, don't even talk about.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta check that out.
You've been quiet, Char. Is there any more questions that you've been writing? I know you're writing them down. Any more questions?
No, I need to write them down because I've forgotten some of them. I would like to know those vitamins, some BGS vitamins. I need some of those.
Why is that? Talking about hangouts and stuff like that?
Yeah, because I know you have them because Sully, he's been staying awake past 10:30, and
Okay.
I know he talked to you, so it's a secret. I know you can tell me.
Well, the thing is, like Angry Man says, like Valdez says, it also depends on the group that you're in that keeps you, vitalized. Because if it's a dead group, and I had to talk, he's right. If I had to talk for 8 hours by myself, I couldn't do it. So we're basically the interaction with people, or people, even you guys asking questions, helps. But but I found that out, man, when I was in West Africa, man, after dinner, and we eat dinner at 6, and I get to talk with one guy, and then another person will come in and join the conversation. And next thing you know, there's 10 people. West Africa, man, after dinner, and we eat dinner at 6. And you got YouTube on, Gigi? One guy.
I'm sorry.
Okay. if you're gonna listen to YouTube, go ahead and mute your mic.
No, I was looking for something. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's all right. But I noticed that I drew a crowd, and we'd be, it'd be like 5 hours. We'd be talking about different stuff. So it's just, I don't know if it's a talent or a curse. So.
No, it's both.
It's a talent.
So it makes me think about stuff, because stuff that I read that you guys actually pull it out of me. In fact, it's not like I have all this stuff memorized at the top of my head. When you ask me a question, I guess the way my mind works, I say, "Oh yeah, I remember that." It goes right to it. And then, hey, here it is. Pull it out. So that's the way my mind works. So I don't even think about it till you guys ask the questions. Oh yeah, I did read that. Okay, I read this, that, and the other, and this is what they said, and I pull it out and present it, which is, I guess it's a weird way of thinking.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Who's first?
Can I ask you just a quick question? What rising sign are you?
I'm Gemini.
That's right. That's for why.
We are the chameleons of the zodiac. which where people either love us or hate us.
Well, you have Mercury.
Yeah. And we're an air sign, and we're, what is it? Mutable air, which is flighty as you can get. That's how come Geminis have a hard time with discipline. They have a hard time with routine. They have a hard time with setting up good habits.
Wow,
we jump
my moon is in Gemini, so I understand.
Yeah. Well, how do you work that out, being the Taurus and Gemini with a Gemini moon?
because my Gemini is sitting in my second house in Gemini.
Okay. Okay.
My first house is Taurus.
Oh, okay.
Then the moon is the mind. You
Okay.
know.
Well, it's hidden, yeah. So you
So
act like a
yeah,
Taurus. You think like a Gemini. Yeah.
discipline is very
Yeah.
hard, like you said. But
Yeah.
yeah, now we went
Yeah.
to another bubble.
Yeah. And then my moon is Cancer,
Ah,
which is
wow.
good because I always wanted to see if what happens if I was a double Gemini and how would I be on Wall Street trying to take people's money?
Mm.
Probably. Yeah,
Again,
if you get a double Gemini, boy, you might be a sociopath if you're a double Gemini because you really don't care about people. I'm serious.
you operate very quick with good Mercury's like this full blast.
Yeah, yeah. And plus, Geminis are not. Gemini. If a pure Gemini is not solid, he doesn't really care about people. He's detached, and he basically Mr. Spock would be well, Mr. Spock is he pretends not to care, but um,
Yeah.
you be unemotional. You're unemotional. Gemini can be unemotional. So you halfway to a sociopath if you're a Gemini.
But you have to have a good Saturn, and this is very interesting to find out the blueprint of how you function the best.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't looked at my chart in. Good Lord.
I have excellent astrologers, but they're it's a Vedic.
Oh, okay.
There's the
Yeah,
Rishi.
yeah, you still wind up in the same place if you stick. If my teacher said, if as long as you stick to the one system, a lot of people try to mix the systems, and it doesn't work that way. As long as you stick to the system, it'll get you pretty much to the same place.
But this is very old, extremely old. It's
Yeah,
ancient.
yeah,
It's Vedic astrology.
yeah. But your stars are different. Your planets and stars move differently.
Actually, Western and Vedic has the same ascendant.
Hmm. Yeah,
They
because the whatchamacallit, because the sun rises and falls basically the same spot, but your
actually,
constellations are a little different.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, the rising sun is
Ooh, what happened? Okay, she
She dropped off.
she dropped off. Yeah, she probably ran out of battery
Oh,
juice. Yeah, yeah.
I have absolutely no idea what you guys are talking about when it comes to charts and all of that.
It's yeah. I mean, it's interesting. And I was going over it with Char. You don't have to be great at it, but you have to
Hmm.
be. It's like a shortcut. Um, if you know somebody's sign and if you know somebody's basic sign, um, you can actually get a lot of information out if they follow the pattern because there's all kinds of different things that can kind of throw the pattern off. But say if you're a Taurus, um, if you're a Taurus, you're basically not sedentary. Basically, you're set in your ways because a
Hmm.
Taurus, because the bull basically is Venus is the planet of love, and basically the biggest thing about a Taurus is I love. In other words, Tauruses love what they love. Okay, Taurus.
Hmm.
One thing about a Taurus, if they follow the pattern, they know what they like or will know what they love. They know what they like. They know what they don't like. Okay,
Hmm.
there's a very specific. It doesn't change that much if at all. So if a Taurus loves routine because they know exactly what they love. They know what they like. They like for breakfast. They know what they like for lunch. They know what like for dinner. They know what restaurants they like and what restaurants they don't like. And if they don't like a restaurant, they don't like it. There's nothing you can do to change it. If they love it, okay, they eat
Yeah,
there every day. That's a Taurus. But
that's my
but it gives you
uncle.
but it gives you a sketch. It gives you a sketch. So in other words,
Hmm.
if you know the basic zodiac and you ask the person what their birth sign is, it gives you an idea of a sketch of their personality. It's a surface sketch. So basically, you can know quite a bit about that person, like within 10 questions. Um, then you would than you would ordinarily know. In other words, in 5 minutes, you can ask them 10 questions, and you get a sketch of that person's personality, and you know
Well,
enough,
yeah, I
a
know.
lot about that person. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know the basic signs. I just
Hmm.
don't like. I know how to, I know most of the characteristics of the basic signs. I
Hmm.
just don't know how it works when you start talking about the rising sign and all of those different things.
The biggest thing is to look at your own chart. Go to astrology.com or put birth charts, and it'll pop up and it'll give you a rundown of how everything works. And you look at your own chart, and they can explain the different details to you, and you can get an idea how it works. And then say you have children, right? You got three sons.
Hmm.
Okay, put in there. Do yours, study yours, and then then put in their information one at a time and see which characteristics line up with them, and you learn a lot about the chart. If you just focus on just you and your three boys, you'll learn a lot about astrology, about the basics, and then you can get into the esoteric qualities, like the word, about the term they give each sign, about the sign, it's the character of the sign, because they give you specific characters, and those images mean something, and so you get deep into them, and you can get something esoteric out. But as far as the basic stuff, you can get a pretty good sketch of their personality and how it works. And it basically, it used to take somebody writing this stuff up and explaining it to you, but now the computer does it. So you can get a real good sketch of astrology all by yourself. And if you do it yourself, work with your sign first, with you, and then your children, who best. The people you know best is you and your children. Okay.
Hmm.
And if you do you and then their charts, and then do the whole rundown, and do you get a pretty good idea of how the charts work. I mean, there's all kind of different stuff that go into it, like the rising sign, and the houses. They all mean different things, and then the influence of the planets and stuff like that. It might be a little deeper than you want to go, but you'll get a good basic sketch on how it works.
Hmm.
Well, can I say something about the?
No, it's your baby. It's your hangout. Ladies first in this hangout.
Thank you. No, I was going to say it's a self-improvement when you can get your chart done, because you'll have your body, which is your rising sign, which is based on your date, birth, and longitude, latitude, and then
Hmm.
the mind, how you absorb things, and how you are sentimentally, is the moon. So whatever that moon is placed on that chart,
Hmm.
then if you want to know if you are a type of a warrior, you look at Mars, because he represents that. And then if you want to know if you're a good father, or if you can, what you can learn as a skill, I believe is Jupiter. So they give you, it's like mathematics, it's like algebra. You have like three charts, three layers of definition, because everything has its rule. And the planet has the rule. It's a mathematical thing. So it's very cool, because at the end of when they finish reading, they tell you exactly how your character is. Like for me, for example, I'm a little lost, so I don't know if I should do this or that about my career. And then I'm looking at what is my best my skills. I'm not sure between this and that, so it helps you to tell you your self improvement, what area you the best and what area you have to work on. So besides going through the whole struggle and all the crap, you're going through it much more smoothly.
Yeah,
It
I'm
gives you
looking.
it gives you a map. It gives you kind of a map of your inner world. Like
Yeah.
which house? I can't remember which house is marriage and mating. I think it's the
Seventh
eighth
house.
house, seventh house. Okay,
Yes.
okay. I have Capricorn in my seventh house. I could never
That's a
figure out.
good.
Yeah, and I could never figure out how come Capricorn, before that I could never figure out how come Capricorn women are always attracted to me. And I looked at it, I said, oh, that's the reason. Because they're in the same house. Okay. So in other words, like the mother of my children, she's a Capricorn. And every Capricorn, when I get to know a Capricorn woman, it's like, okay, why are you really that attracted to me? I might not be attracted to you. And I said, okay. I said, what sign are you? She's a Capricorn. I said, oh, that makes sense.
Just like again.
Yeah.
But you have to see that moon. I mean, I'm sorry, in Capricorn, that planet that sits there, you have to see in what sign is it. It's in your seventh house, but what sign is it sitting in?
Yeah, it basically, I think Capricorn is what is it?
Your
is it Saturn? Is it Jupiter or Saturn? It's Capricorn. I can't remember.
But anyhow,
that rules Capricorn.
Yeah, there is like so many
what
rules.
What planet rules Capricorn? I can't remember. Is it Jupiter or is it Saturn?
It's Jupiter.
It's Jupiter. Yeah, because the planet was in the seventh house. In the seventh house, and it was in the constellation of Capricorn. So I have a double attraction, a double amplification of it. So Capricorns are like, they're attracted to me. Like the mother of my children, she's a Capricorn. 30 years, she says she can't stand me, but when we get together, she give me no eyes. I said, oh, nope, never again.
Actually, I think it's Saturn. I can look in my book because
I haven't looked at it in a long time.
It rules Capricorn.
Yeah, it's either Jupiter or Saturn. I can't remember which. But anyway, ask your question, Angry Man, because we'll be.
No, I was going to say this is really. I just pulled it up. This is a lot of information.
Yeah, well, basically they started. It's a lot of information, but just start with the basic three. Start with your moon. Start with your rising sign and
your Venus.
Yeah.
Like, my rising sign is Sagittarius.
How you know that?
I just looked it up.
But you need to go on a chart calculator.
Well, basically, he did look it up. In other words, there's an online calculator, and that's how come you and Obsidian, you Obsidian butt heads because you guys are archers, basically. Like I said, the Sagittarius males are the alpha. Sagittarius males and Leos are basically the alpha. They're fire signs, and they are the alpha males. And but Leos, Sagittarius are a little bit more independent. Leos like to lead. They like to be out front. They like to group. They like to perform. They like they like to show off stuff. Sagittarius are a little bit more independent. Yeah. Huh?
Did Angry Man? Did he ask what time? Did they ask you on that chart what time? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Born September 27th, 1978, Las Vegas, Nevada, 11:28.
Well, you're not a Sag. You're not a Sag. Yeah, you're.
No, that's the rising. That's the rising sign.
Okay.
The regular sign is Libra. The regular sign is Libra. The rising sign.
Okay.
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. Okay.
So you are ruled by Jupiter. You are ruled by Jupiter.
Now, where would I find that?
No.
Yes, but your main body is you being a Libra, and you have a Sag. I can hear the Sag in you though, because you're direct. But the thing is, what Libras believe in is balance and fairness. So basically, you believe if you believe in being fair. In other words, if you get wrong, it's not about it's not about the wrong itself. The thing is, it's not fair. In other words, it's not about the rules, right?
Yeah.
You born September 27, 1978. You said.
Mm-hmm.
By what time?
11:20. It's either 11:28 a.m. or 11:30. One of those.
A.m. Okay.
She's probably better at it than I am.
Yeah, because I've been no, seriously, this is very difficult rule. In fact, people are really doing this. They're like they're Brahmins, so they are people who have to be dedicated only to this. I mean, they're like
Yeah.
priests. You can't just have a drink in the bar and then do astrology. Period.
No. But it's a science within itself, and basically you're almost like an amateur psychologist if you're an astrologer, because you have to not only understand the signs and the mathematics, but how the personalities actually play out in real life. You can only do that with experience. Yeah, like say you like knowing that, looking at the sign, and people don't understand. Well, what about the scales? You believe in fairness, like my brother and sisters. Okay, you can't do them dirty because it's about being fair. If the rules say that this is the way you're supposed to be treated, that's the way we're supposed to be treated. Damn it! And if you go against it, then I'm not happy because that's not fair. Biggest thing about Libras is I always find that's not fair. First thing they said, that's not fair.
Yeah.
They want balance. They want balance. They don't mind being tipped to the positive side because they're a double sign. Anytime you see a double scale, it's a double sign. So there's a positive and negative aspect to it. So basically,
I'm bugging. I just realized I just put my stuff out there. Now people are gonna look up my astrology and
you
come
probably
to the
should.
channel. They're gonna be like, "You're full of shit, angry man."
I'll see.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'll see if I can go in and edit it, man, and edit it out for you, so I don't have too many trolls. Yeah, because that's your personal information.
I'm looking in right now on my own chart calculator. Hold on.
It'd be like, "You're full of shit, angry man. Your rising sign is such and such. You're not supposed to be doing that." I can hear him now.
Yeah, it's funny how these different influences play out, though.
Well, it's a tool. If you want to use it, it's good. It saves time.
It gives you basic understanding of people.
Yeah, and then
like I say, if your rising sign and all that stuff, I mean, your rising sign, your sun sign, and all that stuff, all basically those are your three things that play a part. And you basically, the sun is most dominant more than anything else. Basically, yeah, the sun has the biggest energy, on the planet, so it's the most dominant.
I would say it's Saturn.
No, your sun. No, the sun is the biggest thing in the solar system, because you're dead without the sun. So where your sun is the most important thing, because that's the major body of who you really are, your personality. Everything else plays different parts, like the angle of the sun and all that stuff plays a different part in who you are. But where that earth is as far as in according to the sun is where the energy that you're going to pick up. So your sun sign is the most important, and then everything else follows.
It's enthusiastic. To have a good sun. So
and then the angle of the planets, depending on what house it's in, and what sign. If the astrological sign and the planet and stuff line up, and it's a bigger emphasis on that house, and the more planets more constellations and planets you get into one particular house, that's where the emphasis is. But it's not gonna. But the sun is the major influence on you.
As I'm sorry to cut you, but is it Nevada, Las Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Las Vegas, Nevada, yeah.
Okay. Las Vegas.
And Char Willie's loving this because she's getting a lesson.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to get this. Moon,
no, it takes
houses and sun.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, you take it one piece at a time. You don't take them all. You can't. You learn yourself first. Then you learn the planets. First you learn the constellations. First, because they're the easiest, and then you learn the planets, and then you learn the houses. The houses come.
Las Vegas. I'm sorry, they asked me another question. So.
So when was this all established?
Excuse me.
When was all this established? All this
Oh,
information?
over time, because they've been looking at these constellations. Human beings have been looking at these constellations for like 100,000.
Oh no, I can't believe it.
What's happened?
Angry man.
Oh,
I knew it. It's
What happened?
unbelievable.
What happened?
You are a Scorpio rising sign in the Vedic.
Oh, the Vedic, yes, yeah, in the Vedic, yeah.
Yeah, you are a Scorpio ascendant. You have Mars in 12th
Yeah,
house.
because the constellations work differently in the
So
Vedic. That's how come. Yeah,
you are ruled by Mars.
Okay.
it's a different system.
I knew. I'm laughing. I'm just laughing because yeah.
Yeah.
What does it mean? What does that mean? Like overall, what does that mean?
Mars is who? The god of what?
Oh, what is it? War?
God of war.
Not
right?
Mars also no. He also makes. He's the one who served the manager. He's the manager. He can be also a manager. I mean, it's not necessary wars, but if you have to go to war, yeah, Mars has to be prominent. All the militaries have a prominent Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does do something else. I forgot what it was.
So let's see. You have.
Yeah, because she's used the Vedic system. So when you go to different systems,
Hold on, I'm going
you have
to
different meanings.
print it. I'm going to try to print it so I can see better.
Because there's Vedic and then there's Siderean. There's Chinese.
Chinese are close to Indians.
Yeah, Chinese. There's Vedic. There's Siderean, and then basically what we practice as far as sun signs is Egyptian.
I don't know the Egyptian at all.
No, that's Egyptian is basically the Western zodiac. But we modified a little here and there. But the symbols they change the symbols basically, but the meaning is still the same.
I see. That's
how come sometimes you look at the symbols, they don't make sense. So wait a minute, this sign, where this is Western, where does this sign come from? But like the
oh yeah, you have Mars.
Capricorn is the sea goat.
You're Kuja dosha like me.
Excuse me?
No, I'm sorry. I was saying that he has a Mars in the 12th house, the house of lust. But also it could be good. I cannot read a chart, guys. This is not, I'm talking something serious. I cannot take this responsibility. All I can say that he is a Scorpio, and he's a rising Scorpio 11:30 in the morning. So.
Yeah, like I said, I've never used the Vedic system, so.
And then Venus is Mars and Venus conjuncted in the 12th. That's really interesting. So you definitely would like to go see a good astrologer who can tell you more about yourself to self-improve. That's all what I was saying about astrology. It's fascinating.
Well, getting good reading does help. But I'm saying you can learn a lot on your own. And basically, what I'm saying is, if you're in one system, stick to that system, see what it says, take it all the way through. Same thing with if you go to what they call a northern astrologer, which is what the Western system that we use.
What system was that?
Basically the zodiac system that we use in the West is basically a northern system because there's a different the constellations change a bit when you go from north to to the north rather than from the south. I think the Vedic is similar to the Siderean because the way the constellations face, it changes a bit. And everybody's telling me, okay, my teacher used to tell me you can't, in other words, you can't mix systems, because what a system means, what a sign means in the Vedic system is slightly different than what a sign means in, say, in the Egyptian or the northern system. Because the Egyptian or the Western zodiac is what we use, comes from the Egyptian. And Chinese, only the Chinese understand Chinese zodiac. I would even attempt it.
Yeah.
But I said I just use it as a sketch to kind of feel people out. So they tell me, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." And I ask them a question: Does this fit you? Does this fit you? Does this fit you? And like 9 times out of 10, you get to about 5 or 6 questions, it does. And then we get down deeper than that. Then there's going to be variations. Okay, what other influences do you have? Rising sign, what's your moon? Okay, where your planets are at, what houses do they sit in, all kind of stuff. So that's when it gets complex, and then they really get deep into it with the trines and all that kind of stuff. So that's really deep. But for the most people, all they need is a sketch, because you just want to talk to a person and then get to know something about them, where you can actually dive in deeper. You get a kind of recognition, so where you can ask them more questions. You know what questions to actually ask them. But do you do this? Do this? Do this? And then say like if I was dating, right, and I know the woman's a Taurus in the Western system, of Taurus, right? I said I ask her, okay, I'll have to ask her, okay, if I'm gonna take her on a date, okay, what's your favorite food, and where do you get it from? And that's all I have to ask her. She'll it won't be, well, I don't know. She said, oh no, I like this kind of food, and this is where I get it from. And it could be a fancy 5-star restaurant. It could be a hole in the wall. It just depends. But they know. And I said, I remember a friend of mine, I pissed her off because she's a Taurus, and I started asking her questions. And then I said, well, asked her what's her favorite food, and she told me, and she said, yeah, it's a little place over there, over in Compton, and I've been eating there since I was 15 years old. I said, yeah, she's in her 50s, right? but that's a Taurus, so I know, once you ask a few questions, you kind of know what other questions to ask them. So you can get to, basically speeds up you getting to know them.
But let's see. You also in the Venus time right now. So we have constellation in the sky, and so they, like right now I'm on Saturn time, and you are on Venus time. That means nothing. But the thing, I'm sorry to cut you guys, but the thing that it's important to know is you'd never want to read a chart, have somebody read your chart, or find your right birth, your right rising sign correctly. You have to give the time. Is very important, and
that's true.
You can't be wrong, because then you understand yourself in a wrong identity.
Yeah, because the houses move. Okay, the houses, you have 12 houses, and they move every 2 hours. Yeah, they move every 2 hours. So your rising sign is going to move if you're off on your time.
So you have to make sure of the time.
Yeah. So the time is more accurate. It gives you a more accurate sketch.
Everything changes
because you have a 24-hour cycle, and your houses is based on the rotation of the Earth more than anything else. Where the Earth is facing, according to you. In other words, what house?
So the exact time of birth is important, right?
Within an hour. Within an hour.
Oh, within an hour. Okay.
Because your houses will move every 2 hours. It'll move into a different constellation every 2 hours. That's how come time is always important. Time and location of the Earth, because it's based on the location of the Earth, where you are and what constellation you're going to face, because you're rotating. The Earth is moving. It's going to face a different constellation every 2 hours.
That's fascinating.
I think he has. I think that Angry Man has his moon in Cancer, like you. Yes, I think. Let me see. But so when you read that, you read what is Cancer about, the deities of Cancer, and then you find out how your mind is a little bit.
Yeah, Cancer. Yeah, well, Cancer, or depending on what system but Cancer is more feeling. If
water sign.
It's a water sign. Yeah. Yes. Any water sign is feeling. So a Pisces is feeling.
Wait, no, wait. Okay, I'm sorry.
If you depending on what system you're using, because I'm not using the Vedic system, so.
Right, your Western system, GBS.
Huh? Yeah.
You're on Western, but you said you have the same rising sign in Western as well. That's what I don't. That's where I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I got my chart done by a Westerner, and I have the exactly same rising sign. It doesn't change.
Yeah. I think the constellations change a little bit.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. But it's strange. Like I said, I haven't. The Western. I wasn't into it deep enough to actually go into the Vedic or the Siderean. And I remember that there was a guy that was in our class when he was teaching us, and he was. He said he was trained in the Siderean, and which is the Southern, and we were teaching Western, and he was saying, okay, how does this work with that? He said we can't mix systems. Because they're a system. They work together because the meaning of the signs and the planets, they have different influences according to the definition of the system. So in other words, you can get a reading in one system and compare it to the reading in another system, but the thing is you can't mix the two.
No, and they aspecting each other. The planet aspect each other. There is about 10 rules. When somebody makes a chart for you and tell you who you are, what is your strength and where is your weakness, and what you're gonna face, because they see the period of time. Like I'm in Saturn time right now till 2022, and for me it's work and discipline and get the stuff done. So that's it.
Yeah.
That's what I.
Because the planets do move.
Stop bragging about it. I understand that I'm doing it. So
yeah, because the planets move at different times, different speeds, the orbits, and they get into different not only houses, but they also get into different constellations.
Right. So when
at different times,
there is a lot of rules. Somebody reads. You have to find the right person. It's very important too.
Just like I think Neptune is generational.
Those are the outer planets. They're not
the outer planet. Yeah.
But we have Vedic has the north and the south nodes of the moon, and this is Rahu and Ketu. It's the clock. So it's basically to tell you, but what clock are you? Like what you came here, you have done something in the past, and you came here to continue what? Then Ketu show you what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Well, yeah, you mix it in Vedic, and you're really getting complicated because it's slightly different.
Yeah, it's another dimension.
Yeah, another dimension.
Yes, but it's good to know that. It's good to know that Angry Man is a Scorpio. I'm happy he's a Scorpio for sure.
according to your system, yeah.
No,
I'm still trying to figure out what that means overall. Like,
what's that?
Because I don't really know that much about Scorpio. Like,
okay, Scorpio is okay. Well, the thing is, you have to know people. Go ahead with the characteristics of people that because they're going to share certain characteristics, and you have to. That's why an astrologer not only knows the signs, but he also knows the people. Because if he reads like 100 Scorpios, he's going to find out what they have in common, right? So say Scorpios, like my teacher says, Scorpios are a little freaky. Okay, Scorpios are emotional because they're a water sign. Scorpios are family oriented. Okay. If they're really family oriented, there's a lot. In other words, there's a lot of qualities that Scorpios share together. Whereas a Sagittarius is a little bit more independent. Sagittarius can be single, like Obsidian's a Sagittarius. He's single-minded. He's a straight shooter. He doesn't mince words. Like my sister said, she don't mince words. She tells you exactly how she feels. Okay.
Yeah, he's very single-minded. That's for sure.
Single-minded. He's tell you exactly how they feel, and for whatever reason, Sagittarius are sensitive to their feelings, but not necessarily sensitive to yours. So, especially a Sagittarius man, and how it works with a female is that a Sagittarius female, from for the ones I've been around, is that Sagittarius is just sometimes they can be like know-it-alls. They just know, okay, I'm right. And Sag females have a big need to be right, especially a black Sagittarius female. Just double down on that. Like my sister, I'm right. I'm just right. And if I'm, and I'm gonna tell you that I'm right.
She's over.
And I'm fuss. I'm the boss. Yeah.
No, what bugged me, the reason why I was asking that is what bugged me out is like she was over there reading the chart and she was like, I knew it.
Okay.
Like, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what did you know?
It's true. I'm not a liar.
No, in other words, she in other words, she can see that you have aspects of something that's in
Mars.
her system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very Mars.
Yeah.
You ruled by Mars. Your body is ruled by Mars. So yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah, see, and in other words, whatever system she used, she recognized their personality trait.
And I told you earlier that you were representing a male's value and reclock everybody on what a man's supposed to do and all that stuff. It totally tells me that to me you're a Scorpio rising.
Yeah. So you start mixing systems, it really gets confusing.
Well, I'm on a Vedic time. I'm on a sidereal.
It's sidereal. Yeah, and they don't mix. That's one thing I can say. He said first thing he said they don't mix. Okay, you use one or the other.
Oh no! When I told you, no, it's true. I show. I take a picture of both chart. GBS, you'll see that I'm not.
I believe you. But I'm saying
I believe you.
Yeah.
And my teacher said that they don't. He told me straight up they don't, because he was an expert at it. He did reading for a long time, but he said they don't mix. He said use one. He said use one or the other, because he used both. Because he learned Chinese, he learned Vedic, he learned sidereal, he used Western because that's what that's where we are. But he said that, but he because he was one of the smartest guys I ever knew. Okay, as far as esoteric wisdom, I mean he can break it down that like no other person that I ever heard before or since. And before he died, we were trying to get it. I said, dude, you need to. I said, see, we need to get you out there because I said, you're hiding your light under a barrel. And he died before we could actually do it. In fact, I wanted to, because he used to tape all his lectures and stuff like that, and his wife got a hold of him. I said, if I ever got enough money, I said I was going to buy his whole library.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. That's a very interesting library. I bet you.
Yeah. Oh, fascinating! Just the drawings he did in his books and stuff like that. Because he was an engineer, right? He was a trained engineer, and he gave it up to do that. And he was constantly making drawings. He's constantly that's how come I can understand the Kabbalah, because he would compare the Kabbalah to he showed that he compared the Kabbalah to what is it? What I'm trying to remember.
La Torah.
Egyptian science, because it's a Kemetic creation story. I'm trying to remember what it'll come to me, but
I'll come back. That is too far for me. I'm not.
Yeah. Or the thing he showed the comparison between the two. In other words, if you look at them, they're basically they all tell the same story. And basically,
yes. He.
You talking about sacred geometry?
Sacred geometry is an extension of. I'm trying to remember the religion. Oh, good grief.
It's not numerology, is it?
No. Number figures into numerology is numerology is basically, you got to remember, time is like a big, according to the universe, time is like a big clock. And numbers are in a sequence, and where you fall in that particular sequence, that's number, that's numerology, where you fall in a particular sequence, because when you add them all up, a number will be spit out because the clock will spit out a certain number, and that quality. That's how they get a number. I think it's from number 1 to 9. You'll spit out a number from 1 to 9, and those are your basic numbers. And each number has a specific quality. So what is you spit out an 8? An 8 means it has a certain quality. A 9 has a certain quality. 1 has a certain quality. So you see, numerology says you're a 1 personality. In other words, you got to find out what quality does that 1 have.
Yeah.
And,
I'm a 7.
and like I said,
I'm a 7 in
yeah. So
numerology.
if you're in 7 numerology, then you look at 7 and say, what are the qualities of 7? Because he said number is a rhythmic unfoldment. In other words, in other words, it's not just there's an unfoldment from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, but they all have quality. Even the numbers themselves have have a different color, even down to the number of electrons that you have on an atom would derive. In other words, an 8 or 7 or 8 has a specific color, and every atom that has a 7 or an 8 or whatever that has a 7 on its outer shell will yield that specific color, because it's a color, it's a vibration, a lot of stuff that goes along with it. But I haven't looked at this stuff in 20 years. I might have to revisit this stuff because you guys are asking me questions I haven't even thought about in 20 years.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Because I rarely ever get to have any conversations about particular topics. What do you think? I'm pretty sure you know. I'm pretty sure you've seen some of Bobby Hemmitt's lectures. What do you think about Bobby
Hemmett? Bobby Hemmett. Okay, when you
like
get
just your opinion of him, like just.
I would say Bobby Hemmett is like 80% accurate, and there's another 20% where he kind of goes off into the ether.
Okay.
From what I listen to,
I've watched a lot of his stuff, and I kind of feel the same way. Like it's like it seems like he's mostly accurate, but every once in a while he'll just
he goes out in the ether.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you gotta. So if it vibrates with you, you can go off in the ether with him. But if it doesn't, you take the 80%. And because he was accurate about white people, though, that's for sure. Psychopathic personality, yeah.
Because like sometimes I'll hear people, give lectures and stuff, and some of the stuff they say like is not like it's not the first time I've heard it. So like, like in my personal life, like I've heard certain individuals in my life that I guess you would consider them like, I don't know what you would consider. I guess you would consider them like an advisor or something like that. But there's one brother that I knew that was like similar to the brother you was just talking about, and he was one of those type of brothers where it was like everybody that knew him was like, he's getting on up in the age. It's sad when you have somebody in your life that is basically a treasure. So you're like, yeah, he's getting up in the age. Like, what are we gonna do when that person is no longer here? Because you get so much wisdom from them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The thing I liked about my teacher is that he was a trained engineer, and everything had to be grounded. So he's one of the few people that actually bring the ether down to earth where you can actually understand it. So he didn't go off into the ether. He brought the ether down and grounded it on the earth. So, there's a reason that this exists. There's a reason that exists. Okay, this is how it happens in you, how it happens in the universe. This is how it happens in when you're born, and that kind of stuff. That like the egg cell and the sperm coming together is basically how I explained it. Women didn't get it. Is a replication of the creation of the universe, where Ptah meets goes into the noon, which is the material, and you get the bang. If you look at an egg, the picture of an egg after it's been fertilized for the first few seconds, you can see it look. That's how it looks like a cosmic egg. It looks exactly the same. Where you
Mm-hmm.
can look like a little mini explosion, mini universe inside that egg before it splits. In other words, you get in a bang
Mm-hmm.
and then you get in a separation. In other words, as above, so below. You can act, that's why I a lot of women focus on one. They focus on just the egg alone, man, for like 2 weeks. Argued about it. I said it's one picture. I said if you understood the whole video, you understand why I put the egg or in the sperm together. It wasn't to show you, okay, one was better than the other. I even in the video I said if you look at the size of the egg compared to the size of the sperm, okay, the size of the egg is immense compared to the sperm. I said the way the physical universe is small compared to the immenseness of the darkness of space. That I said the darkness of space is the feminine, and
Mm-hmm.
the masculine acts upon it. In other words, it basically the masculine basically is acting upon the feminine and shaping the material into the non what we call the non physical material into the material world. And if you look at
Mm-hmm.
physics, if you look at physics or the particle physics or whatever physics or field physics, they say exactly the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That the physical universe is basically dark, and what you have is an energy acting upon the field or the water or the ether, actually shaping the physical world, what we think of as the physical world. It's the
Yeah.
it's the masculine acting upon the feminine. So women don't like to be say that they're being acted upon. They want to
Yeah.
pretend like the actor. I said, well, okay, if you want to change the way the universe works, go ahead. But according to everything that I've seen, it's consistent. I said, if you can prove that the dark matter acts upon whatever it is, then go ahead. But if saying if
Well,
you want to, yeah, go ahead.
that's why they keep. That's why in Western society anyway. That's why a lot of them keep butting their head because they're literally trying to, like we said in that other hangout, they're trying to rewrite the BIOS of the
Yeah,
universe.
yeah.
Like you can't do it.
No,
Can't do it.
you can't. Yeah. What the thing? The only reason and I wasn't even explaining women. I was explaining, okay, this is male, this is masculine nature in its purest form. And I said,
Hmm.
if you look for masculine nature in its purest form, you can find a man that's close to that kind of nature. I said, then you can understand men, and then you can understand what kind of man you should choose according to yourself, according to the material that you have. Because
Yeah.
women don't like when I say when I call women a vessel, and when a man acquires a vessel, he gotta understand what kind of material that she has. Her psyche, with her genes, all that stuff is material. And basically, that if you want to create a family, you have to create. You can't create it by yourself. You got to create through her, and she's the material that you create with. So if you don't understand her, and you don't understand the kind of material, your energy, okay, what your energy is, that you're going to act upon that vessel, and you act upon that vessel, that's the material you can, and it can be good or it can be bad because it has to be a match. That's what I was trying to tell women
Be
as far as
careful.
a wife. It has his purpose and mission has to match the material that you want, or the life that you want, because that man is gonna act upon her as a woman, as a material. He's gonna shape her, and if you don't like how you're gonna be shaped, then you got the wrong man. You got the uh, wrong potter. If you can't, if you want to be a bowl and he's making vases to drink out of, drinking gourds, and you don't want to be a drinking gourd, you got the wrong man. You need somebody that makes bowls.
Be careful, BGS. You getting a little too well. I don't know. Your audience may be prepped for that. Like I've been trying my best. It's very frustrating, and I actually was having a conversation. You remember the brother that was on your hangout the last time that was talking about how he'll ask a woman what type of father they would have if they chose the father?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yep. That was Cerulean.
He,
Yeah.
yeah, he, yeah, Cerulean called into my show earlier,
Okay.
and I was having a conversation with him, and I told him, you know, I really like talking to the brother because he's super intelligent brother, and it's really frustrating for me on my channel because I want to school brothers on certain things when it comes to women, when it
Hmm.
comes to really understanding women and why they have certain issues with women, but I know they're not there yet.
Yeah.
You
It
you
takes a
ever
minute.
you ever feel like, yeah,
Oh
you
yeah,
ever
all the
feel like
time.
it's,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
all the
like
time.
it's one of the most frustrating things because I look at the responses I get from certain topics because I'm trying to bird feed it to them.
Hmm.
And even the little portions that I'm giving them, they're reacting to it in a way where if I was to just come out and say, okay, this is what it is, and this is what you should do, and this is why, they're gonna just completely reject it. Like, oh hell
Yeah.
no, what are you talking about, angry man? You're bugging.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because their worldview's not ready for it.
Mm.
In other words, what you know, you're an artist, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Now, if you get a raw blank canvas, right, you can just paint anything you want on it, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you get a canvas that's already been painted on, what do you have to do?
Oh man, you gotta see. That's frustrating. That's I don't see,
Exactly.
and see that's the thing. That's the
Exactly.
thing about me as an artist. I don't like.
Yeah.
I guess that's part of where the frustration comes
Yeah.
from because I don't like to
Exactly.
touch other people's art.
Yeah. In other words,
Honestly, like
basically, I say that because they've been conditioned, right? You basically, where
mm,
you don't have a blank canvas, right? They've been
yeah,
painted on by something else, right?
yeah,
Okay. So in other words, so if you want to paint over that, or you can't just paint over that, can you?
no,
You have to either cover it up with a neutral color, right? And then paint on
hmm,
that. In other words, you have to recondition that canvas somehow, right? And before you can actually
yeah,
paint, before you actually paint another whatever your other masterpiece is, you have to recondition that canvas. You cannot paint on
you,
top of the paint
you,
already. In other words, you have to do something to actually recondition. So what you're going through at that stage is reconditioning them. And sometimes they spit it out. They're gonna spit it out. And I
yeah,
always
and you
tell
can.
them, yeah, go ahead.
That's interesting that you said that because you can actually erase a painting with with paint thinner and then get the canvas back to where it's
Exactly.
kind of blank, but
Yeah.
the original painting never really goes anywhere.
No,
It's still there.
it's still there. But the thing is, and
Yeah.
it's still going to be an influence. But the thing is, until you can't change that painting unless that canvas unless you do something with it because it's already been painted on. So taking people that have already been painted on, already conditioned in a certain worldview, and are not ready to
Mhm.
accept it. So the thing is, I can't do it. You can't do it. So what do you give them information and say, don't believe me, go out and try it. Do it, try it for yourself, see if it works for you. And then that's like back in the day when we were really hot and heavy with our geopolitical work, right?
Mhm.
We wouldn't talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. Okay, we talk about what's going to happen like 6 months to a year from now, and then they're going to get upset. They're going to spit it out, right?
Mhm.
Now I said, okay, once we say this, they'd be arguing. I said, watch the headlines. You had to do nothing, just watch the headlines. And then they would start to see the headlines start dropping in. And the closer you get to where we thought the event was going to happen or the change was going to happen, then they start to see, like when I first started talking about the universal basic income. I don't know if you were listening to me then. I started talking about the universal basic income.
Um,
I don't think you were listening to me, not following me
I don't think.
closely.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. Because when I first talked about the universal basic income and automation, ooh man, you talk about the backlash that got from brother. Oh, this is never going to work. It's never going to accept it, and it's not going to happen. And people always have to have jobs, and automation will never take anybody's jobs. And I said, okay. That was like a year and a half ago, right? And then as the headlines start popping up, start coming up, now everybody accepts it. So it's inevitable because now they see it. But the thing is, they don't question it anymore because the work wasn't done by me. The repainting of their worldview and their canvas was done by time and by time and by what the real experiences on the world. So basically, when I give out my information, I always say, prove me wrong. Okay, if you don't believe me, prove me wrong. Go knock your head up against the wall and prove me wrong. Same thing with the women. You know, it's a little harder for me to talk to women. One is because I'm not a woman. Two, I have to establish it, even with the women in my circle, I have to establish a relationship with me because, like anything else, especially with women have, more than anything else, women have to. Women have to believe in you more than anything else. When men have to
Yeah.
trust you. Men
Yeah.
have to trust you. Okay. Men have to trust you. If they trust you and they trust your information, they will grab onto it and they'll run with it, right? Women have to believe in you. Okay.
Yeah.
Women, it's a little
Yeah.
different. They can, because women,
And
yeah, go ahead.
that's the funny thing too, because if the women believe in you, it's they accept the information
Yeah.
more like easier than men do.
Yeah.
And I know
Well,
it's the dudes is gonna be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you said
no,
that,
no, no,
angry man!" Like,
no. That's true. In other words, if they believe in you, they'll accept your, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad. They'll accept your
oh yeah,
information without questioning it. Yeah.
oh
But
yeah,
what
it's a double
but
edged.
it's difficult. It's difficult to get them. Well, a certain portion is difficult for them to believe in you. Okay, especially
Yeah.
with the way my approach. Okay, if I came in with honey and butter and stuff like that, then it'd be a lot easier to believe in me because I'm going along with the
Mm-hmm.
grain where they're going with. So it's easier for them to accept it, right? But since I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
and I do that on purpose. I actually do it
Oh
on
yeah,
purpose.
of course,
I actually
of course.
grade them on purpose because I don't want them to believe in me just because I say something nice. I want you to believe in me because you hated my guts. You didn't accept my information. And I'm a
Exactly.
goddamn. I prove him wrong. Okay, and then they come back. Well,
Exactly. And you,
he's not wrong. But over time, over time, the belief was built on something solid instead of something not. And that's why
exactly.
I
And you
prefer.
know
Yeah,
what? That's
yeah.
me too. And that's why, that's the main reason. Like I explained that I was having a conversation with Angel.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained that to him. I said the reason why I come at it from the angle that I come at it from is because I want women to listen to what I'm saying and learn from me based on the fact that they genuinely want to, not because I basically said something that they like. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole sugar and spice, everything nice. That's not what I want, because to me, even if you have a genuine desire to help women or uplift women or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
if you come at it from that Derek Jackson angle,
Mm-hmm.
they feel so betrayed when you have to hit them with some rock hard honesty.
Truth. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They feel betrayed because they feel
Yeah.
like, oh my God, that's not how you originally, and a lot of cats don't understand that. Like with women, just like you said, they have to believe in you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you come at them from that angle,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden you have to give them a harsh, that's why a lot of them get stuck. They
Yeah.
get stuck because they can't go into that other arena where they talk about the harsh realities because it's going to be rejected immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
agree with you on that
Exactly.
wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I do it. And um, because I would if men, male or female, as far as black people are concerned, I prefer that I change your worldview to where you can navigate the world better, and you hate my guts,
Hmm.
and you
Hmm.
actually can't stand me. Okay, like my grandson, I prefer you be a prefer my grandson and my son to be a better man and can't stand my ass rather than
Yeah.
love me and be useless.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I could,
And see,
I could,
that's the
yeah.
that's one of the that's one of the hard choices that I talk about. Like I tell a lot of people, men have to make hard choices.
Yeah.
And it's especially being a father, because that's the most thankless job on the planet, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're doing it right.
If you're doing it right, they don't understand you till you're 30.
Yeah.
If you're doing it right.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna do and say a lot of things that they absolutely positively will not like. Like my son, he's 30, and we're sitting up to talk about his wife, and that's the first time he actually understood me.
Mm-hmm.
In his whole entire life, he never understood me. He always understood the women better. But him being 30 and him going through stuff with his wife, now he understands me. Okay.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
I told
understand me. Go ahead.
I told my boys something the other day when they were here, and I know they're not gonna understand it until they're like damn near 30. I
Yeah.
told them, I said, they was asking me something about situation with their mother or whatever, and I told them, I said, well, all I got to say about it is everybody gets a turn, and you will get your turn, buddy. And it's like, what do you mean a turn? I said, you'll see. Like, that's all you can really say. Like, it's because they
you
can't grasp it.
You can't grasp it. You can tell it to them, but they're not going to grasp it. Yeah.
Nah, they're not going to grasp it.
Until they get older. When I was trying to tell him when he was younger, as far as playing basketball, okay, and I was just telling, just do it, and when you get 30, you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay, he didn't want to do it because the women were basically telling him he didn't have to do it. Now he's 30, and he said now he understands. Okay, I'm trying to see what you were trying to tell me back when I was a teenager. All this stuff, getting a trade, because now you're okay. Now you don't. Now you're 30, 31. You've been chasing basketball, so but you didn't do it for money. So now you're 30 with a kid. You're still playing semi-pro basketball, but the thing is, the money that you could have gotten because you didn't work hard enough didn't come to you. So now you're 30. You don't have, or your trade is basketball, but the thing is, your trade as basketball is not going to work for you past the age of 30 years old. It's not. So when I was trying to get you to go to play basketball at a trade school so you can do both, okay, you want to do that.
Yeah.
Because you walked out with a shot at the NBA, and then if it fell off, then you still have a trade to fall back on. But now you have to, at 30, you now have to do what you should have done when you're a teenager. It is what it is. But that's a decision as a man that you made. So you have to, I said, I feel for you, but I don't feel sorry for you because that's a decision as a man you made. You have to ride with that one.
Mm-hmm.
You got to ride with that one. I can't, as a man, and like his wife was saying, they have issues and she's crying on my shoulder. I said, you know what? I said, he's 30 years old. He's a man. I cannot make him do anything. Okay. You as his wife have to work that out with him. Okay. He's my child, but he's a man. Yeah. So I can suggest things, but you crying on my shoulders like I'm his father. I should make him do something. I said, one, I can't, and number two, even if I could, I wouldn't, because he's a man, and you guys have to work that out.
Right about that.
Yeah, good. Because he said, yeah, she said, blah. I said, wait, whoa, sister girl, you fell in love with him when you married him. I did not. That's my kid. I said, I love him, but I love him a different way. But I did not make you sleep with him. Okay. I didn't make you. He's an alpha male. You fell in love with an alpha male. You got to deal with it. Okay. He's an alpha male. He had four or five other women competing for his time. So it is what it is. You went for it.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. So you knew his situation when you got with him. But he's an alpha male. You fell under that alpha sway, and that's what happened. You forgot all the other stuff. You forgot he didn't have enough beta traits.
Not enough to work with, huh?
Not enough to work with. And it's some of it, some of it's my fault because I should have been strong. I should have been stronger with it. But he, at a certain point, you wanted to ride with your mother and said, hey, you ride with your mother. There's nothing I can do for you, boss.
Yeah.
because we
And
see
see,
things
that's
differently. Yeah.
see that's where I'm at
Yeah.
now, because mine are becoming teenagers,
Yeah.
and you know that difficult conversation where you want to, you can explain the fuckery,
Mm-hmm.
but you know it's not gonna be processed the same way because it's their mother. So you
Mm-hmm.
just
Yeah.
have to,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is, and you'll see.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, time will tell.
Well, you know, as the Gnostic has said, it's your life path, and I said I can't, you know, I can't walk, I cannot walk it for you. A Jedi has to
Yeah,
walk his own path.
yeah,
At some place, you know, he has to be tested. Got to walk your own path. If you're gonna you're gonna go from a Padawan to a Jedi, you got to walk. You got to go through that trial yourself. Nobody can do it for
yeah.
you, and
And that see
you have
that's
to walk. Yeah, go ahead.
see that was one of my challenges, was letting go the control,
Mm-hmm.
because you know that's part of the reason why I wanted a son, because I wanted that blank canvas,
Mm-hmm.
and I definitely had intentions on painting a masterpiece, but
Mm-hmm.
because of the simple fact that life just goes in a different direction,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I've painted as much as I can, but every so often the mother is like snatching the brush away and painting some of her bullshit, and she's
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. You just
yeah, and
hope
she's
you just hope that enough of you is, and believe it or not, you a lot of stuff. You know, like I'm saying, my son is not the best husband. I prefer him to be a better
hmm
husband, but he is an absolutely great father to his son.
that's
Absolutely,
awesome.
I saw how he interacts with now his son, but my other two grandsons, and you
hmm
could tell that how they follow him like a little Cub Scout troop,
Yeah,
and he's a very very good father. You know, he's a very very good
that's cool.
father. But as a husband, you need some work, boss. You need some work. You know, I wish I had you, or I would have had you prepared so it would be an easier road, because now you have to develop as a man, and you have to develop as a man not only with a woman by your side, but also with a child by your side, and that ain't the easiest way to do it. Trust and believe.
Yeah. Oh,
You did it
yeah.
as a teenager. You did because you
Uh,
had your first child when you as a teenager.
no, I
Well,
had my first one at 22, but
that's still young.
but
Yeah.
when, yeah, but even with that, like when my kid's mother, when I got with her and we
Uh,
got our own place, she already had two girls, so I already was
oh.
like,
Okay.
yeah, so
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely walked that path. Like I know what you mean
Yeah.
by that.
It's not the easiest way to I mean, but you had a good foundation as far as men in your family, and family
Yeah,
as far as foundation, so that helps. So in other words,
yeah,
you're probably a little further along than most guys
yeah,
as
yeah. I
far as
had
that is
to.
concerned.
Yeah, I basically had to. It's crazy when you're a young man and you have people depending on you, and at the
Hmm.
same time you
Hmm.
have to figure out and go through your trials as a man.
Yeah.
Like if I was to tell y'all some of the thoughts I had back then, like it
It
was
surprised them. It wouldn't surprise me.
yeah, yeah, it would surprise them. Like
Yeah.
because you constantly question yourself
Yeah.
constantly.
Yeah. Because women don't realize, and I think this is probably for the ladies, probably good for them to hear. Um, when that
Yeah,
when that woman spits out your first child, and you stare at that first child in the eyes, like, oh shit, how am I gonna get this child to be an adult?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. It is the single most unnerving experience
Hmm.
I have ever, because it was like when my first son was born, the moment he was born and I looked at him, I immediately realized, wow, I'm no longer responsible for just myself,
Yeah.
which is a scary
Yeah.
thought,
Yeah.
very frightening thought,
Yeah.
you
And,
know.
if you never had your own child, you know, it's just somebody
Hmm.
else's child. Even if it's a stepchild, it's not the same. It's not the same because now
Yeah,
that
no,
child
it's
still
not.
is not on your contract. Okay. But when you have a child
Yeah,
that's on your contract, and you realize how this child is going to turn out is directly a, a direct influence on how I raise that child or what I do for that child.
Mm-hmm.
That is a scary thought. Now, awesome responsibility. He had to
Mm-hmm.
form this human being, and man thinks about it instantly as soon as about, oh shit, it's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's real. Yep.
Yeah. There's no that is an experience.
It is an
That's the
experience. Yeah.
best way to
Were
describe it.
you in the in the room, birthing room?
Yeah.
Were you? Yeah.
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 It's also a different experience when you see the child come out too.
And it was in this is what's so crazy. I was in the room and it was a C-section.
Oh, really? They allowed you to
And
be in there for that?
yeah.
Yeah, in California, they wouldn't allow you to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. I was at
that's tough.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was here in North Carolina at
Okay.
UNC,
Okay.
and they
Yeah,
allowed
that's
me to
tough.
be.
That's
But
probably.
the way they do it,
Uh-huh.
but the way they do it is they do it in a way where you can't really, like, where you're sitting at. There's kind of like a cover, and you're
Okay.
kind of sitting towards the other end where you're
Where
sitting
her
at
head
the
is.
end with where her head is at.
Okay.
So you can't really see. You only see you can't really see everything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. I remember both my two children. I saw that little head come through. So it's a different
yeah,
experience. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's definitely
I know.
different.
I know. We.
Um,
I hope the ladies are still here and want to say something because it is your hangout. Yeah.
Finally,
I think Char went to bed, so she's probably listening on the tablet.
we're
I'm
done.
laying down, but I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess we can
Come on,
continue for
Char.
a little bit. Now, what if you guys are just listening? If this is interesting to you guys, I don't know if this is interesting to you guys or not,
It
because I know this
is.
is man talk, huh?
It is absolutely everything you guys are saying is very interesting for sure.
Yeah, because it's that's like when because guys don't, guys get upset when I used to tell women that when a man passes 30, um, a man passes 30, if he hasn't had any children, I say be careful with him.
yeah,
And women and men used to get upset when I said that. I said they said,
Hmm.
well, why you say that? If he ain't got no kids, it means he didn't make no mistakes, and there's no difference between a man. I said because there's a difference. The- I said a guy past 30 gets set in being can get set in being selfish. I'm
yeah,
not saying that's good or bad, but gets
Oh.
set in being selfish if he doesn't have any children. When a man has a child that is a decent man has a child that depended on him, he can no longer be selfish. In other words, he's not working for himself anymore. So he's used to sharing his time, his life, and everything else, and not being so selfish if he has a child. If a man has a child,
yeah,
so I say look for whether the child is with him or not. I say look for that because, in other words, it will speed up his maturity.
yeah. And there's been plenty of schools of thought that speak about the differences between men who have children
Hmm.
and are family men compared to single men.
Hmm.
Having a child has a tendency to ground men.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, in a
Um,
hurry, yeah.
yeah, and that's one of the topics. Like I've wanted. That's one of those topics that I want to talk about, but it's one of those topics a lot of brothers are not ready to hear the reality of that topic
The thing is, okay,
because
yeah. Go ahead, finish.
yeah, because like there's a lot of dudes that come to my channel that don't have any kids,
Hmm.
and they're just not gonna grasp and understand why I would make a certain statement about a man without children versus a man with a child.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, yeah, because children, whether you like it or not, for better or worse, the children are going to change you, and they're going to
Hmm.
force you they're going to force you into ways of thinking and ways of doing things that you couldn't have if you didn't have a child. Because if you're just living for you're just going to live for yourself, and everything else be damned, and you're going to flow through like, hey, don't have a kid, don't do it,
Yeah,
okay. But the thing is, there's a certain level of maturity that you cannot reach without a child. You
yeah,
just can't. You cannot reach like a certain level of maturity you
Ooh,
can't reach without ever having. being in love with a woman. There's certain level, there's certain things you're going to be missing, and whether if you're okay with that, have at it. Like there's some guys are going to float through. I'm not going to be childless till I'm 90, but there's going to be something that you're missing, like a woman that never has a child,
Yeah.
birthed a child. She's there's going to be something missing. Now, everybody has different pieces of their life and personality that's going to be missing. You can't have it 100%, but that's a sizable
No.
chunk. Men that have had children know the difference, and there's no way to explain it. Like my son, before he had he was the Netflix and chill guy. I mean, I don't think he ever took a woman out on a date. I'm serious. His idea of date was Netflix, chill, and let's go hit the bed. I don't think he ever took a woman out on a date his whole entire life, because he didn't have to. All right, he's an athlete. He's a physical alpha. He never had to, and it's like, we would meet one. You know how it is when they say about mice? If you see one, there's 7 more.
Yeah.
It was him, like him. If we see a girl, we know there's 7 more out there that we don't see. Okay. I mean, basically, he was a star athlete in high school because he played ball. He played in college. He's semi-pro. He's been playing semi-pro basketball since he was like 17, 18 years old. Okay. So he's an athlete. He gets groupies, and it's like, because he was living with his grandmother, right? And he's like, she's like, she's like, after seeing about 6 or 7, can you settle on one for a minute? Just don't bring the rest of them home. Don't bring the rest of them home. Bring home settle on 1 or 2. Go ahead.
I told you that particular topic touches a nerve every time. CG3 said he don't agree with that statement. What
statement is that?
The statement about a man having a child.
Oh, well, because you don't have one, so yeah. Yeah, like Eddie Murphy said.
But see,
Eddie Murphy said,
it's
if you never imprinted a woman where she goes woo, okay. In other words,
yeah,
people that has done it or had it happen to them, they agree. And if you haven't ever done it or haven't happened to you, you're gonna say I disagree. So yeah.
Sound
in other words,
yeah. Eddie Murphy joke.
Has done it or had it happen to him.
Yeah. So he disagrees. I'm saying, if you never had one, it's like a woman that never birthed a child. Okay, women that birthed a child, they all have a commonality about the birth experience. Okay, they can talk about it because it happened to them. With a woman, whereas women that have, that's how come there's a lot of women that are jealous because they never had one, because they see all these women talking about it and they just don't get it. Okay, they don't get it until they have, like my daughter, she didn't get it, until she didn't think she could go through that pain and still come out loving that child, and she did. And she said it's the most painful, but the best day ever of my life, which you can't get until you have a child, and she got it.
I'll tell you something else too.
What's that?
Any dude that's in a relationship with a woman, because I'm not even considering the guys that, they got a chick pregnant and she went and had the kid by themselves. But if you're in a relationship with a woman and, you've been with her for the entire time of her pregnancy, and then you go with her to the hospital when it's time for her to give birth,
oh God,
you're terrified for her.
Really?
I don't know if you felt that way, but
no.
I felt that way.
You know what?
I was terrified for her.
Okay. I'm gonna say, okay. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna sound like an asshole. Okay.
No, you're just natural.
I'm gonna sound like an asshole. Okay. My ex, she got the scream. Pain started coming with my daughter. Right. Pain started coming. She started screaming and stuff like that. Said, "Shut up,
Mhm.
woman," and had his baby. Somewhere all that screaming.
Well, no. Well, you know what? Let me
Said,
let me let me
I said,
break down.
I told her you got us into
Well,
this mess. So shut up and have his baby. So I would say I'm
well,
gonna
let
sound
me
like an
break.
asshole.
Well, let me break down my situation. This is why I couldn't be an asshole. Like
Okay.
my son, my first son, I wanted him to be a natural birth,
Okay.
and she was
Ooh.
willing to do that.
Okay.
She was willing to do that, and she was gonna have him. She wasn't gonna have him in the hospital. She was gonna have him in a like in a
A
tub,
midwife.
like the yeah, with a midwife, the natural
Okay.
birth thing.
Okay.
And but the ladies were professional. They were, they weren't that far from the hospital, so in case there was a complication, you could immediately go to the hospital. She was in labor with him for 24 hours because he would not come out. And so they ended
Okay.
up having to do the C-section. So I felt like, damn, this
Oh
is
yeah.
messed up.
Okay.
This is my fault. You see what I'm saying? So I couldn't be an ass. Like I was like, damn. Like I
Oh,
was
okay.
terrified for her because the baby wouldn't come out. Like I
Oh,
didn't know
okay.
what was going on. So yeah, that was a messed up experience. But like cats like CG3, y'all gotta realize when brothers who have had children say that, that's not a shot at your
No.
manhood. It's just
No.
merely stating that it's something you have to experience in order to get a different perspective on life. It's the same thing as a man that's 40 years old explaining to a man that's 20 years old. You don't know what you know yet.
Yeah. Or you
It's just
basically it's the same thing as okay. It's almost the same thing as going through combat where you in a firefight and
yeah,
it's life and death.
yeah.
And people that have because I've never been through it. I heard people describe it. I'm sure if you've been through combat, you've been shot at, and you've been surrounded and shot at, there's a whole different life-changing experience that you go through than the people that haven't been. So the thing is something
Hmm.
that you have to go raising a child, man. For better or worse, man, will change you. Okay,
Sweet
it's going to change you
Jesus,
because
man.
there's a whole lot of times you want to knock them through the wall, and you can't. Okay,
Oh
you
my
know.
God. There was one point. There was one point where I was in a household. There were five of them in the household.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, yeah, it gets on your
Five.
nerves. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
yeah. I
can't.
can understand. I
You
understand.
can't.
Yep.
It is almost impossible not to be unfair. Like you get to the point where you send them to their room on some trumped up charges just
Oh yeah,
because you don't want to hear any noise.
yeah,
It's jacked up, man.
yeah.
It's
I
jacked
mean,
up.
the thing is, it's they cost a lot. They're irritating. Okay, they test your patience. They take up a lot of time. All that stuff. But the thing is, if you do it, you come out on the other side. I'm not saying you're going to be different. I'm not going to say you're going to be better, but you're going to be different.
Yeah.
that's part of your development. It really is. It's part of your development, and it's not for some people it's just not necessary. I'm not saying that's good or bad.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah. Good.
you don't like it, you don't want to go through that experience. Don't put that on another human being. If being a father or raising a child is not for you, and you're gonna be abuse that child, man, don't have that child.
and
Keep
and
floating.
definitely and definitely don't go out here, don't run out here and go have a child because you think that's the next level of your development.
No,
Don't do that.
don't
That
do that.
needs to be an organic process. Like,
Yeah,
don't,
no,
if it
no.
happened.
If it happens, yeah.
If it
And
happens.
if you're all in, if you know, you'll know if you truly want to have a kid, man. If you don't truly want to have a child, then don't do it. You know,
Yeah.
I know that's what happens to a lot of guys, man, and women don't take that into account. If that guy truly does not want to have a child, if you have that child and he says he truly doesn't want to have it, you're going to have problems. It just is.
Yeah.
So if a lot of women don't take men at their word because they know once they get pregnant, things have changed. It's changed for you, okay? Because
Yeah.
the baby's in your body, but that man doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no sympathy pains in his body.
Nope. Nope.
So his mind is not going to get changed. You know, it will change for you because you have to make a decision whether I'm going to go through this or not. He doesn't have that same decision, you know.
Yeah, the ladies, they probably have rarely ever heard men have conversations like this introspective.
Uh, well, I can't speak for them, but I'm
No,
saying,
it's good for everybody to listen to the truth.
yeah,
BJ's, I have just a quick question.
go ahead.
What age you think a little boy should get closer to his father for starting to prepare him to get to his teenager's body?
Okay, it depends on you. The traditionally the age is like 7 or 8.
That's
Yeah,
what I was
7.
going to know.
I was
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
say
and
7.
if you can't do it at 7 or 8, then you try to get him like about 12 because he's going to go through puberty. And so if you can't do it at 7 or 8, the next age I would say is like 12 or 13 because that's when actually the man starts forming from the time he's young.
Right.
But the thing is, the natural separation from his mother starts when he's about 6 or 7 years old. When he really he knows he's a boy. He knows he's not. Uh, He knows he's not his mommy. He knows he's a boy. And
Yes.
and then
Yeah,
uh, and then
and it
the next phase is about 12 or 13 when he's going through puberty, and basically all the sexual instincts start popping up in him like 12 years old. And he needs a man to guide him
and
through that where the next stage of formation comes. Go ahead, angry man.
yeah, and the testosterone boost, because that's when the
Yeah,
boys start to buck on their mother,
yeah,
um, to
yeah.
test their boundaries. And see that a lot of people don't realize that's a defining moment for him, in the fact of how that woman handles it. See,
Mm-hmm.
by the time it gets to that point, it definitely needs to be a male
Mm-hmm.
or deter him
Right.
from bucking, because if the woman, if she's really dominant and
Mm-hmm.
she basically shuts him down,
Mm-hmm.
that's something he's gonna carry with him
Resentment. Yeah,
into adulthood.
yeah. He's gonna be.
Or if she lets him get away with it,
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
he's gonna carry into adulthood.
yeah,
So that's a critical point.
yeah. 'Cause my son went to middle school and he was about 11, about 12, and
Mm.
he kept using that detention stuff. Like, okay, why are you late coming home? Oh, because my teacher said I had to be in detention. I said, okay. I said, guess what? This is what you're gonna tell your teacher. If you need me to talk to the teacher, I'll be up there to talk to him or her. I think it was her. We're up there to talk to her. I said, you will not go in detention, not 1 minute without a note coming home. So if you do something one day, she has to send a note home with you to say, okay, you're going to be serving detention the next day, because without without any kind of paperwork, you will not be serving detention, because I know what happens. I know what happens right after school. I'm a boy. I know what happens right after school. And if the gang forms in school, and you guys meet up after school. But if you have to come home first, the gang has actually moved on or dispersed. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you got to come home and you go back an hour later, guess what? Everything's over. Everybody's moved on.
Yeah.
So we break
Yeah.
up that after school stuff. So I'm not saying that you're getting in trouble because the group you could be running with just having fun and just hanging out, or they could be up to mischief. I don't know. But guess what? If you got to come home first, I've broken all that.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Making it difficult.
Making it difficult. Yeah. So now you got to go find them. We know how it runs. Well, this is male talk, But go ahead, ask another question. You said we were asking about boys.
You guys are transiting to a men's channel.
It is.
I knew
I
she was
told
gonna
you.
say
I told you. See, he was gonna bow out. What did you do?
Yeah, I was gonna leave. I was gonna leave.
No, you got. Women are welcome to jump in at any time. In fact, I'm posting the link so more women can join. And so in other words, we need we're trying to we're talking about maleness and manhood and stuff like that. If
Yes.
that's interesting to you, keep listening. If not, ask questions or put another topic on the table.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah. That's why I said if I was in here, it would slowly transition into a man,
Yeah.
like a male conversation. Like I couldn't even make a girl. I tried 3 times. Like,
No, but wait a minute. I mean, I'm struggling myself. That's why I'm listening to you, Angry Man, because I have a boy.
Mhm.
He's 18,
Oh yeah.
and I was always trying to, because me, I'm being raised by a man, so I'm expecting my boy to react like a man.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to
Okay.
teach him to be stay straight, have a little bit of a power in what you want to do. Don't waste your time. Don't get too distracted because nobody's going to put anything in your pocket. So don't waste your time. I mean, it's hard, and that's exactly what we need the men to, because he doesn't have time. So you let him go away with it. It's not good. It's absolutely true.
You okay, well, especially a young man is not going to go in a straight line. He's going to meander a little bit. What you try to do is keep him going in the right direction.
Yes.
Give him some wiggle. So then sometimes when they're confused, where they can't make a decision, you got to decide for them. Like if I remember my son when he was 19, before his mother came in and changed the whole thing. I said, kid, you need to find, get a skill. He said, well, Dad, I don't know what I'm good at. I said, well, it's time for us to go down to trade tech and find out what you're good at.
Exactly.
And he went back and I first thing said, well, don't tell your mother. I said, and he told his mother, because I know me and her like day and night and oil and water, right? So if she knows that I said something, guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna go, well, he know what he's talking about. But now he's 30. He realizes 10, 12 years later, okay, Dad knew what he's talking about, because if I had listened to Dad, I'd have went to college on a scholarship. If I listened to Dad, I had a shot at the NBA. Might not have made it, but I haven't had a shot at the NBA. If I listened to Dad, I had a trade. In other words, I don't want to hear that if I had listened to Dad. Anymore. You're 30. Okay. You had to listen to you because you made those decisions.
But I put him on the right path, like as you said, and he's gonna. I told him the reality of things is that if he doesn't learn now, he's gonna suffer later. And
sometimes
I treat him like a man, even if he doesn't bring money.
Even if it doesn't bring money, but the thing is, okay, there's two parts. There's two parts about raising a man and being in a man's role. There's two parts. Pointing them in the right direction, and sometimes you have to put your foot down. Look, if you haven't made up your mind, I'm gonna make it up for you. You don't know? Okay, well, you don't know, so I'm gonna make it up for you. You're going to do this.
Right.
And that's where, if he doesn't have an idea about what he wants to do, okay, well, just you don't know, you're going to do this until you can figure it out.
Oh no, he knows what he wants to do.
Okay.
I just told him to don't get distracted by the bullshit.
He's gonna get distracted. Okay. He's gonna get distracted. But the thing is, you tell them. The thing is, not get distracted to the point to where it's going to interfere. In other words, that has to be first, and the distractions have to be second. Because you're 18, you're gonna get distracted. It is what it is. Because you have two things, you have two brains working at the same time. I'm sure your father could have told you that there's two brains working at the same time.
Probably. I wish he was here.
Yeah, there's two brains working at the same time, and you got to be, and you have to be real with it. Well, you were raised by a father, so you
That's
can
right.
be real with
so
it.
I'm expecting him, and you get the message, I hope.
Yeah, he'll get. And the thing is, he's gonna get a boo boo. He's gonna fall down, and he's gonna make a mistake. But the thing is, you tell him to pick his ass up and get back on that horse. Go back. I don't care.
Well,
okay, I believe it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
The young people have a lot of access of many here in California, many things, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to all kinds of stuff, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's destructive. So I'm worried when you go to big schools, you know, you get involved with all kinds of substance
Mm-hmm.
and all, you know, and pollutes his path.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna
So,
happen. But you gotta let him know that's a test.
and he's not, yeah, it's a test, okay,
It's a
because
real
no,
world.
he's
It's a
not
real
into
world.
that, but
It's a real world test. That's how come.
yeah,
You know, in other words, at this point, particular time, you can let go of the leash, but you got to keep an eye on him.
yes,
Okay. In other words, he gets his first big test. You can let go. You can let go of the leash, but you got to check on him. In other words, you got to still put a fence around the yard, even though he's off the leash. So in other words, you got to keep the fence up until he can actually get out on his own. So in other words, you got to constantly check. Like, okay, say if he goes away for school, call him once a week. What you doing? Um, and sometimes depending on the personality of the child, some kids you really don't have to check on that much. In other words, you call them and you say how things are going. You can tell in their voice whether they're telling the truth
right.
or not, and pop up every now and then. You know,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
oh yes,
you
oh
know,
yes.
check on them. Because I remember a friend of mine, a friend of mine, she had sent her daughter to school, and as I know, men are better at boundaries. And she was in college, and she had just bought her car. She was in college, and all of a sudden she was missing classes because she's in other words, she's supposed to be in now Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a very big place, right? And
Yeah.
she's supposed to be going like to Northridge, which is like from where we are in the black neighborhood. It's like 20 miles, 25 miles away down the freeway, right? And she was all the way over in Watts, which is from where we are from the freeway, which is another 7 to 10 miles. So you're 30 miles away from school when you're supposed to be in class. And
That's a
she's
lot.
telling me that. I said, one, you need to jerk her by her hair. Next thing you do is take her keys to that car. You catch the bus to school.
Yes.
I'm gonna drop you off at the bus stop. You got to get up early in the morning. I'm dropping off at the bus stop. You catching the bus to school, so I know you will stay your behind there and go through classes, and until you can get yourself situated where you're gonna be straight. This car stays parked. I said, take those keys, take that car, because if you don't, she's basically she's gonna be out of school within a semester because she got a taste of freedom in her mouth. She don't know how to handle it. She didn't do it, man. She didn't go to. It took her another 3 4 years before she got back in college.
That's real love.
Well, a lot of women don't see it that way. If I upset her or I make them suffer, then that means I don't love them because they're basically projecting themselves onto the child.
Yeah.
And so your job, whereas a man sees, okay, I'm worried about the finished product. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care that a man says, I don't care if he's suffering now. I care about the finished product because I don't want him to
Yeah.
struggle as an adult.
No.
Because
Yeah.
it's in our mind. We do not. In other words, as a kid, we don't mind them struggling as a kid, but we do not want them struggling as an adult. We want them to have the easiest, most fun adult life that they can have. That's what
Exactly.
man thinks. Yeah.
See, I
Exactly.
don't see. I look at it differently when it comes to that. Like I told my sons, the last time they were here, I was like, look, you need to do what you supposed to do so that you have it fairly comfortable life.
Mm.
Make a comfortable living. Because
Mhm.
once you become grown and
Yeah.
you are in a relationship and you have children, like I'm not helping you buy a car. I'm not like
No. Yeah.
once you get to that point,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to be supporting you
And your
and your
family.
family.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
coming to live with me, and that's my biggest thing. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want all of the kids to never leave the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, getting married and have three generations in the same house because in
Yeah.
American culture, that means that you as a father have failed.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You don't
Yeah.
want to be looking at your failure, living in your house, eating your food every day. That pisses you off because it reminds you not only that you failed. If they failed someplace, they failed as an adult, and there's someplace else. Okay, you don't have to look at it every day. But a kid coming home, not doing what he's supposed to do, not being productive, and still a
Mm-hmm.
child, that means you have failed as a father and as a teacher
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
because he didn't learn his life lessons early enough. And you, in other words, if that kid steps up and he becomes a PhD and he wins a Nobel Prize, I mean, even if you if you have a bottle of wine, man, and you sitting on a corner, man, and you homeless, and you see your kid put that Nobel Prize on, you're gonna beat your chest. I did it.
Yeah.
I did
Yeah.
it. He hates my guts, but I did it.
Yeah.
And that child can cuss you out, and he can look at you, he can cuss you out, he can tell you how lousy of a father you are, and blah 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 blah. But guess what? Where are you now?
Yeah.
That's
That's
what's
why I get.
important. Yeah.
That's why I get mad when people try to demonize Joe Jackson.
Oh yeah.
I talk shit to him. I say, man, do you have any idea what the hell Joe Jackson went through? Like literally,
Hmm.
he created children that are known worldwide, rich
Hmm.
and famous. Like literally pulled his entire. Joe Jackson is basically a patriarch of his family.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah. In other words, he's a monster to their children until they cash the check.
Yeah.
You have an
Yep.
easygoing dad that spoils you and all that kind of stuff, and you wind up as an alcoholic and a dope fiend on the corner. Now you might feel better about your dad and blame it on yourself, but your dad feels lousy about him because he look at his son. He doesn't. A man does not care whether you hate them. If you're successful and it's because of what he sent you through, you can hate his guts. He won't care.
Yeah.
He won't care.
Yeah.
Like Joe Jackson didn't care about whether his children hated him or not. They didn't care.
Nope.
He didn't care.
Nope.
Still doesn't care. Look, where are you?
Still don't care.
Still don't
Still
care.
don't care. Because he's one of those. He's one of those. He comes from that generation that was still men and
Mm-hmm.
understand that you got to make the hard choices that other people are not going to make, and then accept the consequences that come with it.
Yep.
Period.
Yep. Period.
Own it.
You from Gary, Indiana, one of the poorest cities in the country,
Mm.
and
They
basically,
work like 3 jobs, didn't
yeah, work three. I remember the point in the Jacksons where the filming the Jacksons where they saw him and Joe Jackson gleaning the field, right? Because he
they?
had all
Mm-hmm.
these kids didn't have enough to eat, so he's gleaning the farmer's field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's sacrifice. You have that many kids, you got to work. You got to, and you still don't have enough. You got to go glean fields. You know how hard
Mm.
that is. So they're pissed off because he made them work,
Oh
and
yeah.
he's always viewed as the bad guy. So what? And the only
Yep.
person I ever heard publicly, a public figure to ever say that was Howard Bloom, because he actually worked for Michael Jackson. He was his wasn't his agent. He was one of his advisors, and he told Michael Jackson. He said, "Do you realize that Michael Jackson would not exist without Joe Jackson?" He told him that
Mm-hmm.
without
Mm-hmm.
your father being who he was, you would not exist as a star, Michael Jackson. And he's only,
Without his
and he was a white
without
man.
his
Yeah, yeah.
without his father, he would have been in a factory somewhere in Gary, Indiana. Like real talk, like if Joe Jackson would have been a white man,
Mm-hmm.
would have been white, it would be viewed entirely different.
Mm-hmm.
It would be viewed entirely different, you know. But
Yeah, but that's the way that's a view of how men see children. Okay,
mm-hmm.
it's because women. I will understand women. I look at the women around me. It's like, okay, with my grandson, okay, they want him to love them.
Yeah.
So sometimes they give in too easily because they want him to love him. And with me, okay, I'm the one that's supposed to come in and be bad guy because he needs to fall in line. He needs to do his work. He needs to when he doesn't want to learn. oh, okay, I'm the one that has to do. In other words, I'm the one that has to take all the dislike.
Mm,
But as long as you
yeah,
get better, I'll take it.
yeah.
But I'm not going to take it just because to take it. As long as you get better, as long as it makes sense, I'll play the role. But I'm not going to play the role if you don't get better.
You're what they say on the Dark Knight. You're the
That
hero
was
that
very
Gotham
good.
needs, but not the one it wants.
The one it wants, exactly. Yeah. Sound like the women are getting sleepy. You ready to go to sleep, Gigi?
I am totally
Yeah.
done.
All right. All right. Okay. Char Willie's burnt out. Gigi's burnt out. So we're gonna say goodnight because me and Angry Man, we could be it'd be like 4 a.m.
Yeah,
But
I'm
you
about
know,
to get up.
GBS, it
Yes.
was incredible. I will never forget this video for
Really?
the rest
Okay.
of my life.
Oh, well, no, thank you because you gave us it's gonna be a classic because you gave us a peek into an environment that that unless you pay millions of dollars, you could never even get a glimpse into because um
But you
people
get a
pe-
movie.
people people don't understand how rare it is talking to somebody that has the experience that you have and getting a glimpse and making because we think of people like you say like your father or like his grandfather
Yes,
as not really being human but the thing is you brought it down to earth to where we can actually understand and get like the background of how things work and how if we change our worldview and model ourselves after say like maybe you or your father, even your grandfather, that we can change our lives. And that's what I want people to get across. There is another worldview other than the one we actually
and
see every day. Now, it's hard to get that across to people. But the thing is you bring it home because you're actually one of those people that, you know, I don't mean, I'm not to say to blow smoke, but I'm saying is you're one of those people that had that experience and can tell us, okay, this is real and this is how I was taught and this is why I was taught that way and all that kind of. So basically, kudos to you for actually sharing your life and your experience with us because you don't have to do it. Most people that are like you don't, not to us common
Mm.
folks. So I kudos to you. You make it interesting. That's why I say I have the best subscribers in the world. I
you
think.
are, and you have weaver of and make us all think and continue self-improvement and share.
Okay, I think we got a young lady in the room. If she's a young lady, I see the picture, but I don't know. Is there a question you want to ask, or you want to jump in? Because everybody else is the other ladies are getting tired. I'm getting ready to end it. So unless you got we want to add something or start a conversation. Were you just listening, or what? You want to join in?
I cannot
No.
hear you guys. We missed everything.
Oh yeah, and Gigi, email me about the what is it, the sleep thing?
Oh, the herbs. She says she got a good herbologist. Yeah, is she still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think she heard me.
yeah. I think she's out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think we got a young lady that just joined the hangout. If you want to speak up and say something, otherwise we're headed out because we've been at it for a while. Okay, I see the picture, but she's not. Maybe should have. Is she muted? I don't think she's muted. No, no, she's not muted.
Bueller.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can hear you, unless she's just trolling.
She's new to it. I remember reading
Okay.
in the chat
Yeah, that
earlier.
thing.
Oh,
All right, well, I'm gonna holler at you guys later.
all right. Is she for real? Okay. Well, maybe she can join
Nah,
us the next time. Okay, there she is.
Alrighty.
Well, she did. Okay, we heard your mic. She said something, but I don't know. Can you hear us?
sounded like her mic was too low.
I heard her say Bueller. I think that's. Oh, maybe that was Gigi.
No,
That said.
that was
Oh,
Charles
hello.
Willie.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear you now.
Awesome. Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Is there something you want to add before we jump off? I mean, someone you want to add?
Not really. I just wanted to like just listen more so.
Excuse me?
Your mic is going in and out.
You know, mic is going in and out.
Like
Yeah.
so then ask.
Oh, okay. If your mic is going out, you type in the question or something, and we'll answer it. And if you just want to ask a question, because I think your mic is going in and out. She says she sounds UK or African. Oh, you're talking about
I think it's my internet very good.
Okay. We're talking about you're talking about Gigi? You're talking about Gigi says she's from Morocco. She says she was born in Italy, and she lived in Greece, she lived in France, but she was raised in Morocco. So that's where her accent comes from. If that's what you're asking.
Nice. Yeah.
And now she lives in
Have any hurry?
Oh, go ahead. We can hear you better.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, she's trying. Okay. All right, we're going to give you one more chance. See if we can get your mic up so we can actually have a conversation. If not, we're going to close it out. And you can get us join us next week.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes. We can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, that might be better.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you have something to add?
Okay, thanks. Sorry?
No, I said, do you have something to add? Can you hear us?
Questions, comments, complaints, anything?
Hate mail, yeah, anything. Yeah, she's having mic problems.
You guys hear me?
We can hear you, yeah, barely, but your mic keeps cutting out. Is there something you want to add? Can you hear us?
A lot of questions blank today, but
Okay, your mic is cutting in and out.
probably not. Joined too late of a time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody started to peter out. So, we've been on since I think it'll be like 7:30 Pacific time, Pacific Standard Time. So we've been on for, I think the stream might have cut off already. No, we're still live. So we've been on 7 hours. So.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, though. I think I need
all
to
right.
fix
Yeah. Get.
them as
I
well.
don't know. What are you on an iPhone or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes they can be buggy as far as mics are concerned. And normally when people are on the iPhone, it might be
I'm
the
using a
headset.
laptop.
You're using a laptop, or you got a headset, or what? Could be the internet connection. All right. Okay. I think she's dropped. All right. You guys go to bed. I'm gonna sign
All
off.
right.
Go ahead. I know the sun's coming up where you are, Char. So
Yep, it is.
yeah, put the dark glasses on. I hope you don't have to work this morning.
No.
Okay. All right. Hope you had a nice weekend. Well, for the fellas, they know I'm going to be in tomorrow. So later on tonight. So
All
the
right.
usual
Thank you
time for
again.
them. So I hope you guys, hope the ladies got something out of it, and the people, ladies that are listening, get something out of it. And I hope we have more participation. Gigi was actually wonderful as far as
Yes.
participating. So I hope you
She
all
was
get something out of
lovely.
it. Yeah. I hope you guys get
Hmm.
something out of it. I hope you guys, save this one because you're gonna learn a
Oh,
lot from
yeah.
this one. Yeah, gonna learn a lot from this one. So I'm gonna sign off, and I'll see you guys next week.
All right. Sounds good. And thanks
Uh,
again.
all right.
Peace.
Peace.